viens viens. Otrais.
And here we are once more for continuing coverage of this epic Triton Super High Roller Festival here in Vietnam from the Hoiana Resort Golf and Casino. Ali Nejad alongside Henry Kilbane. And believe it or not, we had a rare early night last night, Henry. And finally, like many of those who have already been here on the Triton Festival, we had a chance to take a cab into town, about 15, 20 minutes away from here, I want to say. And no, I mean, you laughed, but it was awesome. And we ran into no shortage of players on tour.
Yeah, I mean, we did. We bumped into Fedor, Sam, Mario. Yeah, you know, more names that we can mention. Yeah,
Thomas
a lot of the guys.
Nacho Barbero.
Go on, continue.
Partying down at that Irish pub. I guess the funny thing is producer James was with us, and he seems to be of the mindset that any corner of the globe that one goes to, you can find yourself an Irish pub, and obviously Hoiana is no exception here. But a beautiful town, lovely culture, certainly enjoyed it, walked around, night market. You really housed a cheeseburger at a clip at which I don't think I've ever seen anyone who's nourished ingest food. But, you know.
It's a double cheeseburger with bacon as well.
Forgive me. You upsized. Henry, what, we're overpaying you?
I don't know, man. You know, we took the night off. It was nice to spend some quality time with the team. Obviously, working around the clock with the production and that. And it was also nice to just bump into some players in a more casual environment as well, right? Just like have a bit of a chat, about things other than poker.
Yeah,
so it was nice.
Yeah, no, very much so. And while you overpaid for cheeseburgers, we had our overpaid payouts in event number 9. It was the 100K main, where ultimately one Talal Shakurchi would claim the Triton Super High Roller Series crown, a VIP as we call him when it comes to things like the Coin Rivet and the Triton Million, but he certainly didn't look the part as we take it back to the highlights from that final table, where 9 players punched their ticket in. Talal did come in with the chip lead. Roman Hrabets, on the other hand, came in with the short stack and with that non-la hat, I believe it was, which didn't prove lucky enough for him. His all-in with pocket threes against the King 10 of Adrian Mateos. Looked like it was good on the flop and the turn, but of course the back door opened wide for the Spaniard, who binked a straight and then sent Hrabets home in 9th, taking home 324K. Then we had Winfred Yu. Ace 10 ran into pocket kings of Fedor Holz and an ace king of Soiza, both of whom were at risk, but the ace high board was a delightful development for Soiza as he had Winfred outkicked. Yu was drawing live, but ultimately unable to improve on the river as Fedor took the bad beat, doubled up Soiza, and sent Winfred packing. 418K going home with him. Then Nicky P with 7 left. Found pocket jacks, Soiza, found pocket aces, and of course, it was always grim prospects for Petrangelo on the queen high board. He didn't even really want to look. 2 pink cards out there, but not the one that he was looking for, and ultimately, he would say goodbye, collecting 566K. Now, Canadian Tim Adams, who by many accounts was considered the toughest player in this field, found himself sitting on an ace-queen and would jam over the top of what was an open and a flat. Unfortunately for him, he would get a customer in pocket jacks, an ace and a queen already busy and into the muck. Ace high board looked like maybe there was some hope, but of course against a set of jacks, it was always an uphill climb. 756K went home with Adams, and then Fedor Holz found pocket kings against ace-queen. 9 trade deuce, can't really hope for better than that. King of clubs working as well, and then that big ace of spades just finding its way to the turn and sending Fedor finding his way to an exit just shy of a 7-figure payday, 965K for the 5th place finish. Then Mateos, who really did chip up over the course of the final table, found a king 8 offsuit up against Talal Shakurchi. He limped this one despite having just 2 big blinds, and then a disastrous 3 rolled off on the turn after he checked back the jack-high board, was always going to be priced in. And top class out of there with 1.2 million, as Mateos left behind 3 others, including the oh-so-entertaining and aggressive Daniel Smilkovic at his first ever Triton Festival, a 6-7 suited top 2 pair against the gut shot of Shakurchi, who had position and initiative with the gut shot. They got the chips in. Of course, Shakurchi's hearts, the much more relevant aspect of his holding, and they came in on the turn. Smilkovic not drawing dead, however, could have made a boat in that whopping 18 million chip pot, which would set Shakurchi up quite nicely for a heads-up battle against Michael Soiza. Smilkovic collecting 1.45 million. And then Soiza, as you saw, Henry, an out-of-turn all-in from Shakurchi in a weird spot.
This is a very interesting situation.
I can imagine.
Queen Jack, mulled it over.
So I have to go all in, yeah? All in.
Call.
Soiza limped. Shakurchi was forced to go all in. Mike made the call, and Talal again with a flush draw. Turned to 7, and Soiza had just 4 outs to stay alive on the river. It was paint, but not the type that he was looking for, as the very welcome member of the Triton Tour, Michael Soiza, shook hands with Talal Shakurchi. He collected 2.2 million, but in the end, the Jacob & Co. timepiece points toward the Ivan Leal Player of the Year title, and of course the 3.25 million would go the way of Talal. Henry, and you were front and center for the call straight through to the end. Were you as impressed as I was?
Yeah, I mean, he really just owned his own play style, if you will, where he was out there 3-betting, getting involved in big 4-bet pots on day 2, and then coming into the final table with some, loose opens, but backing it up, backing the loose opens up with aggression, and eventually coming out on top. Came in as chip leader against one of the toughest final tables we've seen in recent memory, and held his own. Got obviously bit of run good in that big all-in pot 3-handed against Smilkovic, but we've all won tournaments before, and we know that it requires a bit of run good.
Sure. Nobody expects that you're going to take the best of it in every single all-in situation or every single pot, and Talal was no exception there. A couple of other storylines that I wanted to pick out, though. Of course, we've touched on it throughout the course of this festival, given the record-breaking fields, which of course are the byproduct of new attendees to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Smilkovic and Hrabic, both at the final table of this main, both at their first ever Triton Festival. Just a product of volume in terms of fresh faces, or do you think that these are specific fresh faces that are going to be pesky for our established OGs on the Triton Tour and certainly be fixtures moving forward?
Yeah, it's really tough to judge, right? Like, you've been around long enough. The players here have been around long enough to know that a small sample and a couple of deep runs doesn't necessarily mean that these guys are going to be the ones to look out for, because there are a lot of online pros that did come to this series, Linus, McBoyfin, Alex Kulev, who didn't necessarily make deep runs or, take down a tournament or, make the final table of this main, but doesn't mean that those guys aren't necessarily of the same caliber as Smilkovic and Hrabic. But what I will say is, Smilkovic and Hrabic have a lot of respect from the poker community, a lot of respect from the online peers, and they were known coming into this that, okay, these are 2 guys that are stepping out of the comforts of their home offices, if you will, where they are typically crushing on the online felt, and now they're coming into the proving grounds of Triton to just kind of separate themselves from everyone else that plays online, and they've done exactly that. They've stepped up to the plate. A couple of final tables for Hrabic, and obviously a main event run for Smilkovic, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more from both these 2 online enigmas.
Well, a bit of an enigma was the storyline coming into Vietnam that surrounded Nick Petrangelo, who had failed to cash before this festival. Suddenly, he is 4 of 8 here, seems to have decrypted things, figured it out, put the pieces together, when he was 0 for 23 coming into Vietnam. And we've still got a little bit of short deck left on our hands. Obviously, we'll get to that. We're going to be covering the final table of event number 11, which is the first of our short deck series. But Nicky P, finally, monkey off his back.
Live variants can be brutal, man. It really can, because if you think about the amount of tournaments you can actually physically play in a year, 0 for 23, it sounds crazy, but all of these guys, I promise you, have been on stretches like that online. It just so happens that for Nicky P, it was at the highest stakes, the biggest series of the year, traveling around with the Triton circuit and just going 0 for 23. But like you said, finally getting that monkey off his back with a couple of final tables here, and maybe we'll see something similar to what Seth Davies had, where he had that rough stretch and then got that confidence back in Madrid, and maybe coming into Cyprus and London, Nicky P is going to now have that confidence of, okay, I had the bad stretch, but now I found some heat.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Cyprus and London, our next 2 stops for the Triton Super High Roller Series, having been announced while we were here in Vietnam. And with the field sizes ticking up, could be even more challenging to collect results on tour, obviously, with so much more talent standing between one and a title. This was a record-breaking main event, though. 135 entries in total. Do you think that we're going to be seeing a main event record broken at one of these 2 successive stops that we have announced already?
Honestly, I feel pretty confident in saying that the answer is yes. I think with the appearance of people like Smilkovic, Krabets, Kulev, Linus specifically comes to Tritons only. The rest of the time he's playing online. McBoyfin, another one of these guys that has a really big following from his online game. What I think will eventually end up happening is a lot of the online crew that are looking to separate themselves from everyone else. And like I said, Triton becoming a bit of a proving ground in the form of legacy, in the form of titles, in the form of respect from your peers. And we've had the privilege of, speaking to these guys away from, the Triton events like last night, for example. You get a bit of insight as to what drives these online players to come to these events. And it is the recognition, it is the glory and the legacy that comes with playing a Triton and potentially winning a Triton.
It's obviously very flattering to those of us who have helped bring this thing to fruition that they would assign value to something like that. Clearly, I've had many conversations over the course of the years, not to disparage, but there are guys who are very public about the idea that I don't care about a bracelet, right? That used to be the gold standard, so to speak, the World Series of Poker. Really, I'm after the money, and the rest of that stuff doesn't really matter to me. But there are still those, the likes of Phil Hellmuth, who we've yet to see on the Triton Super High Roller Series. I would say Negreanu as well, who maintain a special place in their heart for those sorts of things. And, obviously we're happy to be among those that create those opportunities for the prestige at the top echelons of the game. So we have drawn the curtain on the No Limit portion of this festival here in Vietnam, which means we turn our attention to that which made the Triton festivals famous, Short Deck, the game that produced some of the largest cash pots in history up in Macau. Now here we are, tournament format, plays a little bit different without question, and we have ourselves a final table in this 25K. We had 57 entries coming in on the bubble. We found one, Justin Bonomo, Western player playing the Eastern game. Unfortunately, not going to be collecting anything on this occasion. We do have a whopping 427K up for first, and Kiat Lee in the lead, Henry. Okay. Walk us through this FT, if you've got it up on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Oh,
navigating.
Lee. Yeah, I mean, Kiat Lee obviously second in the, correct me if I'm wrong, no. It's gone from me, but he's chip leader here. 7.9 minutes. Second in the 30K. There we go. Appreciate you coming to the rescue there. Looking for Triton title number 2. Obviously, his good friend Webster Lim managed to secure his second Triton title. And, these guys have put in an insane amount of work since the passing of Ivan Liao. He was kind of their mentor, if you will. And to see them just step up to the plate and perform the way that they have here at this series is... it's just great respect being shown from those young Malaysian contingent.
All right, average stack, 2.4 million, 61 antes as 7 remain. The blinds are going to be 40 and 80,000. Danny Tang hot on the heels of Kiat Lee, except the gap is large. So maybe it's tepid on the heels as we look at just the sheer volume of distance between Kiat and Danny. On the short stack, Phil Shu, a name that we have not mentioned on the long deck side of the festival, quite a few folks showing up just to participate in the short deck. I may be mistaken about that. Did we see Phil? I saw you.
I think we saw Phil.
I haven't seen him play
Right.
at the feature tables, but obviously he's been in the mix. Michael Zhang, certainly a face that I saw out there, hadn't seen. Conflation. All right, we are just about set to send you out to
First
this
short
final
deck
table.
event here in Vietnam at the Triton Super Roller Series. 25,000 buy-in. We had 57 players. We're down to a final table of 7, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1, from the US, with 1 million, please welcome Isaac Axton. In seat number 2, we have our chip leader from Malaysia with 7.9 million. Please welcome Kiat Lee. Seat number 3, from Canada with 1.8 million. Please welcome Michael Watson. In seat number 5, from Hong Kong with 3.8 million, please welcome Danny Tang. In seat number 6 with 1.8 million, from the UK, please welcome Stephen Chidwick. Seat number 7, from Hong Kong with 540,000, please welcome Phil Chu. And last but not least, from Malaysia, in seat 8, 685,000, please welcome Mr. Richard Young. Right, players, we still have 34 minutes remaining on level 16. Ante 40,000, button ante 80,000. The button has been drawn to seat number 1. I wish you all the very best of luck. Olympia, shuffle up and deal, please.
So there we have it, Ali. Chip counts brought to you by none other than pokerstake.com. Kiat Lee way out in front. Maybe with the presence of Phil Chu, expect to see a bit of a stalemate.
Mày không bộ ơi ạ.
Do want to step in immediately to correct that which we had suggested earlier in the tail end of our pregame show, which was the notion that Justin Bonomo was on the bubble. In fact, Bonomo did collect 57,000 for 8th. The bubble actually went to Carl Chape-Gatien in 9th. So KCG, whose play style certainly feels like it lends itself nicely to short deck. Unfortunately, not cashing as we see the short stack of Phil's shoes, somewhat predictably finding his way all in with the King 10. Ace 10 suited for Richard.
Oh.
He's going to get his chips in. Second shortest stack in the field. Haxton not going to be the one.
Hiya.
Phil recognizing
Đúng bộ chó kinh sợ.
situation isn't great for him, but right away you can see the difference perhaps between short deck and long deck when you look at those equities.
Chop it up, Ali.
Ambitious.
2% chance.
1.32 in there. The ace queen 10 board. All Richard Young for the time being, but still 15% equity for Phil with 2 to come as he hunts a jack.
Oh, sorry.
And there is that jack.
Yeah.
Broadway. However, he's not out of the woods.
Oh.
Richard could hit an ace or the case 10.
A brutal start to to the final
Look,
table
how
for
old
Richard Young.
54
Down to just 145,000. 3.5 antes. Have you and your crew introduced any short deck into the mix of games yet?
I personally have never played a hand of it.
Really?
Obviously, if you're playing a mixed game, the fact that the deuces through the fives need to be removed, it would make
Right.
it a challenge to throw it into a mix. and
Right.
that certainly is not helpful to the proliferation of the game, but obviously it is well-rooted and entrenched. And a reminder for those of you that might be soaking up short deck coverage for the first time, pleased to have you. Those deuces through the fives are removed from the deck. The ace can also play toward the bottom end of a straight as a 5. And of course, formatically, Henry, some differences as well with the double ante and antes all around.
Yeah, and, you know, just to kind of loop back, very popular game in the East, high-stakes cash games. Obviously, the tournaments, it's what Triton was built off of as, you know, oh, Danny. I was a bit confused there for a second.
Are we short a card?
Oh, he didn't realize that it had been put on the other side. Anyways, doesn't matter. Shorter card maybe. But yeah, it's deuces through fives removed. Ace can play as a 5 on a 6, 7, 8, 9 board. Would give you a 9 high straight. And yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that you might not have thrown it in the mix yet, given that it is more popular in the East than it is in the West.
Have you managed to get your beak wet in the short deck streets?
I've tried. I tried purely for commentary purposes. I wanted to just like play the game and get an understanding for the equities and how it works. But I came up short, just not good enough, to be honest with you. So what's open jams? Currently sat third. Ace-8 suited from under the gun.
Applying maximum pressure with that holding. Another wrinkle to short deck, yet to be mentioned, is the fact that flushes beat full houses in this game. Granted, with 4 less of a suit out there, trying to put 5 to a suit together is even more difficult than making a boat, which is actually facilitated by the removal of the deuces through the fives.
Do you want another fun statistical fact about short deck?
I'm good.
All right.
Come on, lay it on us.
Oh, kings for Richard. Maybe the spin. An option still. We've got a more than triple up if he can hold here with the kings. Note the equities, as Ali was alluding to. Just 55% favorite against the ace-8 of Sir Watts.
To the flop we go. And ace-jack-10 now puts Watson in front, but still a good chunk of equity for Young with 2 to come. Got a bite taken out of him against Broadway. Can he put Broadway together for himself here? Turn says no. And now a queen or a king are needed for Richard Young to stay alive. There is the queen. And how about it? On his feet just to double check and make sure that the good fortune is for real. Flesh wound to Watson, of course.
What a swingy start to this final table for Richard. Back up to around 16 antes. Bit of breathing room. We're going to want to get busy sooner rather than later.
Note the presence, by the way, of not 1, not 2, but 3 of our Western faction here at this short deck final table. Not shying away from having taken on the new discipline. Tang, Chidwick, and Haxton.
Yeah, Haxton, by the way. 19 cashes, 0 titles. One of the biggest names in poker, still without a title at a Triton series, similarly to Adrian Mateos.
Got his work cut out for him here too, 6th in chips. But is going to jam the ace-10 suited. And it appears it has gotten through. Now, you mentioned a fun stat about short deck earlier. Cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger, if you will. A flopped straight is at an equity disadvantage to a flopped set. So, for example, Jack 9-8, you hold Queen 10, the absolute nuts. Pocket Jacks is actually a favorite against you, even though it's behind on the flop.
Wouldn't that be lovely to have experienced in long deck? How often have you looked at those coordinated boards and you know that your man is playing his hand like the nuts and you just realize you're taking the worst of it? Price might be right in the pot.
I really need to venture out and play some of the games that you're involved in, though. I really want to learn mixed, just from like a love for the game kind of thing. It's exciting, although I can imagine pretty tilting as well at the same time.
It can be, but all of the quirkiest of personalities gravitate around the mixed game hearth. That's for sure. As Richard Young, perhaps a bit of a quirky jam with ace-7.
Yeah, I mean, he's the shortest stack by quite some margin, so the amount of times that this gets through just picks up 280,000, closes the gap between himself and Ike. We can see it's not going to work.
No, Watson wags his finger as he shoves over the top and has Young dominated. Yet you still see that 27% equity for Richard. Already took a bad beat, sucked out. What's it going to be on this occasion with 1.2 in the middle? How about 7-8 queen? Backdoor clubs working. Less relevant than typical, of course, but that bottom pair, very much a factor. Turn
Wow,
card.
that's a spicy turn card.
Gives him aces up. Watson with the ace. River is a 9. Yes, Watson picked up some real wins on that turn. 10 or a queen.
So Richard Young has been all in on 3 occasions already so far this final table.
Sure has.
After an orbit of play. He's managed to spin it back up a bit.
Phil Shu enjoyed a spin. Has yet to enjoy a cash here in Vietnam. Did play 6 of our long deck events. Just didn't get the opportunity to cover him at any point from here in the booth. Did you?
I did.
Okay.
Fairly sure I did.
Ace King. Jamming. Pocket 9s. Into the muck. Something that perhaps we don't see with the same frequency in long deck. In these situations, you see pocket 8s also disinterested. Chidwick, however, with an ace king of his own, is headed for a chop 98% of the time. Does have Phil covered. Oh no. I take it back. Shu has Chidwick covered by just about 1 ante.
Matter on that board.
No. Once 2 hearts roll off, it's a foregone conclusion.
Yes, you put them someplace else. Yeah, that's better. Is that okay? Yes. No, I don't need anything else in there.
How about the sweater on Phil Shu? I confess, Not the sort of attire, based on a glimpse at the forecast, that I would have packed on my way to the tropics.
You recognize it?
Don't,
No?
but I'm not going to forget it. Flavor.
Flavor and also comfortable, you know?
By the way, look at Richard Young rocking the stealth iteration of that Triton tracksuit that Smilkovic rode to Teddy KGB fame at the main event final table. Looking fly.
Smilkovic was really owning that new Triton tracksuit. Getting his money's worth.
Nothing of any interest. Through to Chidwick's Queen 8. Of course, these late position opportunities here are so tempting, but that's not the one. And Phil
Not gonna look. I'll see it in TV.
isn't even going to look. Another Triton first timer is Shu. Performing well thus far. Got himself up to third in chips. Just a click in front of Chidwick here. Trailing behind that man to the right of your screen, Kiat Lee, who presides over a whopping chip lead.
哇，波波冇擺入嘅。
係喎。
Kiat had a couple of short deck final tables in Cyprus late last year. Had another one at the Cyprus warm-up as he finished second, third, and second in those events. Of course, second here in the 30K long deck. Sniffing distance, yet to claim a title, though. Feels like today could be the day, Henry.
I got a funny feeling that we're going to be seeing him join Webster Lim.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I didn't do any action.
As a title holder, a seal-breaking win.
It's okay.
Webster picked up his second.
Webster did.
There.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be the first for Kiat as we see Richard Young.
Book at 10.
Look, Kia already has a title, right? Oh, he's had a couple of near misses. You're
Yeah,
right. I
yeah.
do apologize. I thought he was looking for number 2.
Webster was on the hunt for that. I, on the other hand, am on the hunt for a net worth that would allow me to purchase timepieces like the one Richard Young's wearing right there. How about
You
it?
are a big fan of RMs, aren't you?
我呢排有籌碼就發財。
You know, I wasn't that much until
Till poker
seeing him out
players-
here on on tour here at Triton. It's a bit of a statement.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not on case cash. Don't worry about me.
What's going on?
I like Nadal's one, but that's just because I'm a fan of Nadal.
Other statements made by the RM. I have 100% of myself.
I own
No,
3 houses.
I
one on
don't.
the French Riviera.
I don't want to swap. That's the other one. Maybe, no,
One in Bali.
don't have a backer. French Riviera, yeah, but Bali, I mean, that's too affordable.
Mate, I wish it was. There are parts of Bali where private estates, upwards of 10 million for villas overlooking the islands of... can't remember the islands that they overlook, but is it too affordable?
When you're tanking, I always remind
When you have an RM, it is.
reminded yesterday that you're tanking with a 6 there.
King 6. I was just
Maybe I should just go all in
You.
on an RM.
Do you need me
This
to chip
time-
in?
Had a
Only how much
pocket.
did they go for?
I was briefly confused about maybe.
I don't know, but I
maybe
put a
good.
dent in my
Maybe
RM
played
budget
more short
briefly
deck lately.
at the market open yesterday.
Better than sevens.
I was a little bit antisocial for the first
Very much.
45 minutes to an hour of our time in downtown Hoian, what with the market opening up at 9:30 p.m. local time and yours truly clicking buttons like a complete maniac.
Like a complete maniac.
Thomas Muhlacher and Nacho Barbero alongside for the ride, by the way, observing the candles and the wild mood swings. It was a volatile day. Stephen Chidwick, Queen Jack suited. Pocket jacks for Phil Shu. Saw some pocket pairs hit the muck against a jam earlier.
Yep.
Phil mulling it over.
Yeah, Jack's a fist bump call and no limit hold'em. With equities running as close as they do in short deck. See the Jacks finding the mark.
There's a casual response to the jacks hitting the muck there. Fairly straightforward in short deck.
It feels like it is. We've seen it folded on 2 occasions now
Yeah.
already. Okay, so floor just coming over. Reminding the crew.
Are they out of the salmon?
Richard.
Danny.
Very much all of us.
Was there some other piece of info delivered?
It was more about if you're in a hand, let's refrain from being on our phones.
Danny Tang very much in a hand with 2 queens. Right up front, second in chips. Going to limp. And in short deck, as we anticipate these short stacks, to really look for spots where they can jam, unlike in long deck, where typically we feel as though the big stack wields the power, in some strange ways, the short stacks wield the power in short deck.
Go on. Do tell. I'm a bit. I know what you're saying, but I don't at the same time.
Well, for Danny, for example, limping here is coming somewhat with the expectation that he's going to be facing action with high frequency from any short stack that wishes to participate, and as such, the commitments will be made. Maybe he can induce a little bit. Here we see Kiat Lee with a peculiar 10-9 offsuit, the only stack bigger than his, the one really that Danny didn't want
Danny
to have to face off with.
Being length into by the chip leader.
Top set in the window, but timeout. Kiat Lee with the 2-way straight draw.
Oh, how about that for a flop dealer?
Checking over to him.
Oh my word. Chip lead pot.
Kiat jamming with the open ender. A snap call from Danny Tang. Lee really ran into the narrow range of hands I would imagine Danny would be looking to get it in with against the one man that has him covered. And 7.6 plus in the middle.
Really only queens and jacks that can call. That's the crazy thing. Like ace queen finds the mark. King queen finds the mark.
Yeah, but now.
Queen's full locks it up as a 7 rolls off on the turn. And Danny Tang will vault into the chip lead, which was held by a wide margin by Kiat Lee prior to that exchange. And Kiat Lee will slip into second.
Well, Danny Tang with position on Kiat Lee as well. Mike Watson squeezed in the middle between the two chip leaders. Bit of a chuckle there from Kiat Lee, just kind of appreciating the moment that he stepped into it. We've all been there. You jam, they beat you to the pot. You know that you're drawing very thinly.
Excuse.
Why aren't they ever misclicking when they beat you into the pot in that spot? They look down and go, oh, whoa, I didn't realize. Henry has found the Richard Mille website. No prices there, Henry? Wouldn't be surprised.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Typically.
If you have to ask.
Yeah. All right.
Kiat Lee. Wounded. Limping. 2 8s.
They've certainly made it a very exclusive club to be in. Shout out RM.
Watson joining this club here with Queen Jack. Danny on the button.
Potentially going to get clubbed in the head.
Yeah. Jams over the top of those limps, and you see Watson irritated by that development. And it's almost as though that being in between Kiat and Danny's situation is really weighing on him. Appears that Henry's dogged determination has yielded prices. Is this on the RM website then?
This is on Chrono 24.
Oh, that's interesting. So you couldn't just leave well enough alone. You had to go and find the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to, you know, see what we're working with. Well, it's nice to put into perspective a little bit of just how many decades of commentary will be required to Chidwick with a fun spot. Danny Tang, the overwhelming chip lead. That's just complete and now action on Stevie. 3 of 7, but it's very clustered down there.
Decent amount of blocker effect for this ace-10.
Yeah, it's also nice to just take this down pre. 400,000 out there. Increase our stack by almost 1/3.
Not a foregone conclusion, of course, as Chidwick could just check back and take a flop. Would be dominated by Phil Shu.
Yeah, under the gun's certainly going to have the most traps. See, he is dominated.
Oh, but now he's got himself aces and 10s to hop in front of shoe. Look at the equity, though. Advantage fill as it stands.
Yeah,
And
that's
he's
pretty
betting.
wild. Any king, queen, jack. Vault him into the lead. Okay, so equity advantage 3 ways. Shifts in Stevie's favor. Heads up, but only just.
So the 60K bet and called. Now on the turn, Chidwick widens the gap as he takes the lead with Tang out of there.
No spade in hand. Have plenty of equity against 2 pairs. Can also just lean into the perceived weak range of the button check.
It's a good point. The jack is so relevant. Chidwick did tank a bit on the button before he checked back, and might that be creating some perceptions in terms of hand composition?
I wonder if jamming is a thing on this turn with ace jack, or more just like close to pot. Gonna check over to Stevie, and now the real decision on that man right there. Stephen Chidwick, 18 cashes, 1 title, 4 cashes already here in Vietnam, second in that 75K for 1,245,000, but looking to add a second title to his pretty insane Triton track record.
Wow, Stevie really into the tank on
225.
this street here, but he comes with 225K, sub half pot.
Man.
Does set up a river SPR of around 1. I wonder what the tank in the decision is. I know there's a lot more that goes through Stevie's mind that goes through my pigeon brain. But the sizing as well, really inviting some of those draws in. Maybe inducing. Do we size down, get Phil to just rifle it in with 36% equity? Obviously so many layers to Chidwick's thought process there on the turn. What do we think, chat? Is this size designed to induce a jam from Phil?
Well, whatever it was designed to do, it got rid of plenty of equity, and you can see Phil wincing there.
How about that? That is a disciplined fold. Has to put Stevie just on the goods, given the prices being laid. Wasn't comfortable.
Well, on the topic of putting things on the goods, we park our bones on some of the finest comfort around. Game winning, in fact, for when the stakes are high. It's the Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022 and the Triton Poker X Secret Lab chair. You want to win a limited edition one, just type !! giveaway in the chat. and get your name in a hat to be a lucky recipient. Mucked around to Danny Tang, who is going to attack off of the big stack, Jack 9. Phil Ace 10 on the button in 5th of 7.
This is a call for chips, for sure. Going to be dominating a lot of Danny's jamming range as the chip leader, especially once Mike Watson and Ike get out of the way. Can just really lean into Phil and Stevie. Some heavy ICM implications in effect as well, given just how shallow those bottom 5 are. And Danny, of course, just loving this setup. Richard Young, by the way, somehow managed to spin it back up to 4th in chips after being down to just 3.5 antes.
How about that?
Haven't had the chance to see much from Ike. Kiat Lee came into this final table as the overwhelming chip leader.
Ace 10 suited here. Got a big confrontation with Danny Tang. As he stepped out of line a bit with the 9-10 off suit. What caused him to slip into 2nd as he opens. 3x plus. Richard Young on the button off of 1.1. And Ace Queen awaits his orders.
Richard in the middle of the pack, but again, you know, those guys clustered down there. So Young wants to do.
A jam from Yang.
It's 1 point.
Yep, is okay. Yep, that's okay.
Kiat Lee deliberates. And in the end, he's going to call and be dominated. Of course, you see the equities. When you make these calls and you're dominated, you're not, by any stretch, drawing thin, let alone dead.
Richard 5 cards away from moving up to 2nd in chips. He can just hold here with the Ace Queen.
So far, so good on the King 9-8 board.
Good news is he can never be dead on the turn. We're going to see 5 as the 8 of diamonds now presents.
Okay, one chin.
A chop draw.
Jack, however, prevents that development, and it has been a very poor start to this final table for Kiat Lee. Richard Young's going to wash that one down.
What a swiggy start to this final table, man. For Richard.
Young, by the way, a title holder. 13 cashes, 8.2 million in career earnings at Triton. His title, however, coming all the way back in 2018 in Montenegro in a long deck event.
Too short to steal.
Believe it or not.
Cannot get through. Too little to steal. Not get
Long
through.
deck event. Feels weird calling it long deck.
Get used to it, especially during the short deck coverage.
regular deck?
No.
No? Just
Good
like
effort.
You just like saying the word long, don't you? It's long. Long deck. So what's...
All in.
Oh, go on then, Richard. Let's just go headhunting now.
Look at Tang having a laugh.
Yeah, he knows. He knows how up and down it's been for Young.
Over the top of Watson he goes. And just a 6% difference between these two. 10-9-8 board. And that's an interesting one. Note, still roughly a coin flip as Watson flops top pair with the gutter redraw, but Young is open-ended and now has himself a flush draw. Plenty
Too many outs.
for Mike Watson to fade here, and on the river, he has managed
570.
to double through Richard.
Is that 6 consecutive all-ins for the short stack? Is that 6 consecutive times the short stack won the all-in?
Yep.
Sounds about right, guys.
Sure does.
Two of them.
Yeah. I guess there was one chop. Ace king, ace king.
Oh yeah. Was it your bet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, average stack is 61 antes, and only Danny Tang has more than average. Richard Young has been involved in 5 all-in confrontations, I believe.
All in.
Stevie with the mystery hand.
You on me?
Oh, so, oh, 나는
Mucked around, yet to see Haxton get involved. That continues to be the case. He is the short stack now. Stevie cobbling there. Short deck knowledge, feel like it's not as robust as long deck, Henry, or would that be a false presumption? I know that a lot of studying goes on.
There's definitely a lot of studying, and there's definitely some major differences to long deck, obviously. But I think one of the biggest attractions to short deck is the fact that the equities do run a lot closer than in no limit. It's more difficult to have an immense edge in short deck, which is why you just see a little bit more gamble out here, because the equities do run as close as they do.
Tang, under the gun, making it 400K, 4x. Nine-10 suited Scott Haxton, grinding his gears.
10-9 suited. Best hand to have against aces in short deck, equity-wise.
Suited connectors in general are very much in favor. 9-10, Jack-10 in particular. Paxton is going to have to pick a hand to go with. Obviously, it's not like long deck where you have free hands.
No, you're right. Wow, 10-9 finds the mark. Disciplined fold from Ike. You know, if you get Ike thinking for that long, that it's a genuine decision.
It's close.
Still have more time banks than Antes. I think it's okay.
Danny Tang loving
Did you?
the situation he finds himself in here.
Now Chidwick. Taking a pass, Phil Chu, ace queen. 72,500, 7th place money, 91,200 for 6th.
Well, Young has been through the ringer so far.
I would have motion sickness if my chip stack bounced around as much as Young's has already here. Let's go into the muck.
We're under 9.
Tang asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, note the equities.
9 something.
19 antes. 47% of the equity. And he's going to make the call. And we are flipping. For our first elimination.
Right? Okay.
6 times, I believe Ike said.
Check sao à?
The short stack has survived and doubled.
Check. Oh, check à.
Will it happen again here? Danny Tang can certainly afford to spin this wheel for Phil Chu.
Check trong đóng.
As the two Hong Kongese delegates take the King 10-7 all spade flop. Tang in front with the pair of 10s. Phil pulling for Danny to make 2 pair and give him Broadway. Not happening as yet. Ace or a jack needed for Phil Chu. And instead he hits the queen, which pairs him, but gives Danny Tang the king high straight.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot that one as well, Ali. Didn't realize that the 9 on the turn actually removed the 3 queen outs. GG's.
So Phil Chu finishes in 7th place, 72,500 richer for the effort, and giving the boys an almost 20K jump as he leaves behind 6, but does pick up his first result here in Vietnam at his first ever Triton series. Now Ike Haxton, the man upon whom eyes are focused. Short stack with sub 10 antes.
Yeah, amazing that Ike's even managed to get the ladder. 9 antes might sound like a lot, but it's not comparable to big blinds. There's nowhere to hide. The ante is increased to 50k, button ante of 100k. King Queen.
All in.
Does announce himself.
Well, while he turned down the 9-10 suited against an opener, here as the opener, the king-queen will jam and run into Stevie Chidwick's button.
Tính đưa lại đi tới phim.
Stevie with 37 antes to start the hand. 2 of them were out there on the button, and the ace-10 is holding on the jack-7-7 board. Haxton is in need of assistance. Turn renders it, but not out of the woods yet.
You got that too early.
Chidwick pointing out
Feels risky.
he's still got a king, a diamond, or of
It's
course an
445.
ace as outs instead. The 8 will leave the short stack doubling,
445.
as it's done a vast majority of the time here.
445, yeah.
Short stack surviving.
Bây giờ dưới này họ SM rồi. Bây giờ dưới này họ SM rồi.
Ike after 19 cashes. Still no title. In the money here. Stephen Chidwick looking for his second short deck title. First one coming back in the short deck main in Madrid of last year. Ike gonna look to get involved again. 22 antes.
Pocket kings, some accounting, and what we would expect to be a delivery of tokens towards the middle.
Yeah, question is whether he induces under the gun with a limp.
All in.
Just gonna jam, makes it easier for himself.
All in.
Action on the players behind.
Thấy thế đó, nó chụp bạc. Vì nó muốn chịu hơn.
Yep.
No
Still have
takers.
fewer time banks than antes.
And with that, by the
But
way,
it's still close.
the people that have the Triton Poker Plus app just moves up, tied in fourth. It sounds like the clock being reduced slightly.
Way too deep.
Didn't catch that.
So long to finish.
Yeah, the players seem thrilled at that, given how deep it is.
Reducing the clock as the tournament is nearly over is such a strange approach.
Just bear in mind what's up for grabs when you're six-handed. 5 other players out there. If you're not on the button, that means there's 6 antes available for collection. It's no small reward if you can get one through. Danny Tang, well aware of that. Unbelievably big chip lead here. Puts it into the muck, though. Chidwick jams the hijack, and Haxton picks up kings again. A snap call and a good spot, as you generally don't see disparities like that.
That's a great point, Ali. Note the equities. Ladies and gentlemen, 76%
1.39.
for Ike, 19. That is something similar to long deck. Very rare occurrence
I don't think him by one.
in
Haxton
short deck.
has Chidwick covered by a nose.
Drop is fair.
Queen Jack 9 on the flop. Both players with the gut shot straight draw. Chidwick hunting a jack.
Sợ phân chiến. Phân chiến.
And on the turn, it is chopped.
king.
Chop is first. Imagine playing these stakes. You're in Ike's shoes with the best of it.
And Danny
You just
here,
like, you know what?
and our raggy aces,
Chop is
some
fair.
geniuses, you know.
427,000 on the line, as well as a title.
That's the good one. Stay away. Maybe not.
Just doing a bit of math here.
He said that's the good one.
I was so sure it was the good one. It was
And
not the good one. It might have been the better of the two. I'm not sure.
in total,
Which was which.
by my count, Henry, we have 342 or 43 antes out there in
That's right.
aggregate.
Yeah. Like your math.
Does strike me as being fairly prudent for adjustments to be made to the tournament clock right now, just given the incredible depth of the stacks and perhaps the desire for many of these players to find an outcome and then head into event 12, a 50K,
Ooh.
which is getting underway elsewhere in the room. Chidwick being asked for a count by Kiat Lee's button King Jack suited.
Yeah, right around there.
Crazy to see that Cat Lee's actually a favorite here. Again, for those newcomers to short deck, deuces through fives removed. Creates scenarios such as this where an ace-8 would typically hold around 60% of the equity in long deck. Actually, the bad end of this setup against King Jack.
Resisting the temptation is Kiat, who knows that that King Jack suited is seldom in horrendous shape against any combo for Chidwick. Obviously, just some ICM still applies. We've got 427K that will be awarded to our champ. 310K to the runner-up, 199.3 to third, 151 to fourth, 117 to fifth, and 91.2 on tap, locked up by the remaining
It's not even
six.
that bad if it's good and they show it to somebody.
Danny Tang just getting to lean into everyone. Overwhelming chip lead. Haven't seen anything quite like this in a long time. 187 antes. The top of the counts. Second in chips is Kiat Lee with 39.
King Queen for Mike Watson as these uncomfortable close spots continue to present themselves. By and large, they've been avoided.
King Queen's really close. Again, going to be dominating a lot of hands that Danny just jams. King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Unfortunate that Danny actually has Ace Jack here.
Even then, though, the degree to which it's unfortunate if you find yourself behind going to the flop is just so forgiving.
And also folding, surviving a couple of hands where, you know, someone might be all in the next hand and you get to ladder. There's that to think about. So what's at the bottom of the counts? But if he doubles, moves up to second in chips. You know,
just 18 annies for Mike now. How, Mike? Another decision, perhaps, in the cutoff with Queen 8 offsuit. It would be so valuable to him to be able to pick up Danny Tang's double ante on the button. And it's not as though Tang's just going to call any jam.
That's it, go. Danny Tang with the rare walk. Often you see that. Short deck. Everyone currently guaranteed 91,200. Last of the 5-figure payouts. 427,000 up top.
Experienced short deck hands of Richard Young, sending King 7 suited comfortably into the muck.
The inception of short deck, Ollie, I can only imagine, started out as a regular no limit hold'em cash game, and after maybe 4 days of no sleep and nosebleed action, someone, probably one of the biggest losers in the game, after ripping up 4 decks of cards, said, you know what, chaps? Let's just remove the deuces through 5s. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of looking down at 7 deuce and jack 3, and thus short deck was born.
Kiatley
It's 1.3, 1.7.
breathing life into this ace 10 with a jam. Chidwick on the button with pocket 10s. You know that these two 10s are behind 100% of the pairs that Kiat would be jamming. And in all likelihood, unpaired, are facing 2 overs.
Mm. This is actually one of the best.
Yeah, sharing the 10
situations,
is, of
yeah.
course, ideal, but Chidwick comfortably found the muck. Took a glimpse, by the way, into Caxton. You talked about his 19 caches.
Go on.
How many of those do you suppose were in short deck events?
Ooh. I'm gonna say 6. 1/3.
Not a bad guess. 7
7.
by my count, glancing at the Triton Poker Plus app. Though to be fair, all the way back 2017 Macau, not actually defined as long deck or short deck are the 2 results that I see there. So could perhaps effort further clarification, but
So he could have 9
yeah,
short deck
yeah.
that we're unaware of. Okay.
Point being that Haxton knows his way around these streets.
Pretty much a shove fest at the moment until a couple of bust outs or until the average stack increases. Not going to see much limping with the ICM implications in effect, given the nature of the chip distribution as things stand. It's incredibly tight out there.
Have you had an opportunity to observe short deck nosebleed cash, Henry?
Only as a byproduct of viral hand histories from the Triton poker series. Pre-pandemic, I must add as well. You know, there was a lot of high-stakes short deck prior to the pandemic that was being released from Triton, but not recently. No, you?
Like yourself, only snipped, never as like a
Full session.
yeah, exactly, bystander or
I know Randy's
7-9.
always in the booth and editing some of those cash games post-production wise. Loves it. Stevie with another annoying spot.
Watson recognizing that activation needs to happen sooner than later. Ace 8 suited. Apparently not that awkward as Stevie jams over the top, giving Watson some protection, but dominating him. And Mike flips up the Ace 8 suited. Richard Young wants a sneak peek.
Can't say I blame him.
Yeah.
Implications.
Yeah, he wants to see how much potential ladder is incoming.
Yeah.
Some chop outs and some straight outs for Sir Watts on the 7-6-6.
That's right, 5-8. Ace playing on the bottom end for a straight. Watson doesn't improve on the turn, however, and needs some assistance here. And the river renders it. Running queens. Ace high for both players are going to chop it up.
Every card except 8, 9,
Jack.
and Jack is a chop.
Out of 10.
10.
Nice.
10 is not a chop.
10 is not a chop.
10 is not.
8,
Wow.
8 is not a chop, that's what I said.
8, 9, 10.
9 is not a chop.
Jack.
8, 9, 10 Jack are not chops.
Queen 7, Queen 7,
Yes, 8, 9, 10, Jack.
6, Ace. 6 and Ace as well, right?
Not too many chops. There.
Ali, we have a Triton free roll on GG in 7 minutes.
It's always
Password.
good to just
That one is
all check
poker
in
high
and make
roller.
sure we know how to read the board.
The flipper wheel?
I didn't see it.
I don't think so.
I think it just kind of fumbled.
Can I
Now-
check and then discard?
Nice fumble. Ike, real guilty.
We've been promoting these free rolls on GG for some time, Henry, and I'm curious as to whether or not Triton employees, or for that matter, GG ambassadors, are eligible for these free rolls. I suspect not, and perhaps I should be more focused on being here in the booth, but maybe a bit of multitasking, hop into the free roll.
Do you want to
From the
last
booth?
longer? Last longer?
No, I didn't say you could play the free roll. Clearly one of us in the cockpit needs to fly the plane.
Well, it is an all-in
All spots not new.
blind
Post
free
flop,
roll.
yeah, sure. I don't think that
So-
matters so much.
Not much playing to be done, but okay.
We are a democratic country. We vote for it.
Well, in that case, your EV is probably higher than normal.
I am known to run incredibly well, yeah. In everything, not just poker. So yeah, definitely have a higher EV than, say, you would in that spot.
All in
Are you-
blind might be your best game, is all I'm trying
I've
to say.
heard that you are the champion at Resorts World of just not looking at your cards and clicking buttons blindly.
Nah, never me.
Heard from direct sources
Be
that are in
serious.
your game.
Be serious. Never do it. They're all misinformed.
What's your favorite game in the mix at the moment, or top 2, 3?
It's not really accurate.
Gonna go with double
Yeah.
board Omaha High. Big fan. And
Wow, you
1,
absolute
2, and
DJ. Love it. Okay, go on. Double board Omaha High.
Archie, which is high-low triple draw.
Archie.
Yeah. Good stuff. As we saw Young's Ace King with a pickup there. Nifty.
High-low triple draw.
6s are better for high, 8 are better for low. Qualifiers on both sides. No one qualifies. Default to the high hand. Haxton with a high hand. His turn with Ace King.
All in.
jamming.
Yeah, early position. Wow, low jack, six-handed.
How much?
Danny's going to ask for a count. He's currently got half the chips in play. More than half the chips in play.
What he's got is the jack of diamonds and a desire to go through the spot a little bit here.
Might be like a jack 10
That's what I thought.
suited kind of
1
situation.
million.
The issue and some of the considerations Danny has to make is, you know, if Ike doubles, how does it change the layout at the table? It's in a very favorable spot, and yeah, Danny wants to be the one jamming, not the one calling off.
That's, of course, always the case. But there is a bit of induction in short deck as well, though. I think we see some of the upfront limps that take place with hands that never intend to fold.
Glad to see viewers at home also siding with the people that play double board Omaha, double board high, I should say, are complete sickos.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point there was ever the sense that I am something other than a complete sicko. I apologize if I've misled anyone. Nothing sicko about under the gun ace-jack off suits, ripping it in here, as Boss has done. No takers, and looks like the antes are going up. Stacks are going to get a little diluted, but still tremendously deep are these guys. Each orbit going to run 420K.
Kiat Lee, who came in as an overwhelming chip leader, now down to third in chips.
All in.
Ike open jamming from under the gun.
On the strength of, at minimum, the ace of diamonds.
I can't believe it. What with that?
Just see what you jam. Queen 6 off.
There's something on this card. There's a little marking on this card. I think it's just a piece of dirt. No, it's still there.
Get new card on.
Ike just
Little housekeeping on the deck there.
Need a new 6
There's a
clubs.
spot in there.
Yeah.
佢話要將新嘅6 of club，即係話阿 I 入邊副牌有隻啱啱 all in 咗一隻六底級咯，即係話佢亂推咯。
But yeah, it's just 6 o'clock.
Funny guy.
冇可嗰個位點樣話
It was the queen of
六
spades.
咯？
Low key.
哇！嗰個位推遠到。
唔係，因為佢話一張牌污糟咗啊，之後佢又大大啲嚇。
So chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Danny Tang leading these 6 players, the 163 antes. Mike Watson on the low end, just 10 antes, going to be getting busy pretty quickly. 420,000 out there to fight for. Every orbit, not every orbit rather, sorry, every hand byproduct of the antes being forced in as Kiat Lee open jams the pocket jacks from under the gun. And there is Mike Watson, as I was mentioning, as I welcome none other than Nanonoko into the booth. Randy, look at this, straight off the bat. Jack's standard at this stack depth. Aces, obviously easy call.
Yeah, stacks are shallow. You need to just jam. A lot of pre-flop play in short deck.
Well, 5 to come. Kiat Lee, who came in as the overwhelming chip leader. First of 7 by a huge margin. Now 5 cards away from being down to 5 of 6. Gonna need, sorry, 6 of 6. Gonna need to find a jack. And it does come jack high.
Probably chop.
So Watts, understandably so, shakes his head in disappointment. 9 of clubs on the turn now, presenting a couple of chop outs.
Big chop.
He'll take a chop.
Ace
Can
of
you
hearts.
squeeze the clap?
Ace of hearts all day.
Can we
So
squeeze-
big fake out.
Squeeze the river?
No dice. 10 of hearts on the river as Kiat Lee boats up, and so Watts bows out in 6th. Heading home with 91,200 after what's been a swingy start to this final table for everyone. Believe on 6 occasions.
No, that's my next one.
I just tried to get it.
On 6
He didn't even look
occasions,
at
the
me.
short stack
No, I
doubled. So
was
Watts
checking stacks.
was looking likely to be the 7th short stack double. 3 cashes already here in Vietnam. The 100k main, the 15k, and the 25k, now adding 25k short deck cash to his resume for his 6th place run here. And we are down to 5 players. Randy Liu in the booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbay. Randy, Danny Tang looking for his first Triton trophy.
I mean, he was very close to getting a trophy last time when he lost to Makita heads up. Massive chip lead,
Yeah.
just kept doubling up. This time, he's going to try to hang on to this chip lead, try to actually pull the W.
Well, he's in a great spot as he finds himself with 10 million of the 17 million in play.
It's 1.3, right? Roughly.
Nice pot for Kiat Lee. Much needed to get that breathing room.
It's 1.3
Try to
right
separate themselves from the bottom of the stacks.
1.26.
I mean, they're so short. They're just going to jam anything they can get. Kiat Lee, Queen Jack. Thinking about it.
I feel like I'm not supposed to weigh in.
He's out.
If I tell him I folded an ace, that's like really bad form, right?
What are your thoughts? You know, is it bad? So I'm a believer that it's bad form during the
I want you
hand.
to call no matter what your hand is.
Yeah.
But
So
do you
either
tell
way
them
you-
after, say, hey, listen, man,
Your benefit.
you're only drawing to 1 out.
It's okay. After, not so bad.
After's not so bad.
During, obviously cannot. Chidwick, ace 10. I mean, 25 antes or so. It's not a lot.
No, he agrees with you. Under the gun, 5-handed.
Hacks it on King Jack offsuit. He's out. It looks like he's going to be able to take this one down. Chipping up is so important in short deck. You know, everyone's putting one ante, a lot in the middle. You know, he just made 300k in that pot. Up to third
You know you're
with
not
2
allowed to
shoves.
win 3 in a row, right? Only if I have a good hand.
What's the short stack?
There's so much money up for grabs every
It is a
hand.
very
I don't think I'm
small
gonna have the
chance.
opportunity
Yeah.
to jam this hand.
You never know.
Never know. Maybe Danny Lim you jam.
No, you can, yeah. Did you see it?
Yep. So ace of spades.
No, I really didn't. You believe it, right?
Yeah, of course. I don't think it was possible to see.
Richard, Queen 10 offsuit.
Arguably, the swingiest start to this FT was for none other than Richard. Got it in first hand, dominated his opponent, Phil Chu. Got sucked out and was down to just 3 antes. Randy, after just one hand of play, and it's been on an absolute spin ever since.
149.
Paxton, thinking about it, ace 10 would be in great position against queen 10. So has 3 players act behind him.
So do these hands become way more powerful, the ace 10s, ace jacks, due to the fact that they're going to be dominating so much of the jamming range, like king 10, queen 10, jack 10?
I suppose, but I think at a final table, you're just going to have to lay it down. It's just the ICM is so important, and that's what's made a lot of these, you know, more Western tournament players have an advantage in these short deck tournaments, applying their knowledge from the ICM that they've been studying. It's very, very important. You know, the short deck tournaments weren't played like this back in Montenegro and Jeju in the beginning, whereas many players were playing more chip EV. But here, your tournament life is so important. Pay jump's getting bigger as each elimination happens. You want to be the guy shoving in,
Right.
not really calling it off.
That's right. Couldn't have put it better myself.
Ace Jack, I can easily see this one going in. Sitting on about 40 antes.
Yeah, 1.5 million.
Yeah, he's going to put most of his chips in there.
Daddy's had a few of these ones.
He's cracking up.
Maybe just making eye contact with a friend on the rail. He's been in a spot like this before with a huge chip lead, as we all have, you know, where you've got one hand on the trophy, one hand on the W, and then it slips away from you by product of running bad and whatnot. Maybe a bit of nerves for Danny. Flashbacks to Madrid. Cut with a dirty stack. Someone go out there and tell him, please.
You see it.
Yep. It's a good dirty stack. I'll give him that. But
the green, is it like the 4th chip down?
It's, yeah, in the, you know, the tower on top is like the 7th or 8th chip down. It's like in the middle, close to the middle.
Good eye. Chidwick in the hijack, 10-9 offsuit.
Oh. So you have better hand.
Let's see what he's got in mind.
That's just open jam.
Man, that's some pressure right there.
How much?
Yeah, like you alluded to, you want to be the one doing the jamming rather than the cooling off, putting the pressure on your opponent.
Well, Haxton wants a price. Is he maybe getting tired of Stephen Chidwick jamming relentlessly?
Something also.
Hijack v button, so
It's tricky because your opponent can jam hands you dominate as well as the ones you're dominated by. You know, it wouldn't be surprising if Chidwick jams ace jack, ace king, king queen. But he probably would jam jack 10 suited and queen jack suited. So let's see. By no means an easy spot. He is covered.
you know when you have Ike deep in the tank that it is a legit tank, Randy. Like there's a lot going on here. He's observing the surrounding stacks, doing all the ICM calculations and future gameplay and chip PV and all that stuff, you know, that us mere mortals are oblivious to.
Yeah, he has a reasonable favorite in this hand all in pre-flop.
I call.
Wow.
Makes the call. How about it?
That's a big call there.
Ike going for the win.
Covered,
上次
too.
我都係呢個
I
牌
think。you cover by 40 or 20.
How are we gonna chop this one? 87, 7, 8, 6, 6, 6, 6, ace. 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7. 7,
I
7,
think
7, 7.
it's important to start with a king or jack to have a good chance of chopping.
Not wrong asking for a king.
A, chop.
Not bad for chopping.
But he's gonna use that. So. King, dead.
It's true.
Jack for the fun, huh?
Kind of fun.
Is 10 fun?
Yeah, I've got
King,
like
queen, jack needed.
more outs than I can count.
Queen, king, jack.
Right, Caxton to survive. 7 of clubs on the river.
I think you cover by 40, but we should check it.
Not gonna cut it.
Deep gun, do
Saying that Chidwick has him covered just by
I really think it's 1.6.
fraction of an ante. And knowing just how good our share hands crew are.
1.5, 1.6, 40. Yep.
我覺得佢好勁，好勁啊！
Yeah.
Yep, 1.640.
Has him pipped
Yeah.
by a fraction of an ante. Fist bump between Kiat Lee and Ike Caxton as he bows out of this 25k short deck ante-only starter event here in Vietnam, 5th for 117,000. And that means that these final 4 players guaranteed 151, but that first Triton trophy still elusive Triton trophy for Ike Caxton, and that is how things stand. Stephen Chidwick doing a good job to separate himself slightly from the rest of the pack, but a lot of work to be done here for Richard Yong, Kiat Lee and Chidwick if they are to overcome this overwhelming chip lead of Danny Tang. Has more than half the chips in play four-handed. Randy, thoughts on that little confrontation there? Maybe some of the insights that went through Ike's head?
I mean, look, I think you put that hand in the hands of some other players, they might find a muck. You know, Isaac Haxton definitely thinks about the game a bit differently. He, you know, wasn't shy of making a spot where he thought he had the best hand a good amount of time in a dominating situation.
Can you make it stop?
It's tough, you know, these ICM spots, final tables. Okay, I mean, his tournament life was at risk. If he had won that pot, though, he would be comfy in second. Probably would expect other people to bail out first, too. It's a tough spot, Henry.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to say any absolutes on whether it was a slam dunk or not. You saw he took his time there.
Oh, he took a lot of time, but I think there are days where he finds the fold himself. I'm sure we'll get a chance to have a chat with Ike.
Well, Danny Tang is pouncing here, ace-9 offsuit. He knows the players can't really fight back without the goods. They don't want to be at risk. Jack 10. Well, you can see Kiat Lee is already looks pained. That face just gives it away.
He's got 120 invested on the button. Going to let go of the Jack 10. Danny extending his lead now. Back up to over 10 million. Oh no, I do apologize, just shy of 10 million.
Having a big chip lead here is such a huge advantage in short deck. So you can just raise so often, and the people can't really like reshove on you too light, like in no limit hold'em and expecting fold equity, because equities run really close when you get all in pre-flop. So Danny Tang can side call off hands, and he's already committed a good amount pre-flop. You want to avoid being all in before your competitors when you can.
Well, especially given that the difference between fourth and second is 159,000, and those three kind of battling it out there.
Look, there's a chance Kiat Lee just rips into Queen 10 here. Last two positions cut off the button. He's only got one player to... Oh, he's going to make a call here. And, you know, this might actually invite Danny Tang to just push a bunch of chips in there. Ace-Jack fares to be best.
Good try, good try.
Kiat's feeling he just wasted like one ante.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I love the recognition from Chidwick as well. It's like, you know, good try, mate. At least you tried.
One ante.
Yeah, and Danny Tang can just jam so much. So many hands, especially hands worse than Ace Jack in that spot. Catley's got pocket jacks. 2 players to act.
God, this is so grim. Richard Young down there on 25.
All in.
He's going to take a chance. It's one of the spots where, please, just fold behind me. Ace Queen, this is a powerhouse hand. You dominate so many more hands here. Really just worried about Ace King. Even then, like, get in all in pre-flop, dominated in this game. It's not as bad as Nolan Hold'em. He's going to go for it, and I'll tell you, Richard Young is rooting for that Ace Queen to win because he is the tournament short stack, and Kiat Lee's in there with 40 antes.
I'm sorry for laughing, by the way. These guys just have a
You're
way.
just laughing at the misery.
They're just having too much fun out there for the stakes, for my liking, you know. I would be out there super nervous. He's just like showing one card. Love the banter between these two. Kiat Lee and Danny Tang, always entertaining at the table. Oh, wow. King 8-6.
Look at the equity there.
Yeah. Danny Tang, a 59% favorite, looking for an ace queen or a diamond. 9 of hearts.
7's good now.
Now adding, is this too many outs?
46% with 1 card to come. This is short deck.
To get us down to 3-handed, and for Danny to extend his chip lead. The Queen of Hearts rolling off on the river. Kiat Lee did have the world of outs to fade, with 1 to come in this flip situation between his good friend Danny Tang. Not the result Kiat Lee would have hoped for coming into this final table with the chip lead, just running into Danny Tang's set of queens at the start of play, and winds up bowing out 4th for 151,000. But I tell you what, Randy, Kiat Lee with a couple of final tables on his belt, or on his resume rather, at this series, and given that we've headed into the short deck phase of the series, the part he's most comfortable with, if you were to ask him. I spoke with him the other night after his 2nd place run, and he was looking forward to the short deck series because it is the game he's most comfortable with. A 4th place finish here, 151,000. I'm sure not the last. We'll see.
No, he's playing more short deck, guaranteed. They've got a lot of experience in it. As of right now, though, Danny Tang eyeing the top prize, 427k. Chidwick, just 54 antes. Young, even less, 24. And this is going to be one of those spots where Danny Tang can just be relentless. Just jam it all in. Chidwick can barely call an all in without the top of the range.
Right,
as he waits for Richard Young to hopefully bust.
110,000 difference between 3rd and 2nd. Queen 8 for Chidwick.
Straight into the muck. Not even close. Richard Young, 8 of clubs. Going to rip it in. Who knows what it is, but... Well, looks like Danny Tang was about to fold it. No, he is.
Seeing people in the chat. Michael Applegate said equities are crazy in this game. Alex Morrill saying, yes, short deck is nuts, super high variance. It really is. One of the reasons why the game has just been so popular at the Triton series is the high stakes gamble that comes with it. The lack of edge between the pros and the recreationals, given that the equities run so close.
Yep, pretty much. And Richard Young, very experienced in short deck, had 3 final tables in Madrid in short deck alone. Yep, he had a 2nd, a 4th, and a 5th across all the different buy-ins out there.
Wow.
He's experienced.
Your experience with your information over
With
there,
my Triton Poker Plus app
Hey, listen,
navigations.
there are fish out there that still haven't downloaded it, Randy, so yes.
They're in the chat, aren't they?
They are in the chat. But, you know, we keep telling them.
Ace Queen for Richard Young. Easy all in.
Oh, he's loving this. Would have happily put it in with worse. Ace Queen and a snap call.
This is a cooler.
My word. He's ran straight into the Ace King of Stephen Chidwick. As Randy already mentioned,
cooler.
Few final tables under his belt over the last year in short deck, but coming up short on several occasions. Looking likely to come up short here, however, a queen high flop for Richard Young now gives him 61% of the equity. 2 to come. Needs to fade a king or a 10, obviously. The immediate out says the 10 of spades. Instant delivery for Stephen Chidwick, and Richard now drawing to a chop and a chop only as the 9 of spades completes the board. A handshake between all three as Richard Young bows out in third for 199,300. Another short deck final table on his already impressive Triton track record. Number 2 on the Malaysia all-time money list. Heading home with the bronze here in the 25k short deck as we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Randy.
It was fast.
Yes, it was fast. We are heads up. Danny Tang looking for his first Triton trophy. Stephen Chidwick already a 2nd place finish here in that 75k, looking to go one further and get his 2nd trophy. Who's it going to be, Randy?
If I had to pick, no knock on Stephen Chidwick, but look at Danny Tang's chip stack, right? It's 12.5 million versus 4.5 million. He's got the commanding chip lead. I want to say the skill edge is probably non-existent amongst these 2 players in heads up, short deck. Both very well experienced, really good at the game. It's just going to come down to, you know, who's going to be able to navigate the smaller spots, but there's going to be a lot of all-ins with this stack depth.
Well, 310,000 guaranteed for both, 427,000 for first, and obviously the Triton trophy, the elusive Triton trophy. Is it going to be Danny Tang claiming his first victory or Stephen Chidwick winning his 2nd? We're going to 10 minutes of commercials as we set up the stage for what is set to be an epic heads-up battle between none other than Stephen Chidwick and Danny Tang.
GG Poker. The biggest poker site.
Best poker software.
Why?
The most ambitious.
This is a crazy.
It's a doom. say side card, it could be an ace legit. Oh, baby!
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
Final table for Kiat Lee. Now Chidwick. Taking a pass, Phil Chu, ace queen. 72,500, 7th place money, 91,200 for 6th.
Young has been through the ringer so far.
I would have motion sickness if my chip stack bounced around as much as Young's has already here. And the 10s go into the muck.
We're under 9.
Tang asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, note the equities.
9 something.
19 antes. 47% of the equity.
I think Richard blocked you. Probably good for me. Okay, go.
He's going to make the call. And we are flipping for our first elimination.
Okay.
6 times, believe Ike said. The short stack has survived and doubled.
Check. Oh, check.
Will it happen again here? Danny Tang can certainly afford to spin this wheel for Phil Chu. As the two Hong Kongese delegates take the King 10-7 all spade flop. Tang in front with the pair of 10s. Phil pulling for Danny to make 2 pair and give him Broadway. Not happening as yet. Ace or a jack needed for Phil Chu. And instead he hits the queen, which pairs him, but gives Danny Tang the king high straight.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot that one as well, Ali. Didn't realize that the 9 on the turn actually removed the 3 queen outs. GG's.
So Phil Chu finishes in 7th place, 72,500 richer for the effort, and giving the boys an almost 20K jump as he leaves behind 6, but does pick up his...
Just 10 antes, going to be getting busy pretty quickly. 420,000 out there to fight for. Every orbit, not every orbit rather, sorry, every hand byproduct of the antes being forced in as Kiat Lee open jams the pocket jacks from under the gun. And there is Mike Watson, as I was mentioning, as I welcome none other than Nanonoko into the booth. Randy, look at this, straight off the bat. Jacks standard at this stack depth, aces, obviously easy call.
Yeah, stacks are shallow, you need to just jam. A lot of pre-flop play in short deck.
5 to come. Kiat Lee, who came in as the overwhelming chip leader. First of 7 by a huge margin. Now 5 cards away from being down to 5 of 6. Gonna need, sorry, 6 of 6. Gonna need to find a jack. And it does come jack high.
Probably chop.
So Watts, understandably so, shakes his head in disappointment. 9 of clubs on the turn now, presenting a couple of chop outs.
Big chop.
He'll take a chop.
Ace of hearts. Ace of hearts all day. Those big fake out.
No dice. 10 of hearts on the river as Kiat Lee boats up, and Sir Watts bows out in 6th. Heading home with 91,200 after what's been a swingy start to this final table for everyone. Believe on 6 occasions.
No, that's my next one.
I just tried to get it.
On 6
He didn't even look
occasions,
at
the
me.
short stack
No, I
double.
was checking stacks.
Was looking likely to be the 7th short stack double. 3 cashes already here in Vietnam. Well, very warm welcome back to the break desk here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the 25k short deck. For now, our attention turning to the fact that we are somehow heads up after just, 2 levels of play. Stephen Chidwick squaring off against none other than Danny Tang, who has knocked on the door of victory many times, has teased with the win. Most recently against Makita, I want to say, heads up in Madrid. Coming up against another world-class opponent, Stephen Chidwick, but note the stack differences between the two. Danny Tang with 207 antes, Randy. What can we expect at this stack depth coming in? And is there any pressure on Danny to kind of deliver a win here now?
Well, there's a lot of pressure on Danny, right? Like, he's gotten many second places in some of the biggest spines at the Triton series. You know, he really wants this. All of his friends out there that he discussed strategy with have titles like Soiza, Webster. And he's got tough competition, however, right? We got Stephen Chidwick, who's got a title already, who is known for being one of the best no-limit and short deck player, just one of the best poker players of all time, especially in tournament poker. He's got the chip advantage, but if Stephen Chidwick can get one double, we know it's anyone's game. So it's going to be a really tough fight for both of them.
Well, 4 final tables for Danny in Madrid, 2 in Northern Cyprus. Dry spell here in Vietnam up until this short deck started, but now finds himself heads up against Stephen Chidwick as we throw it down to the main feature table. Randy and I are going to sweat a part of Triton history. Is it going to be Danny Tang closing out his first victory? Is it going to be Stephen Chidwick atop of the Player of the Year, the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, and extending it with another short deck victory? 207 antes, plays 78. Difference of 117,000 between first and second. Stephen Chidwick coming second in the 75k just a few nights ago to Orpen for 1,245,000. He's had quite the trip. It was a bit of a slow start, actually. Had 3 cashes out of the first 5 events, but they were all kind of, just in the money and then not managing to get much going in the form of momentum. Followed up by that strong performance in the 75k. Didn't cash the main, didn't cash the 50k turbo. Now heads up against Danny Tang in this short deck 25k. And worth mentioning, by the way, Randy, that today, obviously, event number 12, the 50k, so the stakes getting higher in the short deck streets, will be jumping into that. These two will be likely jumping into that at the conclusion of this 25k is currently running. You can actually see that Jason Kuhn is one of the first. I mean, is there a name other than Jason Kuhn that you'd expect to see there? Jason Kuhn, reg straight from the start.
Of course he did. Loves the game so much. There's actually a very unique thing about heads up short deck is that the player first to act pre-flop is actually the first player to act post-flop as well.
Player that's first act pre-flop. That's right, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas in No Limit Hold'em, if you act first pre-flop, you act second post-flop.
That is right. So, is there any significant strategy difference there? Like, are you going to have more traps?
So, what should be the case due to the post-flop positional disadvantage of acting first is that the guy who acts first, the cutoff, will limp a lot of their hands, or maybe even just open jam a lot too, because that positional disadvantage post-flop can compound rather quickly.
I appreciate the short deck insights as always, Randy. Chidwick with just 8 high.
He's thinking about it. Just wondering how often Danny limped a hand that smashed this that would check fold. Thinks he's getting trapped a bit. Ace high is good if it does not fold. Chidwick playing the board. Oh, he's thinking about a little value bet.
One ante, perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. Let's see. It's not going to be a big bet. 90K. Problem for Chidwick is if he makes this call here, he's actually calling for half the pot.
Right. 90K to win 165K.
Yeah, wouldn't be getting as good of odds as normal. I think also Chidwick's expected to have bet a queen by now, so can't really start bluff raising all of a sudden.
So first hand going Tang's way. Let us know, as always, who you're rooting for at home. Danny looking for his first Triton title. Stephen Chidwick looking to become a two-time champion, join the likes of Ivan Liao, Fedor Holtz, Henrik Hecklund, Michael Darmo, Bonomo, Rui Cao, Winfried Yu, Dan Cates, and Matthias.
I was going to say, wow, you really remembered every single one of them.
I did, just off the top of my head. And you know, I bet you could tell us the 2 3-time champions off the top of your head. Go
right
on.
away, Phil Ivey and Wai Kin Yong.
Exactly. The 1 4-time champion.
Makita Badziakuski.
And lastly, our 5-time champion.
Jason Kuhn.
There we go.
Easy.
That's why we get paid the big bucks, Randy. All that information stored in our heads as the blinds. Do we call them blinds in short deck, or do we call?
Look, I understand what you're talking about when you say blinds, but
Right.
I think they say the antes.
So the antes
going up.
80,000 and then 160,000 button ante.
Yeah, button ante is 2x the rest. Queen 10 suited, King 10 offsuit. Definitely something that can get some action in there. Gonna rip it in. It's King 10. Good enough. How much are we playing? 35 antes? It's down.
Now, I have to ask. Short deck, obviously, way more popular in the East, and there are a few names that come to mind when you think of the Westerners who frequent the Triton series. Your Chidwicks, Makita, Jason Kuhn, Sir Watts, just to name a few. Where are these guys getting their experience? Are they taking trips to Macau to get some reps in between series, or is it just, you know, they're reviewing the past streams from the Triton series, just studying as much as they can?
Look, I mean, short deck was really popular on apps and stuff like that. I'm sure they did a lot of homework before coming to the first Triton stop to play those tournaments.
That game born in Macau?
Look, most likely through private games. I'm not sure the exact origins. I don't think you can actually play short deck at, say, at the local card room, if I remember correctly. But no, there's a lot of different stories on the origins of how this game came about. But one thing is for sure is that the recreational players really love it. There's a lot of gamble on it. Edges are reduced. Simplifies the game a lot. It's a really fun one to play because you get involved in so many hands. You don't really, if you're card dead in No Limit Hold'em, there's nothing you can do about it. You'll get marginal hands in this game, which is the equivalent to being card dead.
240.
Well, Chidwick not
Blasting.
card dead here. Middle pair against Danny Tang's gut shot. Sizable.
It's sizable.
Stab, yeah.
3 antes, 2/3 pot. Look, I'm sure Chidwick has put a lot of studying into not only ring game and tournament short deck, but as well as heads up. Don't want to read into it too much, what his game plan is. But it doesn't shake Danny Tang.
I mean, honestly, I dare you to try and read too much into Chidwick's game. Your mind might explode.
I've tried to play some Triton short deck tournaments in the past. Came out 0.
Small sample, Randy. Don't beat yourself up.
Yeah, but I like to be results oriented when I can.
Well, don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. If you are pursuing poker, results orientatedness will likely lead to sleepless nights and higher blood pressure.
At first glance, it may not seem like it has a lot of skill sometimes when you just see people get it all in, but there's a lot of skill, especially in the post flop. If you approach post flop the same way as you do in no limit hold'em, you'll get crushed. You're just going to have the wrong assumptions on people's continuing ranges. Bet sizes is different too. You'll see a lot of size ups because they're trying to deny equity, because equity is very close in this game. Now, some people say it's similar to PLO in that sense. Check for now. Danny, just a pair of nines. Not feeling good about it. Take one off. Hoping. Both hands got some showdown value. Not too much.
Yeah, only really beats the traps, right? The ace, queen, ace, jack type holdings.
Yeah. I mean, Chidwick really does not like to see the 8. Of course, he could have been up against an 8x on the flop.
That's the hope. He's up against queen 9, jack 9, 9-6, 9-7, as we can see.
Yeah, and, you know, we are playing heads up, so it's a decent part of his opponent's range. Danny here, pair of 9s. Contemplating turning it into a bluff on the 8, knowing that it's more likely he's got the 8. Does 9x have enough showdown value is the main question.
Let's defer to Danny.
Oh, he's going to turn this one into a bluff. Very, very credible. Near pot size bet. It's annoying for Chidwick, right? He wanted to see the check through. Pot size bet is basically saying, I've got trips or nothing. I mean, Danny Tang could also have some full houses.
He definitely can,
Yeah, to check back the turn makes a lot of sense since the straight and flush got there.
King 8, 10-8, 9-8 all come to mind.
Yes.
Could definitely have some top and bottoms on the flop that don't want to stack off given how wet the board is.
But you know, you do need to get pretty creative to try to find some bluffs here for Steven Chidwick. Stevie's also wondering, okay, if my opponent had 9x, does he sometime check back the river? What frequency? Gonna lay down the best hand. Nicely done for Danny Tang. Playing great.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just realizing in that spot that he had what I like to call fake showdown, Randy.
Fake showdown.
Yeah, fake showdown with that 9.
FSD. Fake showdown.
FSD.
Okay.
Get that added into your stats chat.
Tried looking it up. We couldn't find it.
It's right. It's so many levels above everyone else.
It's the new update coming in 2030.
You gotta download it. Chidwick letting go of the best hand. Understandably so, by the way. There's that title, that trophy, and the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. The one that is...
I want one of those Shambhala jewels. They look
Yeah, I tried one.
You like it?
The other day.
It's nice.
Shout out to Tim. I wouldn't mind snagging me a piece.
Winning one might be hard. We might have to just buy it outright.
That's what I was thinking. I was just like, look.
Do we maybe chop it 50-50? You take it half the year, I take it the other half.
What, buy one?
Yeah.
We could do that.
Maybe we get all in there, we can go thirds.
Nah, I don't.
No, you don't want...
You'll never see it again.
All right, onto this hand real quick. Limp from Danny Tang, out of position. Take a flop.
Well, how about the stone cold nuts on the ace, queen 10 for Danny? Rainbow board as well. Chidwick drawing to running boat outs.
Yeah, what a wonderful flop. Let's see if we just start charging 10x, queen x. You know, he doesn't block those hands, so time to start betting. You're not going to expect the big blind to bet this flop when check 2, limp pre-flop. I wouldn't fault CV if he just lays this hand down right now on the flop with 10-8. He could be drawing very slim already. Let's see what he thinks. It's a sizable bet on the flop, not getting as good of odds. Pitch it. This is one of those spots where in no limit hold'em you would never fold a pair, blind versus blind. It's just that there's 5s, 4s, 3s, and deuces in no limit hold'em. Ranges are wider. They're gonna whiff more.
Well, talking of whiffing, that sounds like me over on GG Poker in the Omaha Cash Game Streets. Friendly, I've told you before.
How bad are you?
I mean, look, I'm out there battling. You can qualify into future Triton events. We've also had the Triton free rolls running over on GG. You can sign up today, get a $50 Global Millions ticket, match deposit bonus of up to $600. Plenty of reasons to get involved over on GG, but the biggest one is the Randy Lou and Henry Kilbane money being whaled around over there, as well as the fact that Ali has promised to look into start up some mixed game cash game sessions. He's trying to lure us all in. He's been playing the long game.
7-6 offsuit. People say it's like the deuce 3 of no limit hold'em. Jack 6 offsuit, more like the 7 deuce. Both terrible.
I love both those hands.
Okay.
Deuce 3 and 7 deuce.
Your bankroll does not like those hands.
Facts.
Wow. 7-6 offsuit. Some disrespect here. Raising the cutoff limp.
Well, is this similar to hold'em where the small blind limps and you kind of 4x your top of range and bottom of range, polarizing?
Yeah, I would say so. You don't really want to raise fold like a strongish hand that's very playable with high equity, you know, like Queen Jack offsuit, for example. So now you have to throw in these really bad hands. Gets called. Chidwick in a great spot, but 2-8s is actually really hard to navigate in short deck when you don't flop a set. You just are just behind a lot on a lot of flops, turns, and rivers.
Well, case in point, King, Queen, Jack, Rainbow. Can see that Chidwick actually way out in front with the 8s, but given the Danny Tang ISO, interesting whether he opts to fire here and set up something across multiple streets, or the more pot-controlled delayed C-bet. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, sizable bet, 800K. Quick fold, nicely done from Danny Tang. He probably figures that this board, 3 Broadways, is the type of board where Stephen Chidwick would just put it in pre-flop a lot, that's capable of, you know, playing.
Chidwick rocking that custom Jacob & Co piece that he won from the short deck main back in Madrid. Beat Tony G. Heads up in that one.
Yeah. Love me some Tony. We saw him around.
Well, Danny Tang has had a solid start to this heads-up match. Has created a significant gap already. 14 million, plays 3.1 million. Chidwick down to 40 antes.
2 walks in a row.
Randy, we had the chance to go for a stroll last night with the team after
Correcto.
Getting a bit of an early night off. Byproduct of that main event final table. Just thick and fast action over in that one to Lau coming out on top. I think we'll be coming back. A lot of the players, the feedback, last night. What's your experience like?
I mean, Vietnam was a very successful. I mean, it's still going.
Still going.
But so far, very successful.
Present tense, not past tense.
A lot
Randy.
of the pros that we ran into was, very happy.
Right.
With the tournament itself, the quality, how they were listened to by the crew out there, and yeah, just was great. It's nice to have like this one stop where all of the best players show up too.
Certainly felt that way. We did run into a big group. Fedor, Mario, Thomas, Mulocker, Sam Grafton, Alex Kulev, all out enjoying the night. Those guys not in the short deck streets. They're here mainly for...
No, they haven't. They're not getting the full value right now,
No.
right? But, a lot of these tournament regs that we speak of, like Chidwick, Jason Kuhn, Isaac Haxton, Daniel DeVoris, Justin Bonomo, they've been firing since day one, the short deck tournaments, and, getting the most out of these Triton stops. King 10, check through. King is good. The sevens doesn't look too bad now, right? 3 kings out there, you got a full house. Your opponent needs to have a 10 or a king. Unlikely, but in this spot, Danny is crushing it.
Yeah, Chidwick in rough shape and likely to maybe pay off a stab here. Some gut shots out there that Danny can have.
Yeah, I agree. Actually 11% to tie still. A little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, 3 outs once. King and 2 tens.
For this sizing, I don't really see how Chidwick can get away from it. He could be up against a hand that's just stabbing, especially from the cutoff. He's got position. He can respond accordingly. Call it is.
Well, Jack of spades, some of those gut shots have now improved to 4 houses. Jack 9, ace jack.
Jack, not a great card for Danny Ting, of course. Still going to reach for a value bet. Looks like a small one. Trying to get looked up by pocket pairs lower than 10. Occasionally he gets the same hand to fold.
Well, a swift fold from the 7s, and Danny extends his lead here. Chidwick with some work to do if he is to claim his 2nd Triton title. Still has to be pretty thrilled for getting heads up. It's a very swingy start to the final table.
Quick walk.
You managed to get a walk in this morning before coming into today?
No, I did not get a walk as many walks as his heads up has gotten so far. 3 walks, I believe. Ace Jack now for Danny Tang. Chidwick's only got 30 antes left, so you're going to see this jam happening a lot more now from both sides. Danny Tang getting the best of Chidwick post flop so far.
Yeah, that's stack depth now. Shoving territory until Chidwick either chips up a bit or Danny wins an all-in confrontation. It's not going to take much hands, or much hand strength, to collide now that Stevie's down to 32 antes.
We might get some collision here. King, Jack, and Ace-7 offsuit. I think King Jack is definitely going to be jamming this one, 30 antes.
Yeah, I think Ace-10-0 is probably the line. Ace-7, Ace-8, Ace-9, really close. And he's going to check it. Into the muck it goes. Close. That is exactly what we were talking about and alluding to. A few pips higher for Danny. And I think we'll see him click the call button there.
Yeah, I can easily see Ace-9 probably the one that he would go with. Ace-10 most certainly. You know, Danny's happy with the way things are going. King X offsuit, 30 blinds. Doesn't want to bleed. Give Chidwick extra ammo. Felt it was too much to shove. Limping to give him extra ante, not ideal. He's out.
$35, similar spot to the King Jack. 240,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, I think King 10 has a high percentage of jams here. With this stack depth right now, it's kind of like a jam or open fold situation right now.
So a couple of jams getting through for Chidwick. Yet to run in to a hand that Danny deems good enough for a call. 37 antes with the antes going up any moment now. Quick shuffle. 310,000 guaranteed for both these players, 427,000 and the title obviously going to the eventual champion payouts, brought to you by GG Poker. See Phil Chu, the first casualty at this final table, followed by Sir Watts and Haxton. And there was our chip leader coming into the FT, Kiat Lee, bowing out in fourth, and Richard Yong adding another short deck final table to his Triton track record. The Triton founder sits second on the Malaysian all-time money list.
2 jacks here. Nice spot. Still for 35 antes, I think open jamming is the play you'll see the most. Let's see. No, he's actually going for a trap here. Wow, this is sneaky. 9-8 suited might be tempted.
It feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, and this would be a really nice spot to get it in pre-flop for 2 jacks. Big favorite, especially in short deck. He's going to get snapped off.
Snap call from Danny Tang. And he is in great shape, about as good a shape you can get into in short deck. 66% favorite. With the 2 jacks, setting the trap. 5 cards to come for his first Triton trophy after, as we already mentioned, a few crossbars, 10 of clubs in the window.
No.
Randy, how about that for
He's
an equity
favorite
shift?
right now.
53% equity for Chidwick, flopping the open-ended straight flush draw on the King 10-7. Turn. 8 of hearts giving Chidwick. Pair of eights, one card to come. Danny Tang, 61% favorite. He's done it, Randy. 7 of spades on the river. Stephen Chidwick somehow bricking after flopping an open-ended straight draw. Second place finish for him here in Vietnam, but you can see just how much it means to that man right there, finally getting his hands on a Triton trophy after so many attempts and, more importantly, so many near misses. Danny Tang embracing Carl Gassian, the KCG. High fives all around. We have ourselves our 25k short deck ante-only champion. It's Danny Tang, who came into this final table second in chips, Randy. Very early on, doubled through Cat Lee and just held his own as the chip leader. Comfortable lead there after doubling through Cat Lee and just really steamrolled the ICM situation, played the role of table captain incredibly well and comes out on top. 427,000 for Danny Tang. Stephen Chidwick cashing for 310,000, and more importantly maybe for, I guess, silver lining purposes, adding some more points to the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard, which he leads. First short deck event of the series, rather. Danny Tang coming out on top, Randy.
Yeah, you know, once he got to that chip lead, and especially when it was a big margin from him in second place, he just exerted the pressure he needed to, got away when he could. He played really well in that heads-up match, right? In post-flop against Stephen Chidwick, he was able to extract value, able to make some bluffs, like turning that 9-6 into a bluff against the Jack-10. Very key, important part of that hand, and really just pressed on Stephen Chidwick. His experience showed in heads-up in short deck, and finally getting that win. You could see he was very happy. All his friends from all around the Asian circuit just celebrating and telling him, good job.
Well, he'd been knocking on the door, flirting with victory, if you will, for quite some time, but coming out on top finally here in the 25k short deck ante-only. And what a final table performance it was from Danny. Has to be incredibly proud, as you already mentioned. You know, once he did double through Cat Lee, just owned the role of table captain with 6 left. And then obviously coming into heads up with an overwhelming chip lead over Stephen Chidwick, closing it out in pretty quick fashion as well. And I'm sure gonna celebrate that for the next 30 minutes or so before jumping into the 50k, which we will be bringing you guys coverage of after we have a word with our champion. But Randy, the action not stopping here, not slowing down. We're just getting warmed up with the short deck action. But before we jump into the 50k coverage from the second short deck tournament of the series, we're going to throw it down to Ali Najad, who's got a quick word with our champion, Danny Tang.
Normally, if you say someone's got 5 million in career tournament earnings on a series, that person is going to have some titles under their belt. But not until today was that the case for Danny Tang, the champion here in our 25k short deck. Danny, you had 11 cashes coming in. 8 of them came courtesy of final tables. 2 second place finishes, finally got the monkey off your back. What made this event different for you?
I've had a really rough week, you know, losing a lot. It's the first time I didn't cash at all in any of the no limit. And coming here, this event, I actually bought in 5 times. So I had to come like 5th or 4th to even break even, you know. But yeah, finally monkey off the back.
Well, listen, you took on Stevie Chidwick, guy at the top of the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Awards, heads up. Were you concerned about the amount of talent?
I mean, Stevie, it's a great player, great no-limit home player, and short deck, especially he plays PLO and I don't play PLO, you know. I don't want to feel like I've given up in a race already, because obviously I love to win it for Ivan, but yeah, it's good to deny him another title at least.
Well, I'm glad that you mentioned Ivan. Obviously, the man that we named the Player of the Year award after, Stevie at the top of that leaderboard. But you and Ivan shared such a close personal relationship, as so many here in the Triton Super High Roller Series did. Were you thinking about him as you were here at this final table approaching this victory?
I think about him every day. Every single day we still think about him. It's a funny story, you know. We were walking towards the tournament area yesterday. I think it was yesterday or maybe the day before. And it was Soider who said, yeah, Ivan's blessing that he ran so far in the main event. And obviously Webster done well this series and Kirtley as well. And I joked in our group. I said, obviously Ivan doesn't really like me, does he? But yeah, he heard me. And he does love me after all, I guess. Yeah, it's good to win this. This is definitely dedicated to him.
Well, I know that he loves you, and so many here love him. And there's a little bit more love still to be shown as I bring Luca Vivaldi to the stage to give you well-earned hardware. Danny, enjoy it. Your 25K short deck champion, ladies and gentlemen, the Shambhala Jewels bracelet, the Triton title. Danny Tang, enjoy, my friend.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
分錢。十啦。
Top draw.
Jack, however, prevents that development, and it has been a very poor start to this final table for Kiat Lee. Now Chidwick taking a pass. Phil Shu, ace queen, 72,500, 7th place money, 91,200 for 6th.
Well, Young has been through the ringer so far.
I would have motion sickness if my chip stack bounced around as much as Young's has already here. And the 10s go into the muck.
We're under 9.
Tang asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, note the equities.
9 something.
19 antes. 47% of the equity.
I think Richard got blocked you. Quite good to me. Okay, go.
He's going to make the call. And we are flipping. For our first elimination.
Right? Okay.
6 times, believe Ike said. The short stack has survived and doubled.
Check. Oh, check.
Will it happen again here? Danny Tang can certainly afford to spin this wheel for Phil Shu. As the two Hong Kongese delegates take the King 10-7 all spade flop. Tang in front with the pair of 10s. Phil pulling for Danny to make 2 pair and give him Broadway. Not happening as yet. Ace or a jack needed for Phil Shu. And instead he hits the queen, which pairs him, but gives Danny Tang the king high straight.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot that one as well, Ali. Didn't realize that the 9 on the turn actually removed the 3 queen outs. GG's.
So Phil Shu finishes in 7th place, 72,500 richer for the effort, and giving the boys an almost 20K jump as he leaves behind 6, but does pick up his...
Just 10 antes, going to be getting busy pretty quickly. 420,000 out there to fight for. Every orbit, not every orbit rather, sorry, every hand byproduct of the antes being forced in as Kiat Lee open jams the pocket jacks from under the gun. And there is Mike Watson, as I was mentioning, as I welcome none other than Nanonoko into the booth. Randy, look at this, straight off the bat. Jacks standard at this stack depth, aces, obviously easy call.
Yeah, stacks are shallow, you need to just jam. A lot of pre-flop play in short deck.
Well, 5 to come. Kiat Lee, who came in as the overwhelming chip leader. First of 7 by a huge margin. Now 5 cards away from being down to 5 of 6. Gonna need, sorry, 6 of 6. Gonna need to find a jack. And it does come jack high.
Probably chop.
As Sir Watts, understandably so, shakes his head in disappointment. 9 of clubs on the turn now, presenting a couple of chop outs.
Big chop.
He'll take a chop.
Ace
Can
of
you
hearts.
squeeze the clock?
Ace of hearts all day.
Can we squeeze,
Big fake out.
squeeze the river?
No dice. 10 of hearts on the river as Kiatli boats up, and Sir Watts bows out in 6th, heading home with 91,200 after what's been a swingy start to this final table for everyone. Believe on 6 occasions.
No, that's my next one.
I just tried to get it.
On 6
He didn't even look at
occasions, the
me.
short stack
No, I
double. Sir
was
Watts
checking stacks.
was looking likely to be the 7th short stack double. 3 cashes already here in Vietnam. The 100k main, the 15k, and the 25k, now adding 25k short deck cash to his resume for his 6th place run here. It's a good dirty stack. I'll give him that. But
The green, is it like the 4th chip down?
it's, yeah, in the, you know, the tower on top is like the 7th or 8th chip down. It's like in the middle, close to the middle.
Good eye.
He's up.
Chidwick in the hijack, 10-9 off suit.
Oh. So you have better hand.
Let's see what he's got in mind.
And a warm welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Resort Golf and Casino. Ali Najad in for Henry Kilbane, Randy Liu alongside, and we have picked up coverage, of course, with the 25K short deck in the books of the 50K short deck. Coming your way shortly, no pun intended there, Randy. On the break, did want to update those of you that maybe are inquiring minds that there is currently a promotion up at the food court for the medium boba to be upgraded to a large size boba. I don't know if you've had a chance to get involved, but I certainly did, and it was delicious. Anyhow, moving along. I don't know why I felt the need to get that out there.
Thanks, Ali.
A little.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get that promotion. Save that 20 cents or whatever it is.
All right, we have promoted ourselves from 25K to 50K, as mentioned, in terms of buy-in here in this short deck event, where we currently find Kiatli once more up at the top of the leaderboard. Can it be? He came in as the overwhelming chip leader in the 25K. Of course, ultimately, it was the turn of one Danny Tang to take down that event. But here we are, new feature table. Santi Jiang, a name we haven't called thus far. Ike Haxton, who of course was at the final table of that 25K, along with Stevie Chidwick, Sam Greenwood, Mikita Badziakuski, a disproportionately Western collection of players here in the short deck streets. 1K Annie, 2K on the button.
Yeah, we've got some
Ace-King
short deck
suited, King-Jack
specialists
suited,
coming
9-8
out here,
suited.
like Santi Jiang. You know, he didn't
Not
play in the
horrible.
no limit. Capable,
No
but
hand jack.
prefers the short deck
Now
streets.
King-Jack suited.
Oh, King Jack suited.
Santi's first
Not great,
festival
but-
was in
I mean, the boys
Madrid,
come all sevens.
where he cashed 7th in the 25K short deck event. Then in Cyprus,
You need 3, not 4.
did make a final table of the
I did flop, is
25K
that
long deck.
Is that?
And here he
Ace
is
10
limping
Jack
in
there, so I was in,
with
you know.
Ace 10. Also, by the way, finished 6th in the 50K one bullet short deck.
11.
We know Makita is hungry, right? He just saw Jason Kuhn ship number 5.
Oh yeah, I hadn't
Not
thought
gonna
about
get
that.
away
Incredibly
with
good
that.
flop. I'm just saying, I'm just like not out of the woods by in any way. And I think Jason had a backdoor on the flop too, but only Jason. So
Did the 9-8 win?
no, Queen came.
Badziakuski,
Ace King. Ace King. fits
such a
in.
competent player on both sides of the equation.
Well, they chopped.
Here in Vietnam, though, Randy, and you know how painful this can be.
Is he on a
Yet
offer?
I have
to
no idea.
cash on an offer.
Yeah,
Danny
I would
Tang was
guess
on an offer before winning the short deck 25K, though, so
Pre-flop.
Yeah.
maybe
Yeah, I
this
think
is
so,
just
yeah.
what the doctor ordered.
This guy's back already. Stephen Chidwick, 2nd place in the 25K short deck.
Cards I
Could
fold,
barely
I'm
take a
just
break.
putting them on the thing.
And that's Chidwick's second place finish here in Vietnam.
Ace King.
Came in behind Orpin Kisachikoglu.
I mean, it's always disappointing to get 2nd, but
9-8 is for sure.
in the end of the day, multiple
Yeah.
seconds is not going to break a bankroll.
No, definitely not.
X might be in last. I have no idea.
Gonna keep it flush.
Nah, I think Ace King suited has got to be King Jack suited. No, 9-8 suited is in first place. King Jack suited is in last place.
Yeah, King Jack has 19. Ace King suited has 29. I have 31. And you have the rest.
Did you get it out of your hand?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's only 20.
Santi said
Did you
run
check
it
it up, or
from the button.
Oh.
Just did it.
Out flopped Greenwood.
Yeah, like, I would have thought Jack's pretty good.
Nah, not with that Jack.
Yeah.
2.5.
Greenwood going to take a stab here.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Yeah, I
I
guess
think maybe the ace of clubs is
if it's King 10 rather than King Jack, now you're in second
maybe
place.
one of the reasons why he opted to go for a little
King
bet.
10 rather than King
Not
Jack,
going to
now
shake
you're in
middle
second
pair.
place.
This is short decks plays very differently than Nolan Hold'em in post-flop situations, but we always know that trip nines is always good in any game.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yep. Henry Kilbane actually pointing out that a flopped straight is behind a set in short deck. Deuces through fives removed. Played as an ante game. Single ante all the way around the field, and then a double ante on the button.
Good to know that Henry did his homework. Ace 9, trip nines, good for a value bet. Lots of straight draws. You want to kind of value bet against these draws more so in short deck because, quite frankly, they can hit it so much more often when there's no fives, fours, threes, and twos in there.
Mm-hmm.
Greenwood, though, just not much of a piece.
8K into 12, 2/3 pot.
Oh, looks like it's going to peel one off. Grabbing calling chips, maybe. Are those calling chips or is that more? It's calling.
On
Looks
the river, yes, Santi fills up. Greenwood hits the ace. It is going to be peculiar, though, once Greenwood sees this bet from Santi. So many hands have ace-8 beat, especially given the button.
The button has the widest range in a limp pot. So a lot of times it does come down to kind of a guessing game. It's like, is my opponent trying to rep that 9? The fact that flop went bet call from Greenwood makes it very unlikely Greenwood's got 9x, because 9x actually doesn't bet this flop. Very, very little frequency. Let's see. I mean, he hit the best card in the deck, and he feels like he wants to fold.
28K, 35 bet. And the overbet polarizing Greenwood looks him up. Well-navigated spot there from Santi Jiang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, short deck specialists. They come out for these events. You know, there's no tour that I know of besides Triton that just runs a multi-short deck tournament festival.
342K in career Triton earnings across 3 caches for Santi.
Now, I'm not sure if you've noticed yet, Ali, but you got to see these little bubbles in the Triton Poker Plus app. These little circles under each stack sizes, representing that we're using a, what's lammer, is that the right word to use? Lammer kind of structure where each lammer is worth 100,000 in chips, and you're able to claim them whenever you want. So you could claim all 300,000 if you wanted to. Most people do not. And if you bust 3 times, then you're actually out of the tournament and will have to re-enter to get an additional 3 lammers.
Haxton entering with the 2 jacks. So when we talk about the 1-bullet short deck events, those are
so we
3 lammers still, but no rebuy.
In the 1-bullet short deck event,
Or is it just
I thought you had to
lammer?
claim them all at once.
Okay.
So it's like a super deep stack.
Got
and that
it.
was something we tried at the last stop. You know, and people give their feedback whether they like it or not. They see it based on the entries as well.
Meanwhile, 2 players joined Ike, who limped up front, cut off of Santi, and the button of Chidwick, which is turned into kings here, hopping out in front of the blackjacks.
Yeah, you actually see the under the gun player try and rep the king a decent amount because they actually limp ace king quite a bit. You'll probably see more of that in future hands. For now, Chidwick, king 10. Best of it. There are gut shots out there. They may seem hidden if you don't play the game too often, but ace 7, ace 9.
Yeah, the ace plays as a 5.
Correct.
For straights. Now Chidwick. Half pop bet.
Yeah, a little something. Let's see if Haxton is going to call or get away from this 2 jacks. I mean, he knows the dealer button's got the widest range in a limp pot. He's cutting out calling chips.
To the turn we go. It's trip kings now for Chidwick.
Yeah, Isaac's going to just look at this king. It's like, okay, I feel pretty good about my hand right now, but actually a trouble card for him. Looks like Haxton's debating actually leading this turn card. Trying to freeze the action. Up. Set the price. Let's see. Nope, he's going to check. On to Chidwick. Backdoor flush draw comes in. Is a hand he could try to represent as bluffs. Of course, he can have the straight draws. He could have king X. All right, start with value bet again. A small bet. He knows that if he's up against king X, his kicker is unlikely to be good, given the pre-flop action, so he's value betting against these pocket pairs, these straight draws on the flop. It's pretty enticing to continue for 5K, even with a hand like 2 jacks.
Well, obviously, Chidwick on the button's got that wide range. Haxton aware of that and almost begrudgingly flings the 5K out there. It's sort of that price that you know is designed more to keep you in than it is to kick you out, and you start to wonder, well, what is it that I'm up against if that's what's on Chidwick's mind?
Really interesting spot here for Chidwick, as he's got the worst kicker practically, especially against an undergun limp. To check call twice. I want to see if he can find value here with king 10. Does he think a pocket pair like queens and jacks and 10s could put in multiple barrels, 3 streets? It's pretty tough to extract that much from those hands.
Would Haxton have played a king in this manner, limping up front, check call, check call?
Maybe. I would say definitely not with 100% frequency. Sometimes he's going to be betting out himself, whether it's on the flop or turn. What's important is that the king 10, if he's trying to value bet against a king, you know, his kicker is no good. And I'm not surprised he checks this. He doesn't think that jacks or queens would pay off for a 3rd barrel, but he knows if he was up against a slow played hand, he'd lose chips.
Nice from Chidwick there, as he's able to haul it in. Getting some value out of those jacks.
Did you see Patrick eating that salmon and rice again?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Patrick has exclusively been eating in the poker room because I'm not sure he knows where else he can find this salmon and rice dish. So even though he's not even registered or playing, he makes his way down to the tournament area to get his daily dose of salmon and rice. And fan photos too, by the way.
Oh, has he?
One of which brings me great pleasure to inform you was taken by none other than Henry Kilbane, as someone flagged him down. Said, hey, would you mind taking this picture of Patrick and I, whoever you are? Chidwick limping behind Santi. By the way, the 10-8 offsuit, not the kind of kit that we expect wants to take too many flops.
Yeah, that's a good point. We are playing an anti-structure, so you are getting a great price on most hands to limp 10-8. Not ideal, but you know, if you can just pay 1K to, with the odds you're getting flop most of the time, it's a nice proposition for you.
Santi turns into a gut shot with that 10-8 on the ace-jack-7 board where Chidwick has second pair and Ike has aces up.
You actually will see the first person to act post-flop bet a lot on ace-high boards because, you know, the ace-queens, ace-kings, ace-jacks will raise a lot when they see limps in front of them. So you can discount ace-x a lot from your opponents behind you. And in short deck, middle pairs actually fold a lot to flop bets. Not this time. Top and bottom, pretty good for Haxton.
With a bet and a call in front of him.
It's tough, right? Like, it may seem like a slam dunk raise just because, you know, two callers, draws out there.
We block a set of aces and a set of sevens. I don't think we presume that the aces are out there with any real frequency. Maybe some ace-jack is out there, though?
Yeah. Ace-jack's out there, two jacks. The problem is this, too. Let's just say you're up against a super combo draw, right? The diamond straight draw.
Ace is full on the turn, by the way, for Haxton, as the field
you wouldn't
draws
be
dead.
that far ahead against those, and then when you get it in bad, you're just drawing to, like, 2 outs or whatnot. So you will see kind of players looking to take one to the turn and then more willing to commit a lot of chips. You approach things much differently here in short deck versus no limit post flop, and it's quite interesting. If you do not make the right adjustments, you'll get demolished.
Well, demolished is exactly what these two holdings are against Ike. Now Chidwick, sensing that Santi's lead was, as you mentioned, in accordance with a lot of the high-frequency under-the-gun limp and then follow-through on ace-high boards, but nobody home, decides the check from Jiang allows him to get busy representing the ace. But, of course, as we can see, Haxton's got the boat.
Yeah, ace-7 here, of course, the goods. Wondering if he's going to just call here again. He is.
Yeah.
It's nice. Why let your opponent who may be drawing to a straight, drawing dead, give up their hand now?
River is a 10. Second overcard to the 7. So Haxton, third nuts.
Yeah, let's see how Chidwick approaches this. I don't think he thinks he's got the best hand too often. Just does he think he can get a better hand of fold? Yeah, it's hard to pick what's going on through Chidwick's mind. He's definitely has studied this game a lot, especially post-flop in short deck. Looks like he's decided to give up. Let's see how Haxton approaches this. Is he trying to... He doesn't think he can get value from Jack X most of the time, I imagine. So Ace X. Some straight that got there on the river to decide to check. Possible. Sizing should be pretty interesting. Not a please call me bet. 20K. Sizable, but not like too big.
What sorts of hands, though, does Chidwick expect this Queen-Jack to be performing well against as played?
So it would have to be missed diamonds pretty much exactly. He's got a Queen of Diamonds, so that doesn't help if he's trying to pick off those hands. So what, 10-8 of diamonds, 10-9 of diamonds. Call, flop, and turn.
Do those hands fire the 20K on the river,
They might
turning
not.
themselves into a bluff? And I think that's ultimately
That's a good point.
what Chidwick is thinking when he fails to find anything in Ike's range that the Queen-Jack is beating and puts it into the muck correctly.
Just because someone can show up with those cards on the river doesn't necessarily mean they're firing 100% frequency if they do not get there. And Chidwick knows this, so it seems that Isaac's bet is
more heavily weighted to a hand that is worthy of value bet than versus the bluffs.
Hence the fold, correctly. Not the first nor the last time we'll be saying that about Stephen Chidwick, who has such sound decision-making.
Two sevens. They don't play too well, but, you know, if you can somehow get a free flop, that's what you'd be going for.
Well, not going to be free, as it costs at least 2,000 more to slide in there, but Chidwick joining the party as Badziakuski limped the king 10. Santi followed with the king jack, and you do see a bit of a snowball effect in short deck when one limper turns into two as the price gets more and more attractive.
Of course. You know why, too, is that there's the person behind is kind of scared to raise to get limp jammed on.
Right.
So it's more like protection the more people limp.
Yeah. Top two here for Santi Jiang on the king jack 6 board. Stranglehold on this pot. A 5-way affair.
Yeah, not too bad of a flop actually for Makita. He is going to fire out, but drawing very slim. 2K, just 20% pot. Let's see how Santi decides to play this flop. Just going to call. Once again, you can see like people looking to kind of make that bigger decision on the turn rather to flop when there's 2 cards to go.
Bad's just sprinkling 2K out there to see what's what. Fairly dry board in short deck standards. Santi content to just flat, as that allows Greenwood to peel with the gutter. Ace on the turn does give Makita the Broadway gut shot. Of course, pesky overcard as he would expect some of the field to have the ace-queen, ace-10 stuff, maybe even some ace-jack.
Yeah, even for Santi here, ace is a terrible card for him.
Yeah, pumps the brakes.
Better 2 pairs, straights, Greenwood. Does he try to represent something here? I mean, his opponents have shown weakness, but he would be representing like queen 10 exclusively here if he was to bet. That is a narrow range for dealer button. Check pre-flop.
So a round of knuckles. 8 on the river changes nothing.
Well, action on Makita, first to act. Can represent the strongest range right now. But King 10 does have reasonable showdown value where I wouldn't fault him for trying to get it to showdown. Gonna try to do that. Santi, King Jack. Well, the 8's a good card for him. Nothing gets there.
Yeah, and I don't think he's worried at all about being beat by Greenwood given Sam's check back. So this second check by Makita leaves him feeling comfortable enough to fire 5 into 16.
Yeah, if Makita had like a better 2 pair, he probably would have bet the river. So now he can safely value bet here. King 10 would have to be reaching pretty hard to find some hands he beats.
It feels like we're beat, and Santi doesn't mind a call. Not sure how well King 10's going to perform.
That size is a bit milky too. Maybe he thinks about raising sometimes. 10x blocking queen 10. I think it's reasonable.
Would he play the queen 10 like that, though?
I don't know if he would, and that's something that Makita knows and we don't know, but definitely crosses everyone's mind to have some slow plays occasionally. And we know Makita thinks about all angles of how to approach these hands. I don't think calling is the one he really wants to do. He's out.
Yeah. I think the check raise was more on his mind than a call.
Yeah,
in
for
that
sure.
Spot.
I feel like he probably felt like calling is burning 5K. It's just, do I want to burn 20K
Yeah,
or
right.
5K? But 20K occasionally wins me the pot.
Right, right.
5K is like guaranteed loses.
Right, exactly. Thank you. Levels, by the way, 40 minutes in length. As mentioned, starting stacks 100K per bullet. You get 3 bullets per buy-in, which is 50K. Ante has gone up to 1,500. 8 levels available for registration as the field continues to grow.
Yeah, some of the guys just like to skip the first 1 or 2 levels. Can't be bothered. Field will grow as time goes on.
Short deck is a bit of a gambly affair.
And that's actually why this Lammer structure came about, to kind of keep that gamble into the game, right? Like, people don't really gamble when there's sitting on 300 antes pre-flop. Can get splashy. Mr. Haxton.
Limping at the new ante level. Ten-9 off.
7-6.
King 6 suited. Now Bads on the button.
It's like deuce 3 offsuit. His hand is just bad. Even like hitting 2 pairs, you're not even feeling too good on a full run out.
King in the window is a good one for Greenwood as it comes King, Queen, 9. Haxton, bottom pair and a gut shot.
Yeah, post flop's obviously very important in the early phases of the short deck tournament. Deeper stacks. You'll see a lot more flops. Haxton, check. It's nice to hit top pair. It's not nice when there's straights already out there on the flop.
Yeah, these coordinated boards, you know, we expect a lot of coordinated hands to be among those that find their way into these limp pots. Though 10-Jack, I think, oftentimes likes to juice it up. Welcome Danny Tang, by the way, fresh off of his interviews as the 25K short deck champ, breaking a dry spell thus far here in Vietnam. Same story for Badziakuski, who's looking to break his spell here in the 50K. Round of checks, and Greenwood improves to kings and 6s now.
Yeah, very, very good card for Greenwood, as it's actually really well disguised, as people don't really play 6x, especially when they have to V-pip it. And Haxton taking the bait here. It's all a round of checks around the flop. Thinks he can muscle out a Queen X type hand, which is very reasonable. Noteworthy that Greenwood is only sitting on 43K, just under 30 antes. Normally this would be just a call, but there's definitely a case for raising given how shallow he is and what's in the middle. Push it.
First out 40, right? Yeah.
Willing to take his chances
How many seconds?
on Haxton having better kings up or a straight.
Yeah, short deck's also one of those games where you don't mind taking down what's in the middle.
Yeah, but that's why I'm asking how many.
That's exactly what Greenwood is able to do.
Have you won? Have you won?
What?
A Triton?
Yeah.
Well, Greenwood asking Chidwick whether or not he's won a Triton. Of course, Chidwick telling him that he has, and you guys have won free downloads of the Triton Poker Plus app. Be sure to interact with us there, as well as all platforms on social media, as we welcome you into the Triton family. No better way to stream our coverage than with the Triton Poker Plus app, alongside an app where you can actually stream coverage within
Yeah, I was like
that
thinking,
app.
yeah, I was happy.
Spring kind of did that for me in the No Limit Montenegro.
Yeah, he busted.
I was there with like 2 big lines or something.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, you're second with Jason too, so at least 5.
Yeah, no, the Montenegro No Limit I remember because I made it
Welcome, my heads up.
punted to you.
I might have the most non-final table cashes.
Is it the one that's...
I limped ace queen suited.
Pretty sure I'm third in
right,
total
and I had like
cashes.
king 3.
He was like a bad,
No.
yeah, and there was like a 3-way pot, and I just bet, and
I think it
Danny
was
called the small blind, and you
17
check
before
raise.
this week, 19 now.
It's mine?
and I just shoved
Zero
with,
wins,
yeah.
2 second places.
And I had top pair, right?
Yeah.
1/3.
You did look really agonized though. I did convince you I had aces, but didn't convince you.
Wasn't enough, huh?
Yeah.
So much history built around this game already, huh?
Jack 10. Limping in for Haxton, so obviously we know that is within his range. Just didn't have it last time around, lucky for Greenwood. And the nuts is comfortable, by the way, as we kind of flash back to that last pot, leading into the field and then barreling again on the turn. You don't need to slow play it because there's so much vulnerability, especially for flop straights.
Yeah, it's about extracting value, denying equity when you can.
Nikita needs 500 change.
You know, throughout
Oh, you
this
got
day,
it? Yeah,
we're going
got
to
it.
see many examples of how these players navigate post-flop. You can really learn a lot and see the difference between short deck and no limit hold'em.
Greenwood happy to come along with the 10-9 suited, as Tang says run it. Does flop a gutter. Two-way straight draw for Haxton. Pair of nines for Greenwood.
Open-ended, always safe to bet. Even performing well against top pair. You're going to hit straight so much more in short deck. 10-9, middle pair gets away a lot.
Yeah.
Especially the more players involved on the flop.
And note that Danny in position didn't want to peel with that gut shot. Had the 7 rolled off, he would have been in a bad way. Field size still building.
You are known as
17
someone who squeaks into the
at present.
spot stacks for real.
So just now, me and Stevie got the chips in, right? And he flopped an open-ender straight flush roll.
Yeah.
And my assistant was shotting for a jack, because I had pocket jacks.
Yes.
But the jack would have been straight for him.
And half the time straight flush.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's
like,
the problem.
what are you doing? Which side are you on?
Beautiful topsy-turvy cards in short deck is like good, but when half of them give you the stone cold lock on the hand.
Bads jamming. 25 antes.
In a bad spot now here.
Yeah, Danny wakes up with the ace-king suited, and he's ready to go. And Mikita not pleased to be shown
75.5, please.
the kind of hand that really performs well against ace-king, or against ace-queen, rather.
He's asking Danny Tane to cut out 75.5 now. He's feeling it.
You don't even want to take a chop. What the hell?
No chop. No chop still. I want to start.
Both of these guys have 2 bullets remaining, and did Mikita know something we didn't know? Queen rolls off and binks him on the turn, and then he makes trip queens.
Okay, thank you.
Prepaid.
Sure. I'm not going to complain about running.
That's why I was so certain. You know,
Yeah, I'm not,
are not winning.
entitled to complaining right now. I could start complaining within this tournament, though. Like lose a couple of these and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you were in for 5 yesterday.
Yeah, I was in for 5, so I didn't even win that.
Yeah, when we won 300.
Yeah.
Only won 300. Things you hear at a Triton tour.
Make it Royal Hold'em.
Yeah.
Only 10 for ace.
He was in for 5 bullets in that event. He just
Yeah.
won.
Mm-hmm.
The short decks, I mean, the re-entries tend to happen a lot more as the blinds or the antes go up.
Well, the all-in and calls, the spin the wheels. I mean, that's the stuff short deck is made of.
Yeah.
Well, 10-9 offsuit. Fly attacking Danny Tang. Mosquito.
There was a bug.
You make it mystery bounty.
Mystery bounty short deck event. That would be so fun.
Oh God, like you have a tough time getting all-in and calls as it is.
So you were heads up.
Yeah.
Just imagine there is a choice.
I don't know if it's more suited
Either
though, or if it would like get
taking
too crazy.
like, let's
but
say you
it seems
chop
like doing a mystery
and
bounty
then
short deck
the
would at
option
least be
is
a fun
either choose,
idea.
like extra 10k from the prize pool or the first place.
I think people would love it.
And you choosing like the one side, the other side gets the opposite. Which one you prefer?
Both players
I
flopping
more, and then that flop.
two pair
Why
here.
don't I understand what you're saying?
So you guys
Not
heads
that
up,
bad
you're
of a
chopping. And the deal is
doesn't even turn
one side
doesn't
is
even
gonna
turn
take-
any chop
gonna get
outs.
10k extra on top of ICM, on top of
Chidwick
the chip
strangling this
right?
spot.
10k from the prize pool. And the other side gets the first place and the trophy.
Oh, I'm taking the trophy.
Okay. 20k?
I'm taking the trophy.
Okay. We might work out some deal in the future then.
Yeah, but I don't want to win that.
you would stream like I wouldn't give up the trophy for $1 million. The Triton Poker brand, you know.
There you go,
It's so
Sam.
prestigious.
We can have a deal, but we are always playing for the trophy.
Okay, fair.
It's no fun having
I mean,
a trophy.
you didn't want a deal last time when I had like all the chips.
You never offered me 20k extra.
Yeah, but I don't want to buy a trophy either. I want to earn it.
There you go, Danny.
I love it.
I don't
Found
wanna
the right
become, like-
response.
let's say you imagine like I become a 6-time champion. People's like, he bought 4 of them. It's embarrassing, you know.
Well, the most embarrassing part of that would be why didn't you buy the other two? In that hypothetical.
Oh, Ollie.
8-9 suited here for Badziakuski. His limp, followed by a limp from Santi with pocket sixes. These are the sneaky ones.
Look, pocket pairs are basically limping and just praying for not that word to come out of someone's mouth.
Yeah, all in from Steven Chidwick.
2 snap moxie coming.
Can never call. With the sixes. Nice pickup there for Stevie. Touched on what a great festival it has been for Steven. Just finished second to Danny Tang in that 25K short deck and finished second to Orpin in the 75K 8 max. He has played 9 events so far, and he's got 5 cashes.
Danny, both of your phones are blowing up now.
Yeah, not both.
Just
The
one?
dirty one didn't know.
The dirty one doesn't know?
Wouldn't particularly
The
want them to
dirty
know
one.
either.
The dirty phone. What does that mean? He dropped in the mud?
I'm pretty sure that's not what it means, Randy. I'm trying to figure out what number Danny gave me. Am I in the dirty phone? Or am I in the clean phone?
You're definitely in the dirty phone.
That's where I belong. I'll tell you that. Chidwick limping behind Danny here, both of them sharing the jack. Greenwood says run it from the button and flops himself the bad end of a gut shot and middle pair up against 2 players with top pair and straight draws of their own.
Yeah, you actually will see these pair straight draw hands take it slow a lot. You know, they got a lot of equity. Don't want to blow up the pot too much. Well, let's see for how Chidwick approaches it. It's open-ended. Looks like he will start something. It's actually really hard for anyone to raise without the nuts too on these boards. So sometimes you just bet and you like guarantee to see a turn card a lot of times.
Sets would be inclined to raise, though, given that they are still favorites against straights, or no? They just like to flat.
They will elect to flat a lot with the sets. I mean, of course, if you're shallow, it's a little bit different, but imagine a different scenario. You call it flop, safe card on turn, then you get the chips in when equity's heavily in your favor versus a coin flip. If the set's ahead on the flop, it's like barely against a flop straight.
Turn brings a diamond, both Chidwick and Greenwood with flush draws here. Danny checking once more.
Yeah, it's crossing Chidwick's mind whether he can maybe move some better hands off on this turn card. Or does he maybe try and realize all his equity with a hand that has a lot of outs?
Well, he came with 4K on the flop, but unimproved on the turn. He pumps the brakes.
Not a good spot for Greenwood. Especially with stack size. That's this type of stack size where you bet you might just get jammed on because you don't have any chips left, and then you might not get to realize the 9 of diamonds, which, maybe the flush is good. In this case, no.
Sam, by the way, is on his second bullet, the only player in that
11.
situation.
Oh, he is going to fire a bet here. Trying to represent a flush. It should shake Danny Tang out.
Yep.
For sure. Chidwick, I don't think Chidwick thinks he's got the best hand right now, although he does. But he's got a lot of outs, right? Hit a queen, 7 in his mind, a diamond. 10 of diamonds is a decent diamond too. Getting a good price. Just depends on how often he thinks Greenwood would get out of line. But even if he's up against like some random 2 pair, like 9-8, he's doing pretty good. He'll be getting the right price. No surprise on his call. Or is that a raise? Sorry. White chips are 25K a piece.
Yeah, upstairs we go.
I mean, Greenwood is in pretty bad shape, but right now he's thinking, gosh, why did I bet that turn? Did not expect this check raise to be incoming.
Well, listen, Greenwood was blocking 10-7, was blocking diamonds. Had the 9 to maybe block some 2-pair combos.
Well, do you see he could hit the 6 as well to make a straight? It's a hidden one, important.
Yeah. No doubt about that.
Yeah, just a bit of a math problem here. Depends on, okay, how often is my 9 of diamonds good if I do make a flush? It's hard to figure out because technically it would be just a pure guessing game whether the 9 of diamonds is going to be good. Yeah, I think he's regretting this turn bet now. He's out.
Yep. Decides he's not going to try to spin the wheel. Was drawing live, of course, but on his second bullet, going to preserve the rest of his stack. We'll be down to just 38K as Chidwick comes with that very strong line. The check raise on the turn. Did have the best hand, as it were. Greenwood, 9.2 million in career Triton earnings, 1 title, 19 cashes, 3 of them coming here in Vietnam. 1 final table in the 50K no limit.
The new BVB, cutoff versus dealer button.
Yeah, basically the equivalent phenomenon. That's small versus big.
King X. No antes left, pretty much. It's suited. I think you just run it. Hope for the best. No? Take flop? Trying to.
37K, I wouldn't call it no antes left.
No.
Randy?
It's getting there, okay? Like, when you're in the 20s, the low 20s, you're getting very close to that all-in or fold situation.
Yeah, it's obviously nowhere near as deep as we consider it in terms of long deck. That, of course, being due to the fact that an ante must be posted every single hand. And his King 6 turns into bottom pair on the A7-6 board, where Mikita has the straight draw and the better pair.
Well, what's actually very important is the ace. They didn't get it in pre-flop. I would say the chances of one of them having an ace is so low.
Greenwood would have been more inclined to pick up that double ante on the button with a raise pre.
Yeah, would have
off
just
of that
ripped.
depth.
And I think Mikita would have just ripped in ace X a lot too against the 20 so ante limp. So it's almost like you could remove that card, like, and play it 7 and 6 right now. Of course, we don't remove that card. Not open-ended, but a straight draw for Mikita is possible.
Does flat the 5K barrel from Greenwood. Now the ace pairs could pique some suspicions.
Yeah, I think there's still a decent chance that Greenwood thinks his hand is good. He could be up against 8x, 9x, some straight draws, 10-9. This pot is very important for his 20 big blinds remaining too. He needs a time card. In theory though, Greenwood is got more ace X, even though I say it's unlikely, just because of sometimes he's trapping face king, although those hands would jam a lot still pre-flop. But just a little bit more aces, just a smidge.
So I'm going to shut down here. Let's see whether or not Mikita thinks that betting would be prudent. SPR for Greenwood, just about 150%, a little shy.
Yeah, for Mikita, it's like, well, I usually got the best hand here. But if I get bet jammed on like Greenwood last hand, that would be a disaster, putting in 30 more K with just a pair of 7s. A little straight draw. Taking one off. Straight's good.
Yeah, 9 on the end for bads. Flush does get there. Don't think he's altogether concerned about that. And the 8 of hearts is a great card, of course, for him to be holding.
At this point, the chances of Greenwood being good here are getting very close to 0%. But can he get a better hand to fold? Hard to say.
Yeah, tough to put Mikita on pocket deuces through pocket 5s. Just given the lack of deuces through 5s in the deck.
You said it so seriously. I was like, wait a second. Like, are you trolling me right now? You got me, Ali.
At your service. At your service.
I just can't talk anymore. I just lost.
Greenwood shuts it down.
Well, value bet sizes maybe a little tricky. Half pot, hoping for any kind of crying call. You can see the cards going straight into the muck. Not even thinking about it. He knows he's behind.
Nice pickup there for Badziakuski as things get worse and worse
Quads.
for Greenwood's second bullet.
4 aces. Possible.
Possible for both of us. Well, until the end.
Those hands are my favorite. With a very specific ranges.
Yeah. Yeah, extremely weird spots.
Ace king now for Greenwood. This is going to be a good one to get the rest of his bullets in there.
On.
Slam dunk jam. It's not even debatable, like even smaller sizing or limping. It's really only one play here of ace king.
No takers.
Man, we need more players for this game, don't we? What can we do, guys? We should all try to like do something about this.
Well, we're on TV. We can play as bad as possible and see if that helps. You said we need more players. I said we're on TV. We should play as bad as we can and see if that helps.
No, but is there like any ideas we could do to try? Like I don't know, like maybe a 20K mix. Would that be any good?
Ooh,
I like it. My pro-am idea where they split the field and let people who've never played a Triton short deck tournament play on like their side of the bracket, and then they segregate them.
Would that actually work?
That's not a bad idea.
I think it could work. I don't
A
know.
what? A what? So a guy who's never played.
So like the
Invitational.
It's like the 200K tournament where, except it's, if you've never played a Triton short deck tourney, then you're on like the you play with other people who haven't played it, and then at some point in the tournament they combine the fields.
Could be some snipers out there though,
And
Randy,
what's the
that know
buy-in
short
you
deck.
think would be suitable for that.
Just haven't come to a Triton to play.
They're like all these short
Five?
deck specialists start showing up.
Yeah.
Didn't want to sell action to play, but now I do.
Yeah.
All in.
Didn't take long for Danny Tang to jam over the top of the Badziakuski
is
limp.
to put short deck in front. So like,
Yeah, but the people just come late.
well, at least some people might come earlier, you know. The problem now is that, you know, everyone exhausted, everyone played for a week already, like they're not gonna still stay to play couple extra days of short deck.
Peek now at other participants here, including our next feature table where Jason Kuhn, a very proficient short deck player, Daniel DeVoris, KCG.
KCG got a short deck title, doesn't he?
Noon. I think he does, and I can't remember whether or not he had played much short deck before he picked up that title back at our last festival.
I feel like he learned it that trip.
15K short deck, pretty small stakes for everyone.
So savage.
But then it's like, everyone's like, oh, that's the obvious day off. Like, it's an intense schedule. Like, this is the one day I go into town or whatever, or like do stuff.
Phil Chu, by the way, at
a
that
lot
next
of
feature table as well.
Degens who like to play every day.
King 7 suited, choosing to limp in. A little bit more commonplace is Jiang with the Jack 10. Chidwick closes the action from the button. 13-5 in the middle. King Queen 8. Top pair for Danny. Open ender for Santi. Well, Danny deciding I didn't limp this hand to flop top pair and not pose a question to the field.
Yeah, you know, on flops, you'll see people sprinkle some chips out there trying to thin it out.
Draw heavy board.
But once you get called, that's when the real poker comes in. Is it's very hard to navigate. Here, though, I think it's pretty safe to say that he could easily be behind, whether it's in the form of 2 diamonds, Jack 10, even better kings, right? King Jack, King 10. Really only beats Queen X.
Note the snap check from Danny.
Yeah.
Santi gonna double check and make sure he did indeed hit the nut straight.
Santi can get a lot of value right now. You know, there's 3 diamonds out there, there's straight draws out there, hands that might feel obligated to try to see a river card for the right price. especially for this sizing of 7K.
Can he get a lot of value specifically out of
King
a hand like
7
King 7
would be
suited,
a,
though?
look, the price is good for his hand, but
5 to 1.
The hand is just not that good on this board. So where do you draw the line? Do you maybe need at least some kind of straight draw to go with your king?
And what are you hoping to hit on the end, by the way?
You're hoping for a check through. This is a good discipline laydown.
Yeah.
You know, despite the price. Can't trick me. Look at that stare down.
Yeah,
Like,
skeptical glare from Danny, but the right decision. There is good look at young Santi Jiang.
How does a mix sound?
What?
How does a mix event sound? 20K mix.
They did it in Montenegro. I mean, that was at the end of the stop, though.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you think would play a mix but wouldn't play straight short deck?
Who would play mix and not play short deck?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, no, it's just if we start introducing more mix, maybe these guys just are forced to go learn short deck, you know, at least.
Maybe.
The question's a valid one, by the way, not to interrupt you,
No, I
Randy.
all I
that
said
Danny's
was ace
asking
queen.
is-
Tell me, Ollie.
No, but I mean, who is it that you think is going to pony up for a 20K mix, but that isn't already playing a short deck event?
Right.
That's really what you need to ask yourself there is Danny Jams.
Look, they got to ask
Takes
these
it.
questions to try to figure out
The right
what's
amount.
the best way.
Hand is too good.
You make it a mystery deck.
Mystery deck?
Yeah. So you sign up first, and then at the start of the tournament, you draw for how many cards are going to be in the deck. You go from there.
You draw how many
Mystery
cards are in
deck.
the
Yeah, how many they're going to take out.
That's
I didn't know Stevie had it in him.
So it's between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right?
Maybe 6.
6, so what, so 7 plus?
Good. Maybe 7.
The Royal Holder.
Yeah, maybe we just play some Royal Hold'em.
Royal Hold'em, what's that,
The problem
Ollie?
about this is it's like, obviously Triton is very,
Only
very
tens to
professional,
aces.
right? And like, what did you guys think of the mystery bounty? Other than obviously it's bad for pros because we're taking money out of the prize pool and stuff like that. But in general, the experience, it's what, good or not?
I don't even think the mystery bounty is like bad for pros necessarily.
Santi limp
I think
these
whoever
queens.
was like had like best figured out like how to play mystery bounties probably is a higher ROI than like the best player in an equivalent vanilla limit tournament.
14.
One mystery bounty per trip is fine. Smaller buying as possible, so there's you know, it's important to have.
Just over 100.
Yeah.
108.
Oh,
Raising
what
it
about
up.
mystery bounty?
Santi
where, like,
might actually
half the
just
envelopes
limp
are
jams
tickets
this
into a
2
short deck
queens.
Did he say all in?
He didn't say yet,
No,
just asking
okay.
for a count of how many
That
chips he's got
would've
behind.
been the short deck.
But
Half
this
of it wet.
hand qualifies for getting all the
Half
chips
the
in.
envelopes are just a buy-in for one of the short decks.
Go, throw it in.
25K tickets to the short deck, huh?
Santi did jam. Haxton
They're
made the
forced to
call.
play,
My
but
laughter has
they might
nothing to
not
do with that,
register for the
but more with Stephen
mystery bounty
Chidwick's
at the first.
suggestion that the mystery bounty should
Yeah,
include
I
envelopes that are
agree.
simply a
'Cause
buy-in
they're
to a
like,
short
"Shit,
deck
I
event.
win this, I get a bounty, and I don't even know how to play short deck, so my money's
Don't
thrown
tell
dead. Don't tell them.
No, I mean it's
Santi's
could be
got it
interesting to
covered.
mix up some envelopes with you know, satellite tickets for like 25 to
news.
short deck, 25 to
No,
full deck, main event.
Or just the queen.
One ticket for each tournament.
Set of queens on the turn. That's
Yeah.
the bad news. Mike now draws to Broadway or an ace, and then the 10 on the river. Suck and
Yeah, I
resuck.
think for the mystery bounty, it's good to have
Mike
like
will double.
kind of more of a variety of prizes, so people aren't just pulling out like same things over and over again. Where like is short deck even being played a lot in like?
Do you think people would care if they're rake free if it's their first time?
No. Rake free for the first time you play is not going to change anyone's mind.
No, right?
Or not.
What if you make a rake free for the season?
What?
Rake free for the
Playing a
straw.
short deck tournament for the first time. You
Not me. I need
other
to
ones?
be super bad.
Including the no limit?
No, if it's rake free for short deck for a whole stop.
There is a chance rake free for a whole stop would
Just
convert.
do a short deck invitational. The VIPs probably don't know how to say no. You know, just
Actually, it's my quirk, the short deck VIP invitational, you know. Then they will play.
yeah.
And segregate the pools the same way.
Do I get to be in the business side?
You got that watch playing short deck tournament. All right, Danny.
Stevie's pretty funny today.
He's very funny today. Regret to inform Stevie that the panel probably isn't going to put him into the VIP side of the
Yet you're the player of the year.
player pool.
Not yet.
Well, you might as well be.
I mean, he did accrue a lot of points
Pretty
player
hard
of the
to
year.
lose it now, Stevie.
I mean, I'm about to ante one of them. Like,
I don't even know what should be the odds for you not to get it. You know.
It's probably still like 20-30%, isn't it? That someone is gonna run super hot.
Yeah.
might be
Just
higher.
one person.
Let's
If
not forget
the
Stevie
winners of the start, like, especially
would also
because
have to
the
run
winner-
cold.
The person who runs super hard is going to get a bonus 100 points for winning the last stop. Also.
Yeah, you need to cash some more tournaments, I think, to be
Yeah.
anywhere close to a lock.
Are you winning the stop now or no?
No, Jan's Aaron still is.
Who is?
Graffy?
Who?
Jan's Aaron's?
Why?
What do you mean, why?
No, but what, like, you got two first and second in the big field. The field size matters a lot more than.
I thought Kit would be up there. You know.
He is up
Kit's
there.
got like 5 caches this series.
Yeah, Kiat's got to be close.
He's up there.
Kiat's got to be close enough, I'd figure, where like his latest cache might have done it.
No, because you just don't get many points for
The same thing happened.
small buy-in, small field.
Same thing happened last orbit, where you throw one chip in, and then it's all in.
This has been wildly entertaining table talk,
Yeah.
Randy, as we get to sit back and listen in on the interactions between these short deck players here, still in the early going of event 12. 50K buy-in, modest field,
First one's good.
and a modest all-in from Greenwood, which draws the pile behind it from Makita, who's got him smothered. Danny, not going to be a customer, as a third queen finds its way into the muck.
Just kidding. I had Queen 9.
I mean, the queen being dead isn't great for me, you know. I want some chop potential.
You see Greenwood hanging on to his third and final lammer. Might it require redemption? 10 in the windows certainly made it seem
You
like
don't
it wouldn't,
fall
but then
for
a
that
king
thing.
behind
You
it.
don't want the dork out to hit you.
Badziakuski hops in front. Opportunities courtesy of the ace, though, on the turn. Jack would get it done for Greenwood. And there it is.
Danny, you folded the winner.
Greenwood needling Danny Tang there as the players are heading to a scheduled break. He will chop with Badziakuski, and that last lammer will stay alive, but obviously very limited number of chips for Sam Greenwood. Just 34,000 of that second bullet that he has redeemed still remains. Danny Tang on his second bullet as well, but a much deeper stack as you get a look at the distribution there one last time. Annie's of 1,500. That brought to you by Poker Steak. Back inside the broadcast booth here, Randy, and a lot of the conversation there centering from the players around how it is that they can help grow short deck. Some interesting ideas, a little bit of trolling, some kneeling, but I think, honestly, the idea that strikes me as one that might get the job done is creating an invitational event where the VIPs, first-timers to short deck, have an opportunity maybe to come over and play segregated
until we mix them with the pros later on down the line. What about you? You feel like that's the way to grow the game of short deck?
I think that's a really nice spot, right? It was really fun to watch the Coin River Invitational, having the segregated pools, and like it is daunting to be able to play against the very best, right? They've been playing short deck so much in tournament format, and like I want to play, but I don't want to play this big. But you feel a bit safer through day one. I think it's a good option, but the most importantly, Danny Tang getting some feedback, and I think the Triton staff is definitely listening and trying to develop a spot to create a nice event for us.
No doubt about that whatsoever. Scheduled break, players heading for a little breather. Randy and I will do the same, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll have a new feature table from this event 1250K short deck. Stay close. Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out. Now Chidwick. Taking a pass, Phil Shu, ace queen. 72,500, 7th place money, 91,200 for 6th.
Well, Young has been through the ringer so far.
I would have motion sickness if my chip stack bounced around as much as Young's has already here. And the 10s go into the muck.
We're under 9.
Tang asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, note the equities.
9 something.
19 antes. 47% of the equity.
I think Richard got blocked you. Quite good to me. Okay, go.
He's going to make the call. And we are flipping. For our first elimination.
Okay.
6 times, believe Ike said. The short stack has survived and doubled.
Will it happen again here? Danny Tang can certainly afford to spin this wheel for Phil Shu. As the two Hong Kongese delegates take the King 10-7 all spade flop. Tang in front with the pair of 10s. Phil pulling for Danny to make 2 pair and give him Broadway. Not happening as yet. Ace or a jack needed for Phil Shu. And instead he hits the queen, which pairs him, but gives Danny Tang the king high straight.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot that one as well, Ali. Didn't realize that the 9 on the turn actually removed the 3 queen outs. GG's.
So Phil Shu finishes in 7th place, 72,500 richer for the effort. And giving the boys an almost 20K jump as he leaves behind 6, but does pick up his...
Just 10 antes, going to be getting busy pretty quickly. 420,000 out there to fight for. Every orbit, not every orbit rather, sorry, every hand byproduct of the antes being forced in as Cat Lee open jams the pocket jacks from under the gun. And there is Mike Watson, as I was mentioning, as I welcome none other than Nanonoko into the booth. Randy, look at this, straight off the bat. Jacks standard at this stack depth. Aces, obviously easy call.
Yeah, stacks are shallow. You need to just jam. A lot of pre-flop play in short deck.
Well, 5 to come. Cat Lee, who came in as the overwhelming chip leader. First of 7 by a huge margin. Now 5 cards away from being down to 5 of 6. Gonna need, sorry, 6 of 6. Gonna need to find a jack. And it does come jack high.
Probably chop.
So Watts, understandably so, shakes his head in disappointment. 9 of clubs on the turn now, presenting a couple of chop outs.
Big chop.
He'll take a chop.
It's
Can you
hurts.
squeeze the clap?
It's hurts all day.
Can we squeeze-
Big fake out.
Squeeze the ribbon?
No dice. 10 of hearts on the river as Kiat Lee boats up, and Sir Watts bows out in 6th, heading home with 91,200 after what's been a swingy start to this final table for everyone. Believe on 6 occasions.
No, that's my next one.
I just tried to get it.
On 6 occasions, the short stack
No,
doubled.
I was checking stacks.
Was looking likely to be the 7th short stack double. 3 cashes already here in Vietnam. The 100k main, the 15k, and the 25k, now adding 25k short deck cash to his resume for his 6th place run here. It's a good dirty stack. I'll give him that. But
The green, is it like the 4th chip down?
It's, yeah, in the, you know, the tower on top, it's like the 7th or 8th chip down. It's like in the middle, close to the middle.
Good eye. Chidwick in the hijack, 10-9 offsuit.
Oh. So you have better hand.
Let's see what he's got in mind.
That's just open jam.
Man, that's some pressure right there.
How much?
Yeah, like you alluded to, you want to be the one doing the jamming rather than the cooling off, putting the pressure on your opponent.
Well, Haxton wants a price. Is he maybe getting tired of Stephen Chidwick jamming relentlessly?
Hijack v button, so
it's tricky because your opponent can jam hands you dominate as well as the ones you're dominated by. You know, it's not political.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at the Hoiana Resort and Golf and Casino. Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane back in the booth, continuing coverage of event number 12, the 50K short deck, where we have now 18 runners in the field. Still a modest collection of folks jumping into the short deck streets. Not quite as popular as long deck, to be expected though, Henry. And as we look out at the leaderboard, we find Kiat Lee at the top, 384,000. He's just coming off of a chip leading effort into the FT of the 25K, dialed in.
yeah, I mean, straight into the 50k. This is the stage of the series that those guys, by those guys I mean Kiat Lee and some of the Malaysian contingent that specifically grind and study short deck. I remember when we spoke to him after his 2nd place run that he's like, look, short deck's my main game, but I'm still out here in the No Limit Hold'em streets. Now it's on the Hold'em players to step into his arena, if you will. And look, strong start with that score in the 25k and looking to maybe go a few steps further in this 50k.
Yeah, I think it's fair, by the way, for Kiat to say what he said, because it seems to me that of those who play short deck, far more of them hop into the long deck streets in the festival as it leads up to turning the page over to short deck than long deck players, you know, come over and continue to play short deck. Mikita Badziakuski, though, at the feature table, which is going to be replaced momentarily, by the way, was mentioning that he believes it could be the product of people just being burned out. A lot of long deck, a lot of days, you're already here, then you put short deck on the back end. His theory was maybe if you put short deck on the front end, we could see a little bit more participation or involvement. Not sure, though. Some people said
That makes
guys
sense.
will just come in late.
I think that makes sense. You know, we've heard Jason Kuhn Makita talk about the burnout from short deck because you're involved in so many more hands compared to No Limit Hold'em, where it is just intense, you know, because you just get dealt in all the time. You've removed the deuces through 5. So, yeah, I understand it.
Yeah, I think some of what they were referring to in terms of the burnout was like playing so much long deck already, so many days of grinding, which obviously it's not exactly easy being against the world beaters, but maybe not having enough left in the tank to stick around and play some short deck. Regardless of what it is, we certainly hope that we will continue to see fields stronger as we did in long deck here, perhaps even some records being broken. And you get a look at the only 5-time winner in Triton history there, Jason Kuhn, among those at this featured table now. Jason 4th in chips overall at present.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we finally get to say that. Wasn't sure whether it was going to come this series, but JK taking down the 50k turbo.
That morning he was not feeling well, by the way, at breakfast, kind of
there was something going around, yeah.
Under the weather a bit, and nevertheless dug deep and got the job done. Leo Chin
from Hong Kong. Pictured there. Currently 16th of 17 runners. A late reg, I would imagine.
Still has 2 bullets to his name.
There is Jason.
Jason on bullet number 2. This one going much smoother than the first bullet.
Jason, by the way, hopefully no spoilers here, because it didn't seem like it was so much of a private setting in which he divulges, but also baby number 2 apparently on the way. Callum's going to get a sibling.
God damn. Chunkster and chunkier.
Building out the family as 3 players.
Love that.
Build upon the Queen Jack 7 rainbow board where Devoris has the gut shot. Posing a question for 7K, getting through. Ante's 2K now, 4K on the button. Looking out in the field right now, I'm counting 5, 6.
Right. Did you end up
Don't
doing
hurt
one
yourself,
of those
Ollie.
8
guess hand and then
of 18
Yeah, they banked it.
Oh, they banked it?
from the western
Damn, what was
side
Nine five of clubs.
of the player pool. So I'd say that's a decent amount of support. You got the same count, Henry?
No, I've got significantly higher.
Higher?
Yeah.
Go on then.
2, 3. 12 players.
12, you say?
Daniel Dvoris, Ike Caxton, Dennis Schofer, and Jason Kuhn, Michael Zhang, Stephen Chidwick, Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, Chris Brewer, Santi Jiang, Michael Watson, and Mikita Badziakowski, as well as Karl Shapegatian.
Guess I left out
Santi.
certain European nations. As we see Ace-Jack 10 giving Dvoris, who started this one up front once more, bottom set. 2-way straight draw will await Jason Kuhn on the button. Daniel betting 10K. Suspect he's going to be unlikely to shed Kuhn.
JK with the double gut shot.
Paired on the turn after calling the 10K.
Just seen us, Mr. Elton Zhang step into the grand ballroom here. Ali, head into the cash desk, or the reg desk rather. Dunn does complete an additional 2 straights. Still value to be had unblocking top pair, unblocking all of the gut shots, the flopped gut shots.
Note the willingness to barrel once more from Dvoris there, as he doesn't tighten up or freeze with the set. Always performing reasonably against any potential straights, as Jason took his one swing at it and lets it go. This, by the way, is Leo's first ever Triton event and his first ever series.
Couple of limps in front of him. Jason gonna join for the ride. Action on DD. He's gonna check his button option. Multi-way affair, ace 10 of spades. Leo Chin, Lunlun. Final table bubble of the main back here in action in the short deck streets.
Feels comfortable on those streets, does Lunlun, perhaps more so than long deck. Leo with top pair here, and he didn't limp to check as he sprinkles 1/3 pot. Gutters far more attractive in short deck than their long deck counterparts for obvious reasons.
Well, it looks like Jason's going to have something similar to Lunlun, Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Broadway combos, you suspect, as played. Third heart on the turn. Lunlun picking up additional outs to the straight and, of course, the flush. Not going to bet it, though. Wary, perhaps, of being blown off of some equity.
Jason shouldn't really have too many suited hands from the cutoff that don't want to raise pre.
That's 15K.
Leo Chin, top pair, no backup. Playing a bit of a guessing game. JK can definitely have ace-jack-o. Takes a stab here, queen-jack, the queen of hearts.
Does shed the ace-10 of Leo, who suspects that development on the turn. If not something stronger prior to that, left him adrift as we can see Lunlun making the flush. So difficult to do in short deck. Now, given that you suspect Jason shouldn't have too many suited combos here, might that side card be a heart, like an ace or a queen? Which
Yeah, this stack depth, he can definitely have ace-jack-o, have queen-jack-o.
Tempting to bluff at these 4-card flush boards, is it not, Henry, given how hard it is for a player to hold a flush? As we see him bet 50,000 into the 66.
Sizable bet from Jason.
Oh, wow. Lunlun just folded the third nuts, maybe the fourth if we count 10-6 of hearts.
Discipline lay down. Maybe just...
And lets Jason know that he folded the flush. Not so he's sure that he's well served to give a player of Jason Kuhn's talents any free information, but that's exactly what he did there as he slips to 36 antes, level with Leo Chin. Both on their first bullet, as is Phil Shu. And look at the Westerners at the top of the leaderboard in Dvoris and Kuhn.
Westerners, but this time not including the Europeans.
Yeah, well, I mean the Canadian and the American.
But no, earlier on, you know.
Yeah, it was just a little oversight on my part. I was looking further west, sort of in that North American-centric mindset that I'm perhaps guilty of. Does that offend your colonial sensibilities, my British friend?
No, it's all right. We all know the world revolves around America.
It's not true.
According to you guys, obviously.
Listen, those days might very well be behind us.
They never existed in the first place, pal.
In our heads, they did.
That's it.
Jason Kuhn, 10-6 suited. Going to limp on in there. See if the snowball effect can take hold. Dvoris doing his part.
10 jack.
10 jack.
Just on the floor. Yeah, with backdoor flush and then
Yeah, we both.
turn open flush.
Are you at open ender?
Yeah, turn. And river flush.
Yeah, we were both kind of doing the same thing. Mine was just better than yours the whole way.
Oh, so it looks like Lun Lun made the right laydown if we are to believe Jason Kuhn, who I don't think has a reputation of being dishonest in these spots.
So something like Queen Jack by the sounds of it. Say it's
Feels like the
similar,
Queen
just
of Hearts Jack might
had
be
slightly better.
what we were working with. And as we can see, the 10 high straight on the flop for Jason. 9s for Dvoris. They both checked over to Leo, who bets 4K with the open ender and middle pair. Now a check 3x. And that's kind of an issue because we know that 10 jack does loom as played. I'm a bit more surprised, though, to see the 10-6 willing to hop in, but granted from the hijack.
Yeah, 2K out there. Only a couple of players behind, seeing some limps in front of you. Suited.
Tell you what, I can remember in North Cyprus, Jason making one of the most incredible bluffs in a three-way pot that included Elton Sang and Webster Lim, if I'm not mistaken, where he got both a straight and bottom full house to fold on the strength of blockers.
I remember exactly what hand you're talking about as well.
And the reason I bring it up, Henry, is because when you have that sort of post-flop competence, your willingness to get into murkier water and play a broader part of the deck is sort of supported.
Oh yeah.
Nice. I'm still all in though. All in that.
Dvoris jamming.
Jamming into a 69,000 stack. Well played.
You know, Daniel, one of these players, Henry, who it's astonishing has yet to pick up a title, given his 16 cashes and almost 6.5 million. He's made 2 final tables already here in Vietnam. His lone cash at North Cyprus, a final table. 2 cashes in Madrid, 3 make it, all final tables.
Yeah, very similarly to Ike Haxton and Mike Watson. I think Ike 19 cashes, so Watts with like 14 or 15 cashes if I'm not mistaken.
Look, I'm almost tempted to say, with the exception of Macau in 2017, every single cash that I look out at on Dvoris's resume is the product of a final table. That is wild.
Fair fight. Flip.
Wow.
Flippy, flippy.
Yeah, I'm scanning through, pal.
Always a flip. Short
You're
deck.
spot on.
Always a flip.
Not always.
Ace Jack now for Leo.
This time.
Most times.
Getting a spin from Jason Coons. King, Queen. And the flop brings trip queens for Jason. Real help required for Leo.
Yeah.
On the turn. Quads. Forget about it.
At all.
It's going to be second bullet time for Leo.
Yep.
A player who's a bit of a mystery to us. Here, producer James making an effort to maybe gather some intel, but showed up, hopped in the 25K, did not cash. Here he is in the 50K. Playing under the Hong Kong banner, though I suspect that he is no newbie to short deck. We know that Macau is home to many short deck games. Just a stone's throw from Hong Kong across the harbor.
Interesting that you say that. I was speaking with Henrik Hecklund today. Going to be venturing out for my first trip to Macau. Heard that the games out there are pretty wild.
Henrik has been a part of them?
He's been involved in a lot of the the cash games days. He's travelled there many times throughout his career.
Long deck, though, I assume?
That would be
Correct. And you're going up for APT duties?
No, just I'm heading out to play. Gonna head out and see what's going on. I've never been, and he was telling me about some of the PLO games, and a lot of these guys from Macau, from Hong Kong, that venture to these Triton series are often found playing in those games, albeit stakes are a little bit higher than the stakes that I've got my eyes on, but looking forward to it. Makes sense, given it is so close to what I now call home.
Thailand, that is?
Yeah.
I don't think people regard Thailand as all that close to Macau, Henry.
No.
Closer than the U.S., maybe?
Closer than Vegas is what I was alluding to, but
Fair.
yeah, sure.
Note, by the way, how close 2 queens are to the equity for A7 on a Jack-9-7 board. Just bottom pair for Kuhn. And yet, facing this 12K bet from the overpair of Leo that opened this pot, he performs quite well. In between them, though, is Lun Lun with top pair and just gets away from it. That's the sort of tidy stuff that really is what allows us to delineate post-flop behavior in short deck versus long deck. Just out of there. Henry, you look a bit befuddled?
No, not at all. Discipline fold.
Well, I know you mentioned that you were going to be heading up to Macau, not for work duties, but rather to play poker.
Mhm.
Given that many of us on staff sort of feel a sense of protective responsibility for you as our resident young blood, I do want to point out that if you do have a gambling problem, there are resources for that. Would hate to see you get yourself jammed up in a situation. Maybe some markers out around Macau.
Kind of markers are we talking about?
Not dry erase.
The types to...
You know. Just don't get in with the wrong crowd, Henry, is what I'm saying. Be careful.
Appreciate your concern, Ali.
2 10s and a queen here. As Leo Chin slid in with the 6s. Set mining. Coming up empty.
Business as well as telecommunications. You studied at university, if I'm not mistaken.
Studied is a generous way to describe what I did at uni, but neither of those fields of discipline. Thank you for asking. Phil, asking who wants to take a turn with the gutter and backdoor diamonds. Of course, we know Kuhn will be among those players with the trip 10s. Now DeVoris, betting a call in front of him and just this weak queen. What's he want to do?
I mean, there just aren't any good turn cards, but there is room to turn this hand into a bluff. But just going to let go of the queen 7.
Much like Lun Lun before him on that coordinated board, this paired one in a multi-way affair, discouraging DeVoris from proceeding. Queen would have been really the only card he would have been okay with seeing as we see the ace come off. Down to heads up.
Does have the perceived strongest range. Have some traps in there.
Phil, that is?
Yeah, but I don't think at this stack depth we're going to have that many traps. And how about the jack just rolling off?
Nasty one for Jason, by the way, who declined to fire the turn and as such gave Phil a free tug at Broadway.
That is why you barrel with equity, ladies and gentlemen.
I suspect it's some quotient of the time. That's exactly what Jason would be doing, as he's such a balanced player. Don't expect him to do virtually anything 100% of the time. Certain spots are, of course, very
referring
objective.
to Phil, of course, barreling
okay.
with the gut shot.
Forgive
on the
me.
flop.
Wasn't clear. $8K. Third pot milker. the river there from Phil's shoe. And he picks up tough chips to acquire.
Oh, indeed.
Seven-time champ by the end of the series.
Ooh.
Is that what you do? You suck out on me and you always say nice things to me afterwards, make yourself feel better about the devastation that you're putting me through?
Wow. How about that nibble?
Jason's only
Trying to make
teasing, of
myself
course.
feel better.
Yeah, you need to stop picking on me, man.
Loon Loon gonna jam his 53K out there.
Yeah.
With King Jack.
How much is that? It's
5-3.
Okay.
Cheese reaction. King 10 enough.
Over the top. Oh my goodness.
Okay, well, we're just running into top of range on the button.
The jacks may not be as interested, but the kings that exist behind them for Leo Chin, I would suspect, will be.
All the kings out there. One of Dvoris's set outs. Dead in the hand of Lunlun. Dvoris just gonna run the math on this. Jam of Jason is 125 antes. Oh my.
Wow.
Forrest just saying, let's go.
Of course, the snap behind him from Leo is never a welcome sight. And we're going to play a multi-way pot here.
Wow.
Where Loon Loon is going to be involved for the main. Secondary side will be 3 ways between Kuhn, Dvoris,
You don't need outs. You don't need outs.
4 ace on the flop, okay?
and Leo Chin. And then the final pot will be between Dvoris and Jason Kuhn.
Arguably the biggest pot, or the biggest pot out of all the pots. Oh, that Queen of Clubs is distasteful first card for the Kings and Jacks, but followed by a Queen and a 6.
How's the Queen of Clubs in the door and I'm not like way in front here?
Yeah.
Still like, I turn a bunch of stuff, I guess.
Like that.
You were saying, Jason?
Great. No, there's a lot of clubs.
Good for me.
That's good.
There's a lot of clubs. But
That is great for Lun. 3 outs all of a sudden.
And the flush. Back door. Any boats would have been downed.
Thought I played it to perfection.
So Jason Kuhn is going to shower a bullet off of Leo Chin and Lun Loon. And take a massive
I
chunk.
Queen 6.
249, I think.
Although I would have lost to you as well.
Wow.
King 10 beats King Jack, Pocket Jacks, and 2 kings.
It's kind of the one.
Try that in long deck.
So you get to 7 titles by the end of the series, was it?
Short deck.
Jew was alluding to.
Seems like the boys already have a war cry for spots
Thought
like
you had
this.
10-9 suited when you called so fast, but you just had king.
Short deck.
Short
It's just a
deck.
simple way to acknowledge the kind of stuff that happens. And suddenly, Kuhn with a whopping 335 antes. Just look at that differential between he and the remainder of the field. Lun Lun and Leo Chin only sitting on 100K, courtesy of the fact that they've redeemed additional bullets, which puts them just a click ahead of Phil Shu.
Well, Jason Kuhn, still with 1 bullet, moves up to first in chips. Overwhelming chip leader.
Queen 6 of diamonds.
Can't say that with kings very often.
Michael Zhang, who flew out from Phuket specifically for the short deck side of the series, currently sat in second.
Aren't you out in Phuket?
Henry?
Yeah, he's literally my neighbor. He lives like 3 minutes down the road.
Coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys get to spend much time hanging out down there?
We do a couple of, like, we have this weekly lunch thing going on.
28.
A lot of poker players.
Oh shit, yeah,
Okay,
chips
that's-
Oh, yes.
Gee, with the live misclick. We've all done it. It's been a long day for him, obviously. Final table of the 25k. Now here for the 50k.
Well, whoops.
Short deck.
Yeah, whoops declared, and he is going ahead and giving Divorce a spin. Looks like a little sporting exchange there between Jason and Daniel with respect to the situation that Divorce finds himself in, courtesy of the misclick from Phil. Will it prove fruitful? Not thus far, as Chu flops top pair and a gut shot of his own against Divorce's ace-8.
Boss.
8 on the turn means Phil's got the jack-high straight, and Divorce was going to need a 9 to chop this pot. Instead, running 8s, leaving him with trips and a lammer to be redeemed.
Quite the needle. As Bossman Paul Part joins the table.
Short deck.
Record cashes Triton series. Over 15 million in Triton earnings. One title.
頭先個波好癲，頭先有波好癲，佢4個全部推晒。頭先？係頭先4個推晒。
我會 all in，我推先嘅。
佢 K
我28個 NT 啫，我推 King Jack。
King Jack，跟住我隔離嗰個 K 10。
Dissecting that hand. 4-way all in.
Sure sounds like he was getting the report.
之後鬼佬推埋積積，跟住最後嗰個又傾傾。
King King here。
邊個贏？
攆6，跟住跑梅花，跟住。
I just somehow backdoor flush.
Cantonese fluency not required to kind of parse through what
you
we're
always leave the run good for the big ones.
That's right, baby.
hearing.
That's my plan. Why waste it for the little one?
你 call 咗啊？
懂未？諗緊。
That's a good strategy.
That's some sage wisdom there from Paul.
Scare me, man. Don't scare me like that.
You balance your timing nowadays?
No, I think you need to shuffle.
Boss on the button with the queen 6, entertaining 3 other limpers to the ace-10-6-2 diamond board here. Gut shot for Jason. He'll check it. Leo does the same with top pair. Gutter for Lun Lun, checks as well. Bottom pair for Paul. Now the 10 on the turn, improving no one's hand. Does help out the equity for Leo. Jason took a little stab at it. 3K into 20. Leo happy to make the call. Now the 9 just somehow binking Jason for the 10 high straight.
I mean, Paul did say save the run good for the bigger buy and stuff. Jason, rough start to the series, obviously. He's managed to cash for over $1 million towards the end of the series.
Well, that modest barrel on the turn has been followed up with a far meatier 23 into 26 here on the river that starts to reek of 10x, does it not?
Does indeed, and I wonder if Leo with some relevant blockers, ace of clubs and 9 of clubs, is maybe mulling over turning this one into a bluff, or does he just want to use this as a bluff catcher, unblocking the broadways and diamonds? Sizable barrel. Does flick in the call.
He called
and
ya.
Jason up to over 700,000.
You didn't see that coming.
And you hear Leo didn't see that coming. To be fair, I'm not sure Jason saw it coming either. Very fortunate river.
Wait, I'll top up here.
We're supposed to go with
Don't farm
ace jack suited, ace queen off jacks.
No, I think it's. I think Jacks is no. It's much tighter. I think Jacks goes, but I think ace queen off pure folds by a lot. By a lot.
Some insight.
Go on.
I didn't want to speak over.
Yeah, the pairs are
Jacks, ace queen suited, ace king off. That's it.
Okay, so Jacks plus ace queen suited, ace king off.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
putting in for
Jason was saying.
120 antes, I mean,
in that spot.
And he's open shoving, and you got to.
Yeah, but
limp 20,000.
I'm just letting him.
No money.
Come in with the post-mortem, Ali, is why I wasn't finishing my thought. But Jason just saying to Daniel that for 125 antes is Jacks plus, ace queen suited, and ace king off.
Yeah.
That's the hand. That's the range of hands that's meant to cool off in that spot.
Pretty specific.
Two
yeah,
kings.
Okay, it's just like
Meant to raise and take it for boss man Paul Foy.
Yeah, I'm calling queen jack suited and folding when you put it in.
And then
ace queen off just goes really bad there.
Yeah.
But Jacks is like a side-go. A side-go for sure.
I mean, Jacks is just get it in against your Jack 10 suited sometimes.
Yeah, and I shoved that one.
And that's one. It's like
it's
king
not
10
even
suited.
that sick of a spot. Like,
yeah, I know.
It's still
it's only
38
like
or whatever.
70 or whatever.
Yeah, it's 38. Jacks against Jack 10 suited. Almost 60-40. Insane.
All with kings back to back here, as Lun Lun has unfortunately chosen to ship in front of him.
Folded? This is
I have.
call in and call. Can I have
1-1-2.
You have 1-1-2, and how much does he have?
Idiot. 1-1-2.
Lundlund on his final bullet.
I do remember some discussions with respect to why a hand like 7-8 suited would choose to make the overcall here, Henry, and it's centered around
You have 4 kings in 2 hands.
the interference between what would imagine the other two opponents in this hand to have in terms of range, and how
In there with the 8-7?
So.
unimpeded
Oh.
7-8
Later, boys.
suited is.
Bye-bye the money.
Oh,
Queen on the
fascinating.
floor, like just now.
No.
Queen,
That's
queen
the
six.
man you're not going to question, though. Deemed one of the best short deck players. As he flops a piece.
I'm
Same
backdooring
story for
straight,
Lun Lun.
Like 100% of the time. It's like literal 100%.
And backdoor on quads. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Top set and top 2, though, will finish this one off as the river is irrelevant. Beautiful case, king of spades
3 and 3.
for Paul Foy, unfortunately. For Lun Lun, another bullet biting the dust.
Bullet.
So it's his last bullet.
Time to redeem that last lammer for Lun Lun, and time for us to just give you a glimpse at all of the museum quality, beautiful, handcrafted works from our official timekeeper, Jacob & Co., which of course include their Astronomia casino piece with the working roulette wheel. On hand here, mind you.
If I'm not mistaken, Phil Nagy snagging a piece the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Hello.
Do we know which one?
I know the price tag.
Talk to me.
We'll fill you in off air. And then maybe...
I don't think Phil's going to be particularly
okay.
bashful about his
500K.
time.
Ali.
Why would you tell everyone that?
500K.
Such an absurd thing to share with the world, Henry. Love it, by the way. Good on you, Phil.
I mean, you know, this guy, he's been coming to these series 2 times in a row now. He's out here battling in everything. Why not buy yourself a little timepiece as a piece of memorabilia? It's your time spent at a Triton series. Jacob and Co, ladies and gentlemen.
Phil Hsu limping to start this party. Jason Kuhn, Daniel DeVoris in there. I seem to recall, Henry, you were looking for a souvenir from here in Hoiana, but at a significantly lower price point at the night market yesterday than Phil. But, you know, souvenir nonetheless, as we see Jason Kuhn continuing to run really hot here. Trip Queens.
Yeah, I do recall you attempting to pick up a souvenir yourself, but the price of 80k was a little bit too steep for your liking.
Didn't really want to walk around with one of those hats for the rest of the evening. No regrets.
A piece of Vietnamese culture. Okay, no worries. Back to the action.
And that action involved Phil Hsu checking and calling along with Daniel DeVoris, who had the 8. Now, on the turn, the ace, as things get even more unwelcoming for these slow-played kings. No concerns, though, for Jason. Barrels again.
Chu with a bit of a grim spot. Unblocking Jack 9, Jack 10, 10 9. The overcard obviously a concern. They did limp in, late position. Jason going to complete a lot from the cutoff. Chu going to keep JK honest for at least 2 streets. How about that for a brick?
Very welcome sight is the 6 of spades. You surprised to see Phil kind of take the line that he has with these 2 kings? Limp pre, check call, check call.
I can get behind the limp. It's a very aggressive Jason Kuhn behind. But, you know, we'll have some traps at this stack depth. I think check call. Makes a ton of sense. 2 players to act. Question is, would Jason follow through for a triple barrel with a hand like Jack 10, Jack 9, 10 9? Phil does eventually find the fold with the 2 kings. Jason back in the right direction.
Can't say the same for Phil Hsu, however. Chips lost in that exchange.
Have you been to Macau before, Ali?
I've not been to Macau as yet, but I suspect it might be a better place to get some of the action I've been trying to get here on this Vietnam stop from the likes of Winfred Yu and Danny Tang, specifically Mahjong, being told that there's an automatic Mahjong table down in the KTV, the karaoke.
We heading there after comms?
Maybe tonight's the night that we can get a little maybe I can teach you Mahjong, young Kilbane. You don't have to go to Macau to lose money. You can just stay here. Kuhn leaning on the boys with the ace-9 and that massive stack.
Already. That could have been bad.
Me the showers. You'd have just sent me the showers.
Thank you.
Peculiar amount of acceptance that you're exhibiting here, Henry, with respect to my divulgence that I'm looking for Mahjong action. Don't think I'm the typical candidate on tour for that, but got some experience with the tiles in my hand. Generally 16 Taiwanese style, but the boys like 13. I'm in.
Short Jong. There's the chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak as the ante goes to 3 and 6K. I think I stumbled onto a term. It's Short Jong. 13 tile is Short Jong.
Bit of Short Jong with the
16
boys.
tile is Long Jong. That's nope.
Long
I don't
Jong
like the way
Silver,
I don't
mean,
like the
you
way
know.
any of this is
Ah,
going.
you know, yes. Short Jong with the boys. Why not?
Huh. I think I torched it.
You can go down for a peek.
Danny, I think I torched it with the 8-7. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think they're deep enough. That was my.
Torch is saying what?
I think I was like actually just. Nah, it's probably a lot better IRL than it's supposed to look.
2 queens, as the kings did earlier.
And there's a lot of
Choosing to limp in here.
Yeah.
I
Jason
just looked at it. 10-9 suited folds.
coming along.
That seems like that would be a huge no-no.
Suited and connected. Now divorce.
Whatever. Gamble.
Ace-6. Lun with the
Yeah, but
king
one of them has
6.
a 10 a lot. Right.
Flicks his double ante
Yeah,
in there.
but I mean that's why I was like this small rundown's pretty sick.
7 in the window. No help, though, for Jason as it comes ace-king behind it. Unwelcome side, of course, for the 2 queens, which understandably check. Lun in front. On his last bullet, worthy of mention. Closes the action. Round of checks complete. Now on the turn, both Lun and Jason picking up gut shots.
Oh, the little stab. Certainly going to have a range advantage on the ace-king 7 after limping in from under the gun. Jason, gut shot, bottom pair.
You missed a great scene. They just found a wad of cash stuffed in the chair.
Did they really?
Nice little awareness there from Paul Fua that the round of checks on that flop
Stuck in between the seat.
opened the door to him being able to
I think it was like
represent.
and like this thing here, like right behind the seat there.
You hearing that, Ali?
Looks like all those dong that I'm missing have been found. I hope that they're going to make their way back to me.
That dong
I was sitting in the
from
in the
last
chair.
night.
Excuse me?
Well, you know, taxi journey. You shed some weight on the way into town. You were down a few million dong. But they've now been, you know, people have found it.
As sort of the papa of the production side of our operation,
Well,
I felt
Papa's
the
a
need
bit
to...
of a stretch. I'd go with creepy uncle, but go on.
Well, you do call me Papa Smurf. I felt the need to securely take us into and out of town, using the Grab app, by the way.
Shout out, Grab.
Free one. Last one you'll get. Hop on the sponsor train. Jason Kuhn, Ace Jack, 24K to go. Leo Chin, same stuff.
Talking of free. Shout out, Squiddy. Picking up the tab last night.
True story?
True story.
No, Leo just got out of there with the Ace Jack. No wonder you were in there with the double cheeseburger
Well,
and
hang on,
bacon.
hang on. This was ordered before any mention of tabs being picked up was. If you recall, I came back and I asked, have we got the bill yet? And it wasn't until then that we found out that someone had very kindly picked up the bill for all of us. So don't go making accusations like that, all right?
Nah, I feel like you had a live read.
They weren't even at our table, so...
Whoa! Sorry. Is that 4 or 5 I threw in?
That's 4.
Jason in the hunt for title number 6.
I mean, you've only ever ordered single cheeseburgers in the whole time I've known you. Then suddenly last night came with the double Henry. I don't know what changed. Table full of very wealthy, well-heeled Triton participants, not far from us.
Yourself, James Dempsey, Lara Nisi, and Nananoko. Yeah, the last time I've seen any of you pick up the bill was in a nightmare.
Did you think that that grab van showed up magically, Henry, or that I had some sort of free
79
promo code?
I'll give you your $2 back, mate.
Keep it. 10-9 suited as Boss comes over the top for 3 bets with the ace-king.
Again. Ace-king.
Big trouble.
50-50.
Well, they know their equities, don't they?
They do indeed. Forrest a slight favorite. 10-9 of hearts.
Emphasis on slight with 173 in the middle. Jack, Jack 10.
That is a tough one to win.
And that's why. Broadway for Paul.
Yeah, still not.
Boris
bad.
can hit a jack or a 10, though. Not there this time.
Straight.
Someone needling Daniel by pointing out that he has a straight, inferior, of course, as that bullet is dusted off.
Yeah, and Forrest
My run good is coming
down
back.
to his final bullet.
Good one, good one. Chase it, chase it.
0 cases. Oh, yeah.
On the way.
Save for the last 2.
0 cashes for Boss
Listen,
Man Paul so
okay,
far this series, but
never
this
mind.
bullet,
Last few stop, I got so
bet
much.
number
cases.
12.
Yeah, like 20
Going
goes
well.
on, 25 goes on.
嚟緊 on the way 好似 Danny 咁樣。
Oh, this
3
is
starting
decent.
stacks
Yeah, the one
on bullet number 1.
會減肥到。你做嗰個16個小時唔食嘢，8個小時。
Probably pretty good for jacks, ace queen, 2 days.
係啊，16 聽講好 very good。
We've talked, by the way, about some of the
甩頭髮。
dry spells from the likes of Mikita Batsiakuski and even Jason Kuhn prior to winning the 50K.
Also, like getting the rebates
Turbo.
kind of nice.
Yeah.
Like, I think
Boss
if I'm
Man Paul
covered, it's,
Pua
like, a
also
little different, but like
failing to cash
For sure, that's
as
true.
yet
Yeah, I still
here
have,
at this
like,
Vietnam
15
Festival, and
when
he
I
has
lose
been
to sleep.
in every event.
0 for 9. Rough stint so far.
No shame in it.
Paul.
As you pointed out, Henry, variance.
Yeah, variance, of course. Had a decent series in Cyprus. Won his first ever event back in Madrid.
Jason
30K,
Kuhn,
7
by the way,
max.
there.
Nuts on the river.
Pummeling.
That's exactly.
Chop,
That's
chop.
the most important part of the strategy, Loon.
Yeah, nuts on the river.
Paul, this has been a great stop, man. Great location.
Yeah.
Winfred did a really good job.
You go around town? No?
No, I haven't left. You know, past 2 days, the only 2 days I've been feeling
Yeah.
good.
I didn't go out. Probably some nice restaurants in town.
If you go, let me know. I'll come with you.
No time this trip.
Yeah.
Lots of meetings. Also.
Shout out Winfred.
What's that? Bud?
You gotta admit, that was a pretty sweet throw. 6K on the button.
Oh,
That's pretty dope.
you weren't. I mean,
I was not playing around.
I'd take the donation.
Oh, Paul got a lot of chips now. How many chips you got? A lot of chips.
I have 97 to start.
Maybe 400.
I'm gonna raise to 30,000.
I have 33.33333.
Repeating, of course.
Oh, I love that quote, by the way. Not sure whether or not you picked up on it.
Go on, Ali.
From the famous Leroy Jenkins video. Not a meme you're familiar with, Henry?
Can't say it is, no.
Born Under a Rock.
Speculate.
seldom
I'm gonna steal that.
to come out from under it, apparently.
I'm
Or
speculating
just
here.
28 years old and not a caveman.
Old is a generous way to describe 28. Ace-8 dominating the 10-8 as Paul Fuel
That's
willing
300?
to call the 30K raise.
Still have 380.
380 back, yeah.
Jason getting the lay of the land. He does have Paul covered, but Paul's got trip 10s here. Nothing cooking for Jason.
What was it like before the pyramids were built, Ali?
Apparently people were a lot better at math than they are today, Henry, as that predates my existence by millennia. 20,000, the lead.
Yeah,
from
an
Paul.
interesting lead.
No.
From Paul,
You
Jason.
left me. Jax. Oh, shit, yeah.
No messing around. Stands up for a little stretch. Death Valley. Only chip leading the final 17 here in event number 12.
Gone all in, man.
Mike Caxton getting
this is
busy on
good.
the outer tables, doing well on bullet number 1,
Here you
as
go,
is
Jason.
Michael Zhang.
Mike Watson in the top 4, but no bullets left. Paul Foy rounding out the top 5. Short stack currently belongs to Danny Tang, who did win that 25K. 1 bullet left, 27K in front of him. Shout out, by the way, to Stocky in the YouTube chat. Part of the joke, on the inside, knows the meme, writes, "At least I got chicken." Also from the Leroy Jenkins meme. For those of you, like Henry, unfamiliar with it, do yourselves a favor. Google it. Highly famous. Well-known, especially in poker, by the way. It was kind of a battle cry from the likes of Bill Perkins and Antonio Esfandiari when they would get the chips in. Henry feverishly pecking away now, looking to soak up the video. Probably not the right time to do it, Kilbane, but go on.
You did tell us to Google it, so, you know.
Not you, maybe, given
quite
your current
literally
responsibilities.
said Henry and everyone that hasn't seen it.
Later. Dvoris with the ace-7. Tried to bully, got caught by Phil Chu's ace-queen.
That's 50K.
Thank you.
Really not going Dvoris's way so far out this feature table.
Sure isn't.
Started off, I want to say, second in chips.
Believe this is his last bullet.
It is.
As well, Henry, not the spot he wanted to find himself in. Ace-7 does have some chop outs.
Cocktails?
Waitress.
Wow.
need the waitress.
They're
There
going to
they
chop
are.
it up.
Waitress.
Unless an ace or a queen rolls off.
Coming.
Not a foregone conclusion, but the 7 makes it official.
I think Dvoris will take that one.
Oh yeah, this spot in the 50K was hanging in the balance there. Jason, one-man snack bar there. What's this?
I like. You can put it between us if you want. I like it on the left side only when I'm eating, but I'm done now.
Right.
Is that antibacterial spray?
Would make sense. Very GTO.
Maybe it's the stuff that the medics in football who run out onto the pitch
Paul, why'd I double you up?
seem
Such
to
a bad
spray
loose
upon all
call.
parts of
Give you so much action.
the injured out there, only to have them miraculously be revived.
Ace, 7-8 suited.
No one knows what that stuff is.
I'm too sick.
Perhaps being appropriated here.
Some guesses as to what it could be.
Fairy dust.
That was a Rui
Not
cow
PG enough for this stream. Jason folds. Dvoris, ace-9.
Playing the hitter.
Yeah,
Play more hands.
Heat check.
3 antes. Ace-9's enough.
Boy, DeVoris really
Only me and
perking
you?
up here.
Just the two of us.
This last bullet, look at Lun with the squeeze. Must have looked at the king.
Every hand. No more 6, okay? Yeah, no more 6. Please, please. 7.
Oh, man. That game last night was crazy.
Which one?
The cash game was insane. Here?
How do you do?
I lost 80 big blinds. Yeah, I got the big hand for me was just set over set. Whatever.
Who's the biggest winner?
Linus.
Oh.
Yeah, he won some very fortunate hands.
Linus Love, definitely an experienced recipient of good fortune.
Very exciting TV.
Nice.
Yeah,
Phil
people
Shu.
I think are gonna love it.
Limping again with good stuff up front. Jason accepts the invitation with so many chips to speculate with the 9-7 suited 1 gapper. Well, DeVoris takes his foot off the throttle this time. Just coasts in with a limp. Leo Chin jamming the 34K. Can't fault him whatsoever with ace-queen suited. Of course, Phil Chu is going to be ready for him as boss. Thinking it over. Queen 10 suited, so pretty, but this isn't the right spot.
Discipline on display.
Yeah. Trap set and sprung by Phil Shu, and that'll clear
You cover, right? Yep.
the field. He's got Leo well covered.
Backdoor flash.
Front door
Why
flash.
backdoor? You can flop it.
Yep. Club is good. Club is good.
Newcomer to the Triton
Wish we
series.
had more chips.
Leo Chin.
Call 3-way.
Showing up just for the short deck.
Positivity.
Yep.
3 clubs. 7, 8, 9.
I did it. You can do it too.
Wearing a smile, but having the worst of it.
Hey, maybe you were right.
Both players
Maybe you're right.
with the gut shot, though.
Got all my hands so bad.
A 6, 8, 9 board, a 7 needed for the chop. Instead, it's a 6 and now other paths to a chop
7, 9, 8.
reveal themselves to Leo. A queen for the clean win. And there's the 8. So carve it up, sir, as Phil nods. Short deck.
Well played, Ali.
Something I don't hear often in a poker room. Probably because I don't have cards in my hand on this occasion. Now, Henry, you disappeared for a little while whilst we were in downtown Hoi An last night. Unclear where you headed off to. 30 minutes later to return.
Go on.
Looking refreshed.
Yeah, Chin. Gonna run his final 15. The ace-6. Do continue, Ali.
Continue might be what Phil Chu has on his mind with ace-10. And the boys are going to run it again as Leo dominated.
Chop it up. Chop again.
Perhaps we'll get the answer.
Perhaps, for now.
With respect to your disappearance.
Chin looking to do what he did last time. And get lucky. Stay alive.
Ace in the window, and this time it's going to be a little bit more difficult to proposition for Leo. As you can see,
Monkey.
just 1%.
Oh.
Wait a minute. There's one of the two sixes that need to come in running fashion for Leo. The ace on the river, though, as it's boat over boat. Phil Chu
Couldn't get away from it.
showering Leo Chin's last bullet as he wraps the table and says
Loon, I remember
good luck in his second ever Triton event.
You kept going like this. Aces. And then you got and then you got aces like 2 or 3 times in a row, like
One
the
of those
span of
was
like
the
2
bust
orbits.
me, I
Let's
think.
do this this
Try
time.
it, try it.
And then like, no wonder you just keep getting sixes now.
Used it all up.
Where's aces? 1, right?
I'm getting aces.
Okay.
No, you gotta do the thing.
I can just do it with my brain at this point. I'm
Well,
an alien.
Some less than savory speculation in the chat, by the way.
First time we played, I think it was like.
Yeah, first time to be Cyprus.
Oh yeah.
As to your whereabouts.
Oh, a byproduct of you just.
Okay.
Kilbane, go ahead.
You know,
set him straight then.
Anonymity is a privilege, but
Time,
yet
it's time.
you seem to be interested in sharing with the world what other people get up to in their spare time.
Let's go.
Inquiring minds want to know, where were you?
Maybe I am Spider-Man, who knows? Lun-Lun.
It worked.
No.
21 antes. There's
Everybody
some
can
poker.
see what's going on here. Pictures tell the
there's
story.
poker to
Where
be played.
did you go last night, Henry?
Take a day off, Ali. 50k short day.
All right, we all know where it is if you're not willing to tell the answer.
63, 3k getting called by Paul.
I'm not going to bail you out as the Vice Squad picks you up out here in Hoiana. I'm just going to let you know that. Uh-oh.
All in.
Jason Kuhn in between sips of the espresso with a very cavalier all-in.
Lucky I didn't go all in.
Probably lucky. I got ace king.
Aces.
Oh, all right. Drop it up.
Up.
It's king against
No
ace
aces,
jack. Lun-Lun on his final bullet.
Let's chop it up.
Flip.
Yeah, basically.
50-50.
So there's a heads-up game going about to start. Ken Chang versus Tony G.
PLO?
It'll be a mixed game, short deck, PLO, and Hold'em. 500k buy-in, and they have to do 6 buy-in to stop. 2 million.
It's a pretty good flop for you.
That's sick.
Top 2 for Jason. Lun-Lun with the Broadway gut shot.
How about it?
This is his last bullet, and there's the 10. Now he needs to fade an ace or a king
I like it. You got
on the
7.
river.
King.
And he's done
it. You visualized it. You deserve it.
Aces.
Short deck.
So he makes it straight.
Short deck.
How much is this?
Not much.
It's a lot to me, man.
Lun-Lun on his final bullet.
Good idea.
And some run good.
Good idea.
Yeah, you got.
Yeah, Ali, you know, just to avoid
6-3, is that what it was?
Yep.
any blasphemy in the chat. Do tell.
Short deck giveth and short deck taketh away, bro.
Short deck giveth and short deck taketh away.
Are you going to end the speculation in chat as to your
Well, the
whereabouts?
speculation as to my whereabouts, a byproduct of just you being
impish.
You know, you like
Suggestive.
stirring things, so, you know, stirring the pot
Confirmed.
unnecessarily.
Are you going to?
Some speculation as to what you get up to in your downtime.
Doesn't
you know,
take a psych major to know what we're dealing with here.
I'm a fan of videography and photography, as a lot of people know. Traveled around with the Obex crew, and I was taking some pictures and some videos of the town. Very, incredibly aesthetically pleasing. Producer.
Oh, I know what that means.
James.
And I can't believe you would document these exploits. What a
take-
dirt merchant.
Seriously, take a day off. I mean, there's a line, and you've dove in with both feet now. But you know,
you're welcome.
Don't expect anything less from you. Taurus falling for the trap set by Paul Pua.
Thinking that this King 10 is the one that can clear this field, but of course we know it's not. Now with Paul having called, Phil Chu finds his way in there. DeVoris knows that he's not performing well against these ranges. As Paul does have the boys covered and will be playing for a side with Phil Chu, Ace-King against Ace-King. Both of them
You might have trapped yourself.
yeah. Doing very well against DeVoris.
Get this to yourself.
Right? You're going to like the hand I folded.
Oh, 8-9 would be favorite.
9-8.
Here comes the flop. Ace 9-8.
I'm still.
Yeah, you're going to win.
Yeah.
Jason suggests that DeVoris is going to win this one.
Straight draw.
He's on his last bullet, needs some help.
Wow.
Kind of hard to win.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, the board pairs on the turn and leaves him drawing dead as the Ace-Kings will carve up the remainder of his stack.
What's the...
Great question, but you should try to get in before that happens.
Level 8, I think.
Like either 7 or 8. The start of 9.
Oh.
And
But then you have to put all 3 bullets in.
Start of level 9 is the end
So
of
level
registration.
7 would be the best.
Yeah. Okay.
With 3 lives.
So right after dinner break.
Right, see you.
Looks like DeVoris might be heading out to grab a bite, recenter himself,
You remind me, yeah? This one.
Oh. And then you
and
tip it
re-enter.
Yeah,
Registration
triple up.
still open here
DeVoris.
with 15 runners of 20 entries.
All right,
Mike Haxton
four-handed. Not a lot of
leading
money in
the
the
field.
pot. Stop going all in. No money to be won. I only go all in with Ace-King, bro.
Looking for his first Triton trophy.
Jason Kuhn just behind him, second overall, of course, tops here at this table where Paul Pua has also been busy accumulating. Phil Chu and Lun Lun still in there. Lun on his last bullet. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Suspect we'll have another player delivered to our feature table sooner than later.
Just now, AJ.
I tripled him up, playing like a donkey. There he is.
Oh.
I'm gonna let you guys play heads up.
Is that Bats joining the table? Didn't get a good look.
No, Paul's limping range here from Ace-King all the way down to 8-9, the hand he shares with Lun Lun. Both players flopping the open-ender. Paul checks. Lun Lun does the same. And they both hit the queen high straight on the turn. Let's see how this will be approached.
Well, I think Paul's certainly capable of winning this pot here and getting Lun Lun to fold the chop, given that he did limp under the gun. Going to have more boats and more nut straights. And how about that for an
Yeah, that's a
entertaining river
gross river for both of these guys.
Oh, maybe it's KCG. No, it's not. It could be either Elton, Makita, or KCG at this point. So they chop it up on the 10 river.
Shout out, by the way, to Alex Epstein, who apparently has joined the ranks of the YouTube stream and subsequently the chat. Thallow, he goes by, saying that he's been enjoying what he's had the opportunity to tune into. Says awesome commentary. Thanks for that. Good to have you with us. And if you are enjoying the chatter and the stream, be sure to give us a like and a subscribe as we continue to bring you the best in streaming poker entertainment.
to you? Sorry. Yeah, I thought I was heads up to lose, but there was another person left. Luckily, it didn't change my decision, but I was pretty mad that I didn't notice. Just like it's a stand-up game, we should all stand up.
Yeah.
You know? You should stand up so you can see who's sitting down. Yeah. Like having a card in front of you.
Once they started, it's like nobody wants to go back. Everybody just wants to keep playing this game now. They're like,
So speculating about prostitution on someone's behalf is funny. It's the
Trying to show me on a couple times. Like, see, it's great. It's pretty good, other than I'm losing my ass, but it's pretty good.
Jason Kuhn limping in with a couple of jacks. Lun Lun with the ace-10. Paul limping the sevens. And the action's going to get closed by Phil Chu here. Four-way affair to the flop.
Jesus Christ, Ollie.
Ace,
I tell
9,
you
8.
what, mate. One of us, as a byproduct of your absolute nonsense, is either going to end up in hospital or jail one of these days. And, you know, let's just shut down the speculation, all right, chat? I went to do some photography and also happened to go for a little massage right next to the Irish bar that we found ourselves at. There's actual picture evidence over on my Instagram for those of you that want to fact check me on that. Thanks for that hole that you dug us into, Ollie.
I had a good time, shovel in hand, truth be told. Lun Lun having a good time, betting 13,000 on the turn, having picked up the gut shot.
Cannot wait for you to retire. You know, how long is it left? 2 years until you hit 60?
That would be a prerequisite toward any promotions that you are hoping to receive. As we see Jason Kuhn with the 2 jacks. Look at this. A check raise to 45,000 on the strength of the 2 blockers. Lun's got a blocker of his own, though, with the 10. How much heat is he going to be able to take, though, with just top pair and the gutty?
And blocking the straight, but going to give it up as Jason. Well-timed bluff. Getting through on the turn.
Not the first time we're going to see Jason take a peek at his 2 hole cards and make them far more relevant than any other aspect of the hand when he decides to get busy in terms of blocker effects, especially here in short deck. As he puts Lun Lun's hand into the muck.
You ever been arrested before, Ollie?
No. I know that that brief pause probably gave you a glimmer of hope that perhaps I was going to say yes, but no, never been arrested. I'm a much better candidate for cardiac arrest than any sort of legal arrest, if I'm being honest. Is Phil Chu somehow, with the Queen-9 offsuit, has decided to activate the Ace-10 suited of Jason Kuhn, non-compliant from the button, defends. Boss with the limp. Gets out of there. Are you at all surprised to see this Queen-9 being the selected kit by Phil for this move?
I think it's similar to the big blind or small blind ISOs that you see in long deck. Just a late position limp and Phil pouncing on the perceived weakness. Did get the King-7 to fold. Jason waking up with a hand to peel in position with.
Kuhn's going to peel one off here on the turn. Board double pairs. Now think about how uncomfortable you've got to be if you're Phil Chu. You raised it up. Kuhn defends his button. You bet this very dry-seeming board that doesn't rate to be interacting with Kuhn's defense range, one might assume. And yet he calls anyway, and now the board double pairs. You're sitting out here with queen high. No showdown value, you would imagine. Unless maybe there's some 8-9 or 10-8 lurking in Kuhn's range.
Well, Jason facing a double barrel.
Credit Phil, by the way, for reaching into his stack and delivering half of it on the turn.
I think he knows exactly where he's at.
Bluffing me with the best hand.
Could be bluffing me with the best hand.
Really?
Probably, yeah.
Well, he was bluffing you, but certainly not with the best hand. As
I bet on the flop, you bet.
Phil Chu shows off his short deck aptitude there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're saying you're
Getting
nine.
through that tough customer.
Okay, king, queen.
And Jay Kuhn.
Westerner's not performing
Nah, he had king, queen.
too well in
away
this
into
event number
nothing.
12, 50k short deck ante-only. Forrest, Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, and KCG.
I was going through that hand.
The only eliminations so
No matter
far.
what the river card was, huh? Did you have quads?
Can I get a
will.
coffee?
I will never have quads there.
Service.
Service.
Queen 9 suited for Lun Lun limping.
It's still on you?
Yep. Can I get a black coffee?
Black coffee.
Ugh. Hopeful. Did I just win or he limp?
Tsang. First showing of him so far. Late regging this tournament. Got a jam over the Lun limp. Picks up the dead money.
Little thumbs up. As the Red Jacks take it down.
They're enjoying her stay.
Yeah, seems like it.
Cool.
Yeah. Just haven't had time to spend with her, but yeah, it's okay.
I saw her today. I ran over and said hi to her.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's cute, huh?
Yeah, so cute.
Oops, sorry.
Hilton Tsang here with his family by the sounds
Seems
of
very
things.
confident.
Huh?
Seems confident in herself.
Yeah.
Jack 10. Hi, Jack.
Sai la, say sai la. String bet.
How infectious is Elton Tsang's laugh, and how unique as
Every
well.
angle possible. Just kick me out of the tournament.
Jason.
1 round penalty.
Uniquely deployed raise there.
Oh shit.
Whoa.
Sounds like he had an 8.
Yeah,
Gets it through.
Natural.
Natural 9.
Elton has not cashed thus far here in Vietnam. Has played 5 different events. Looking to break that seal here and pick up his 10th ever on the Triton Tour. Currently the short stack at the feature as the antes creep up to 4K. 2.2 million plus under Elton's belt. Over the course of his Triton career, those chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak.
Oh, Bossman Paul has really closed the gap on Jason. Michael Zhang, by the way, has taken the chip lead on the alpha tables.
With 2 bullets left. Kuhn with just 1 bullet left.
Sometimes.
Ace-8 suited. Raise it up.
Oh, Zhang won a 3-way all-in against Gatli and Dennis Schuferen. Jack 10 against Ace King against Ace King. Must be nice.
That's where you want the Ace Kings, is interfering with one another, as Elton Sang's jam nicely interferes with
Chop it up.
Jason Kuhn's Ace-8 suited. He's a customer asking for a chop.
No, I'm gonna flop the wheel, but then there's an 8's gonna hit on the turn. Okay, we can chop this.
Yeah. Many outs.
Sang well out in front.
There it is. Now
Wow.
another one's coming.
Jason called for the jack for the chop. Rolled right off for him.
It's like so many chops.
Wow. Any ace, king, queen, jack.
Good for a chop.
Yeah.
The boss.
Short deck.
What are you talking about? It is. This is a ton of fun. Are you jumping in?
Yeah,
Come play.
Huh? Oh. Got your kids on the phone? Yeah.
Hi, what's up, guys?
Your kid need a coach?
So cute.
Pleased for Rob Young to hop into the mix. Says he's on a little video call with his family. Once he's done, he'll do just that, as Elton Sang hops into this one for all of his biscuits. Pocket queens, 9s, not really the kind of kit that wants to call off.
It's 99,000 though.
A little shy of 20% of, or 25% rather, of Paul's 433. Into the muck it goes. Underperforming sort of hand in that situation.
Although I now. Ah, now so.
On the button, maybe gamble. Maybe.
Yeah.
Getting some coaching from Jason Kuhn.
Be a good coach to have when it comes to short deck. And a good piece of wristwear to have is the fine jewelry handcrafted in Scandinavia by the good folks at Shambhala Jewels, our official sponsor, helping us to celebrate our Triton champions.
Never
Diamonds,
no one beat
precious stones, and
Never
18 karat gold.
Wow. 150. Good start.
Oh.
Let's go.
Call.
I love this
Again?
mid-espresso
You have your check again?
sweat,
No
by the way.
way. If you scoop me this
Sorry,
time, I'm gonna cry. Just chop it up. I just want
Another chop, yeah.
Chop is good.
This table is just
keep chopping.
full of chops.
How many times do we get ace king to ace jack? This is crazy. Oh, no.
Ace Jack 8. Lun Lun dominated. And he's got top 2.
Queen.
chop.
Holding on the turn.
8. King.
Can he hang
Oh,
on the river?
my word.
Good job, good job.
Running 8s for the chop yet again.
I had a bad feeling about that one.
Ace chop too.
Ace chop? Oh, yeah, ace chop too.
Wow.
No, ace doesn't chop.
Ace chop?
Ace
No, chop.
No, ace is full of jacks.
Ace,
of
ace,
course.
Jason's been practicing hard on these chop pots, man.
Bro, I gotta work for it.
Like
Ace jack good today.
There's more choppers than a Harley Davidson
Can't
dealership.
lose, at least.
No. Second Triton main event, the one that Paul and I got heads up in, I won ace-jack off to ace-king suited for like a huge pot against Furcat.
Yes.
It was a very lucky hand.
You see the flush, I think.
Yeah. Yep. Good memory. He was not happy.
Oh, sorry. I'll try to remember to pass it over.
Boss. Setting a trap with the kings up front. And Elton steps in it from the button.
Gamble.
He's gambling. Go, go, go.
No gamble, no future. Gamble with a very big hand.
You're not happy to see that one, though.
Yeah.
That's the worst hand you can see. Other than aces, that is the worst one.
Ace 9 with 44% equity.
點樣啊，冠軍 champion？
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
238 in the middle. Elton saying.
Wow. Ace high flop.
Out flopping the kings, but work left to be done.
I feel like I'm going to win this spot too.
Yeah. I don't think this one's going to be
Queen or king faded on the turn. Elton does have 2 bullets left, but he might be staring down a double, and it's official.
115.
Bad beat for Paul.
Gamble, gamble.
But really, when you consider the percentages pre-flop, the beat not quite as bad.
Honestly, you now know why the guys just say short deck. It's just short deck. 40% equity, 44%.
Yeah, trappy, I knew it.
You trapped him, though.
Trap the trapper.
Yep, I don't have 8.
Who loves it more than Elton and Paul, man?
No?
Trapper becoming the trappee.
7's fine, good.
Sure.
I mean, how many hours of poker do you think they
Mine's
played
going up again?
lifetime?
Oh, shit, thought that was fast. I was
Tell
like
you
a
what,
super turbo.
not enough, if you ask them. Still plenty left in the tank in terms of passion for the game. For both of those guys. On display here in Event 12. Up to 22 total entries. Clubs on clubs here. King, queen, queen. Advantage Phil, the limper.
6.
Easy pickup. Just by rattling the chips. That's the best watch anyone owns on tour. Right there. White ceramic RM. That's dream stuff. I know, Henry, you perhaps are more of a fan of the Pops watch.
G-Shock's more my thing.
Slightly more economical kit.
It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen you wearing a watch, Ali, for someone that seems so fascinated by the timepieces out there.
You're right. This is how I've remained solvent. Because once we break those seals, bad things happen. Good things, though, for Jason Kuhn on the Ace-8 board, where he has trips, and yet Phil, the limper up front.
King of Diamonds in hand, and just thinks he's going to have the strongest ace-X after limping from under the gun, which he will. Ace-King, Ace-Queen. I think it's
What is the minimum bet?
somewhat safe to remove those from Elton and Paul. You can see Jason an ace of his own from +1.
Just flatting. Paul, despite holding the jack of diamonds and the 8, promptly releases. Would have made 8s full, but of course would have been no good. How pesky is having this big stack of Jason Kuhn directly to your left? Such a competent opponent.
One of the best at short deck as well.
Agreed.
Just saw JK rocking his freshly picked up Shambhala Jewels bracelet there, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Courtesy of that 5th title, leaving him all alone as the most decorated player in Triton history. Badziakuski with some catch-up to do.
Westerners really not performing too well in this one. Chris Brewer, Dennis, Daniel Dvoris, Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, Carl Chappé-Gatian, all out for now. But the flip side, you know, Ike Haxton, Jason Kuhn, So Watson, Michael Zhang leading the field.
Registration still open until the beginning of level 9, and I believe Dvoris alluded to the idea that he was going to go grab a bite, maybe come back in. So TBD whether or not some of those grayed out names in the field might be relit. Hop back in.
Can almost guarantee that those guys will be re-entering. They're not sticking around in Hoiana just to catch some sun.
Lun Lun looking to catch some people slipping. Jamming the ace-9 suited.
You ever get caught slipping, Ali?
Often.
Gift of the gab.
Curse of the gap, perhaps, would be a better way to describe it, as the jam ran into an ace-queen. Phil Chu had asked for a count, didn't know quite what he had, but decided to jam over the top. Made it an easy decision for the limpers. And
I don't feel a chop this time, man. I don't know who's gonna win, but I just don't feel a chop.
Tough to chop this one.
Jason.
I know when the chops are coming.
You have a pretty good feeling about those.
I do have deck reads, bro.
Declaring this one likely to receive a clean winner. But 7, 8, 9, any 6 would create a chop for the time being. 10 won't work.
Okay.
And there is the 6, as Lun Lun was a
Win the antes. Okay.
clear favorite,
I'm okay with chop.
having flopped top pair.
Should have called with my king 10.
Oh my word.
Not able to take it down.
How is that possible?
Scoops are tough out here.
Man,
I chopped like
I feel like I'm playing or watching double board bomb pot action where it's just getting chopped up. Most unlikely runouts.
Then I was never answer my text. I was about to send security to your room.
10 versus Tony G. Heads up. Short deck Omaha.
Rob's
Hold'em.
been
Mixed game.
MIA.
Who do you bet on?
Bossman Paul's about to send security to try and find him.
Producer James, by the way, with an uncomfortably
Ugliest
amorous relationship
guy in the room, like honestly, just
with this ice cream.
It's like the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
That's not nice, Henry. You're better than that.
He's not, apparently.
Don't deflect. Simply apologize and move on. 2 kings.
Oh,
oh,
my word.
whoa. Lun Lun, the limper. Boss making it 35, and Phil Chu is ready for him.
Yellow.
Jams it. Jason does have one ace. What's nestled behind it? Not enough. Whatever it is.
Wow.
Loons eights easily find the muck, and
200.
all does have Phil covered. Both players on their first bullet.
Gamble, gamble.
No
You don't
gamble
like
here.
either side?
Oh no.
If you would have to buy one.
Kings.
Again?
You would have to buy
Oh,
one
so many
person.
kings.
10.
It's for
298.
top 3 stack.
I will win this hand.
If this one's a chop, I might just run out of the room. Dive into the ocean.
Pocket 8.
Still gonna be a chop.
2 8 on the
Hey.
9-10 king as Boss flops top set to hop way out in front of Phil Chu.
Yeah.
Turn card.
Always
Sopping wet. Diamond draw.
Yeah.
Straight draw.
Oh yeah, first row too.
Ace would work as well. River.
Okay.
7 of spades
298.
as Boss will mop up the remains of Phil Chu's first bullet with a healthy double.
Should've just went with my Jack 6.
Yeah.
Not quite a full double.
should've.
But close.
That's a really rough one for Phil, obviously.
Imagine,
Short deck.
Chip lead pot with
Imagine
2
holding
bullets
it
left.
on the turn. Top stat, aces with a flush draw. And your Jack 6 just holds.
Good luck, everyone.
Nice, bro.
Good luck.
Looking rather lovely towards James there, Ollie. Was that more?
Measure of disgust, I think. Small misread on your part. Just
stand-up game made hold them so much fun.
producer James
Yeah, it is fun.
indulgently
But
polishing
it's
off.
just, like if you play it long, people actually go really tilt, like because like.
Oh, that's why I
The
was
remains
so
of
sad
his
they
ice
broke our
cream.
game last night because everybody was tilted.
Yeah.
I think everybody was awesome.
Like
Just as
I
Paul
was
polished
tilted.
off those
Everybody
aces.
gets tilted too, you know.
Rob
'Cause there's
Young
just like non-stop bluffing going on.
Oh yeah.
jumping in.
Sure.
It's like.
Welcome, sir.
Santi Jiang clicking the re-enter button. Fresh stack of 100k.
I feel a click might be upon us here. No, Elton saying. Closing the action with the check back, king, queen suited. And flopping top 2 as Boss has the gutter. Coon with just top pair. Two knuckles in front of Elton. Half pot.
Yeah, no backdoor diamonds, just a lone gut shot.
Oh.
Jack 8 gonna hit the mark. Annoying spot for Jason. Top pair, no backup. It'll be really difficult to get it to showdown. Play a
So this weird premonition in my head that you just had 2 9s in your hand.
Pretty close.
Oh no.
Pretty close.
Bluffed me.
No, I didn't bluff you.
You had a good one?
Yeah. The next biggest hand.
Oh.
Next smallest
Good
hand.
read, huh? Your intuitions are like dead on.
No, not always.
Jesus, how do I play with you?
I didn't have a very good hand. I don't know. Ken.
anyone that comes to mind that just always seems to have your number, Ollie? Just like that one opponent that seems to get the better of you.
Mine?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Scott Abrams.
Scott Abrams.
We call him Little Fella.
Shout
in the
out
game.
Scott.
Tournament player, runs along The likes of Ben Yu.
Scott Abrams.
He's got a little Hendon Mob resume on him.
Sounds familiar.
Jack 10, limping under the gun for boss.
All in.
Kuhn. Try to slide in there.
Is it 100?
Yeah, a little less. Like 96, I think.
Along with Elton. And Santi wags his finger at the boys from the button with this Queen 10 suited.
You're in front, bro.
Jason. Saying you're in front, bro. Santi. On his second entry into this 50K. Getting it in great shape against Jason's 10-9. 56% of the equity.
I approve. I approve of this flop.
Very easy.
That dominated holding suddenly with better equity than Santi. And on the turn, he makes 9s and 7s for the lead. Now Santi with the straight draw.
For you, huh? Yeah, I mean, I'd take it.
To chop with the 6. Jack would have worked instead.
In front in this game.
6 would
King.
have been better.
Polishes off
Yeah, 6. 6.
one of the Spaniards'
Nice,
bullets.
Okay.
He does not look entertained. That's the rest of the table. Laughs at his expense. Or laughs at the brutality of short deck.
Speaking of expenses, Henry,
Where are we going
looks
with
like
this,
dinner
Ali?
is being picked up by one tremendously generous Rhino Knife from the YouTube chat, who has made a handsome donation of $19.99 US for a bowl of pho for you and I.
Well, shout out Rhino Knife. Has been incredibly supportive throughout the series in the form of engagement in the chat.
How much?
Keeping us company.
53.
Do appreciate it.
Phil Chu, knifing in 52K.
I don't care.
Elton with the I don't care call. Short deck.
Oh. See, I don't care. Jacking off Jason Kuhn. I got Jason Kuhn beside me. I don't
put
care.
it in order, baby. Jason Kuhn.
I got my Jason Kuhn.
Oh my gosh,
here.
she puts Kuhn Jason out there. You gotta put Jason Kuhn.
Perhaps King Jack being referred to as the Jason Kuhn now by the boys.
No gambling,
Dominating
no
that King
future,
10 of clubs. A holding that, by the way, earned Jason a massive
Really good.
scoop in a four-way affair earlier here. Elton with top pair, but up against the open ender for Phil, who is covered.
I approve that.
That is the worst turn card in the deck for Phil.
And the river will polish off one more of Phil Chu's bullets as he will be left to redeem his last
I was
lammer.
hoping he has the worst hand by saying I don't care.
King Jack cannot be stopped. It is. It is the hand.
By the way,
Back to Rhino Knife.
I would like some clarification. The
Same
handle
here, actually. Interesting that you bring this up. Go on.
does suggest
Cash the first short deck?
that perhaps he makes his living
Zero cash.
No way. You're the cashing
as a big
machine.
game poacher.
Maybe I catch you.
The rhino, of course, an endangered and majestic animal. I'd hate to think that he was plunging
I know.
Yeah.
knives
36
into
cashes?
those
26.
26 cashes?
beautiful creatures.
Sounds like the amount of
But if he
buttons
is, I think as a matter of ethics, we should refund the donation
Oh, come on.
and also report him to the proper
You're up
authorities.
millions.
How
That's
can
right.
you not be?
Yeah, of course.
Can you check my record?
You're up tons, man.
Is that what you were thinking, Henry?
No.
What were you thinking?
No, I was actually going to ask the incredibly generous Rhino Knife if he could just clarify as to whether or not that 1999 4 bowls of foe meant that you and I had to actually sit down together over a bowl of foe, or whether or not those 2 bowls could be eaten separately, preferably a good, 500 meters, maybe even just a different restaurant from each other. Let us know, Rhino, as there's a lot at stake here. My mental health being the main thing, as well as my sanity. And how much do you get for strangling your co-commentator in Vietnam? 20 years? Sounds about right.
Perhaps the
producer Dempsey stepping in to say he'd give an alibi.
The civil judgment.
Maybe we get down to 5.
Would be perhaps more costly, Henry, than you anticipate. Do have a bit of a legal team behind me.
Jack, nice.
As a man who's willing to say some of the things that I do from time to time, should have. Ace Jack, Jason Kuhn up front against Bill Chu, who flops trip 10s.
For Jack 9.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no. Jump back into this and then we'll jump back into the generosity of the viewers. Phil just going to call.
Not sure what that side card is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good chance that Jason's drawing dead here.
Yeah. Maybe some King 10.
Well, even if
in
the
the
king
mix.
rolls off, would boat Chu up?
15.
Yeah, good point. Notice that 15K bet from Jason that got flatted is now running into a 15K bet from Phil in turn.
Jason really taking his time with this one. 15 into 102. Chasing outs on a paired board. He's going to mull this one
Supposed to
over.
go all in with this hand on every street, but I just think you have Queen 10 and flop the full house.
Wow.
Oh my God, this is such a mistake to fold.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But there was a good chance, as you pointed out, Henry, that Jason was drawing dead, and his sense of sniff is
Big mistake.
poker's version of a bloodhound. Seems to avoid all the bad spots, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to 5 titles.
I couldn't.
5 Triton titles without having a sick read on the field. Trusting more than the study he's put in, but also his gut and intuition, just sense of the game.
Sick misread, by the way, by Blizzard Ice in the YouTube chat, who steps in to say these guys hate each other.
Well, hang on a minute. Who's saying it's a misread?
Nice head.
You.
Correction, Blizzard.
Thank you. All right,
Sick
I'll tell you
read.
if you-
We loathe each other, which is far more intense in emotion. Of course, we kid
No bluff?
in the foxhole together here in Event 12. Henry Kilbane, yours truly, Ali Najad. I'm pleased to have all of you out there with us.
How much is that?
Side long. Let's see.
It might not
hate's
matter,
a
but I
strong
just
word.
wanna know.
Okay.
Would I be upset if Ali fell asleep on one of the sun loungers
Was it a 3-side?
at 1 p.m. in the afternoon?
157.
The UV index of 9. To then stroll into the booth looking like a lobster. Would that humor me?
39?
I'd probably chuckle.
Well, does the ace 8, humor Jason in the face of 157K jam.
Far from now.
Start of 9, I think.
Start of 9.
Got lots of rebuys left.
Is that a benevolent inquiry by Mr. Kuhn? He's like, hey, listen, Phil, if I give you action and shower off this bullet here, are you going to be able to plunk another 50K in?
That's what it felt like. It was just like, hey, listen. Rhino, by the way, asking if we've seen 101 Dalmatians. That's how he would like us to eat the foe.
I don't remember a faux scene
Looks like
in 101 Dalmatians. I suspect
one now.
that perhaps he's referring to Lady and the Tramp.
You're not even gonna believe it. Next event.
You're right. The spaghetti scene.
You get one big one, and like Makita's like on the side now, you know.
Yeah.
Now you
Makita's
know.
Makita's in the basement.
Right near the washroom.
I can step in to revise it. We will not be eating the pho in that manner.
Makita also like 0 cashes.
Shout out, by the way, Mark Harris for his donation. A $5.
I know the turbo count. I should have played that.
Don't think we'll be chopping that one, Henry. Going directly to me. Thanks to me taking the appropriate Attenborough approved defensive posture on behalf of the Rhino.
Yep.
Thank you for that, sir.
Shout out to the living legend that is Attenborough.
Wake up with kings.
Anybody else?
No, just us. Well, let's go. I'm pretty sure he said call. I would get fucking stacked anyway.
He's gonna run ace 8-9.
Ask yourself when the last time you saw a 50K field having this much fun and being this casual about the affair.
Yeah, day 11 of the series. We've had it all.
Yeah, no sweat whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Dead.
No sweat, nothing to think about.
I mean, bro, he shoved 40 antes. My first card was an ace.
A quick scan out to the field. Let's get a quick look at what our next feature table is going to look like. Chip leader Michael Zhang on an absolute tear out there. 10 starting stacks on his first bullet. Flew out specifically for the short deck tournaments. And
Specialist.
Not an easy field or lineup at that table, by the way. Makita, Kiatley, Sir Watts. Currently getting run over by Michael Zhang.
Zhang looks like he tapped into Chidwick's closet for today's ensemble. That hoodie looked familiar. Elton with ace-king behind the Jay Kuhn limp. Decides to
He's
limp
set
behind.
the trap.
Santi jams it in there with the ace-9 suited. Kind of kit that likes to work its way
Give me
all
my
in.
hand back. Give me my hand back.
Nice trap.
Whoopsie.
I was trapping Jason.
You would have been sad if you sold my hand, I'll tell you that.
To the flop we go. Jack 9-8.
They're very sad of you.
Santi.
Oh, it's still in there.
Hops in front. Now the queen on the turn. And an ace on the river. So aces up for Santi Zhang, who will bad beat the ace-king.
Oh,
nope.
Maybe not.
Too fair.
Didn't work out. All right, that's ace 9. I forgot.
Yeah.
Now you guys know my trick.
I wasn't buying it. I wasn't buying it. We're that boring, huh?
It's like
Sorry for boring you guys.
Yeah,
We
is
had
there
too many
a
chop pots.
Yeah.
They wanted
no blood.
They wanted blood.
Is there any way where we can interject from the booth and just say, hey, listen, these guys have been incredibly entertaining. Let's keep them on. Jason and the team joking that they've been boring. They haven't been. They've been very fun to commentate on.
Trying to lay out as much as possible and retain the table talk, of course, when available. Pocket tens limping in. Elton wakes up with ladies. Shoots it up to 64,000. Jack 10 suited, so attractive. Got to be keeping an eye on the Kuhn limp from time to time. We know that he's got a wide range that he's willing to get involved with, but there will be some traps sprinkled in there. Boss decides to not flat the 64 and invite the limp shove from the other big stack at the table. Not that that's the line that Jason has in mind with 2 10s.
Well, it's going to make the call. 144,000 in the middle.
Look at Elton instantly saying, really? Quite surprised to see it, right?
Yeah, surprised. The range of hands that want a limp call.
Hello, quads. Jason Kuhn drawing dead on the flop. Tough to say that in short deck. Check, check, as Elton just has far too much hand. Jason checking once more upon the arrival of the ace. Little 35K sprinkle on the turn. And Jason does let go.
Quads, any good? 14 players remain. 24 entries so far into event number 12. It's 50K led by Michael Zhang at present.
Flop is set with that hand every time, right? That is a set, straight flopping machine.
No, you're a chopping machine, man.
Yeah?
You can't chop with that hand.
No, not very often.
You gotta play hands that you can chop with.
Again?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
No, you got enough I can limp now.
You don't want to mess with me now.
I'm scared. I was scared the first time.
Aces.
Ace king will work. That'll be enough.
Okay.
Jason limping the king 9 suited. Boss, jack 8, wants to take a peek. Let's see if the button seeks to clear the riffraff with an ace 10. Answer is no. So we'll take a flop. 3 players, 32K in the middle. And trip jacks for boss well in front, though interaction for both Jason, who is min betting 4K, as well as Phil, who's got the Broadway gutter, as Paul flicks the call out there.
Potential for this to go 3 ways to the turn.
There it is, able to close the action, getting a nice price. Phil will hunt a queen, but instead it's quads on the turn for boss. Field draws dead. Kuhn knows better than to barrel again in this spot.
Oh
Now he
my.
makes kings full on the river, though. Still checking, adeptly identifying that a decent amount of jack X could be lurking.
Oh. It's 1 jack and 1 king available. 44,000 out there. Chu obviously coming up short on this board. Go polar. Just north of half pot. If Jason can get away from this, I mean, we already know what it takes to be a 5-time champion, but folding here seems like a lot to ask. Shows the king, makes the call. It's going to get shown the quad jacks from Paul.
Man.
No shame in it. Just a bad spot to be in for Jason Kuhn, who keeps himself in good spots and finds himself in a top 3 spot. 504,000, actually slipping out of the top 3 officially, courtesy of having lost that particular pot, but still very much toward the top of the leaderboard here as the antes will move up to 5K. As you look at those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker, we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. Scheduled break, players heading to dinner. We are going to shave that break down, however, just a few minutes, and then we will be back with continuing coverage. Thoughts there from that frame, Henry?
I mean, we didn't really have to do much talking. That was a
No?
very entertaining table, a lot of table chatter, shenanigans about, you know, the actual chopping that seemed to be happening every hand. And yeah, some high stakes banter between the guys.
Short deck on full display there. Plenty more of it still to come. This one of 3 remaining events, our 50K short deck with 24 official entries, 15 remaining in the field. We will step aside, but we'll return to Hoiana with more after this.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
third. Ace-8 suited from under the gun.
Applying maximum pressure with that holding. Another wrinkle to short deck, yet to be mentioned, is the fact that flushes beat full houses in this game. Granted, with 4 less of a suit out there, trying to put 5 to a suit together is even more difficult than making a boat, which is actually facilitated by the removal of the deuces through the 5s.
Do you want another fun statistical fact about short deck?
I'm good.
All right.
Come on, lay it on us.
Oh, kings for Richard. Maybe the spin. An option still. We've got to more than triple up if he can hold here with the kings. Note the equities, as Ali was alluding to. Just 55% favorite against the ace-8 of Sir Watts.
To the flop we go. And ace-jack-10 now puts Watson in front, but still a good chunk of equity for Young with 2 to come. Got a bite taken out of him against Broadway. Can he put Broadway together for himself here? Turn says no. And now a queen or a king are needed for Richard Young to stay alive. There is the queen. And how about it? On his feet just to double check and make sure that the good fortune is for real. Flesh wound to Watson, of course.
What a swingy start to this final table for Richard. Back up to against you, even though it's behind on the flop.
Wouldn't that be lovely to have experienced in long deck? How often have you looked at those coordinated boards and you know that your man is playing his hand like the nuts and you just realize you're taking the worst of it? Price might be right in the pot.
I really need to venture out and play some of the games that you're involved in, though. I really want to learn mixed. Just from, like, a love for the game kind of thing. It's exciting. Although I can imagine pretty tilting as well at the same time.
It can be, but all of the quirkiest of personalities gravitate around the mixed game hearth. That's for sure. As Richard Young, perhaps a bit of a quirky jam with ace-7.
Yeah, I mean, he's the shortest stack by quite some margin, so the amount of times that this gets through just picks up 280,000, closes the gap between himself and Ike. We can see it's not going to work.
No, Watson wags his finger as he shoves over the top and has Young dominated. Yet you still see that 27% equity for Richard. Already took a bad beat, sucked out. What's it going to be on this occasion with 1.2 in the middle? How about 7-8 queen? Backdoor clubs working. Less relevant than typical, of course, but that bottom pair, very much a factor. Turn card.
Wow, that's a spicy turn card.
Gives him aces up. Watson with the ace. River is a 9. Yes, Watson picked up some real wins on that turn. Did play 6 of our long deck events. Just didn't get the opportunity to cover him at any point from here in the booth. Did you?
I did.
Okay.
Fairly sure I did.
Ace King. Jamming. Pocket 9s. Into the muck. Something that perhaps we don't see with the same frequency in long deck. In these situations, you see pocket 8s also disinterested. Chidwick, however, with an ace king of his own, is headed for a chop 98% of the time. Does have Phil covered.
呢鋪都係有牌啊嘛。
I have one ante left.
佢大啲，睇唔到。
Oh no.
真係去唔到啊！
I take it back. Shu has Chidwick covered by
嚟咗。
just about one ante.
Matter on that board.
No. Once 2 hearts roll off, it's a foregone conclusion.
Yes, you put them someplace else.
Very much all of us.
Was there some other piece of info delivered?
It was more about if you're in a hand, let's refrain from being on our phones.
Danny Tang very much in a hand with 2 queens. Right up front, second in chips. Going to limp. And in short deck, as we anticipate these short stacks, to really look for spots where they can jam. Unlike in long deck, where typically we feel as though the big stack wields the power, in some strange ways, the short stacks wield the power in short deck.
Go on. Do tell. I'm a bit... I know what you're saying, but I don't at the same time.
Well, for Danny, for example, limping here is coming somewhat with the expectation that he's going to be facing action with high frequency from any short stack that wishes to participate, and as such, the commitments will be made. Maybe he can induce a little bit. Here we see Kiat Lee with a peculiar 10-9 offsuit, the only stack bigger than his, the one really that Danny didn't want
Danny
to have to face off with.
Being lent into by the chip leader.
Top set in the window, but timeout. Kiat Lee with the 2-way straight draw.
Oh, how about that for a flop dealer?
Checking over to him.
Oh my word. Chip lead pot.
Kiat jamming with the open ender. A snap call from Danny Tang. Lee really ran into the narrow range of hands I would imagine Danny would be looking to get it in with against the one man that has him covered. And 7.6 plus in the middle.
Really only queens and jacks that can call. That's the crazy thing. Like ace queen finds the mark. King queen finds the mark.
Yeah, but now.
Queen's full locks it up as a 7 rolls off on the turn. And Danny Tang will vault into the chip lead, which was held by a wide margin by Kiat Lee prior to that exchange. And Kiat Lee will...
Haven't had the chance to see much from Ike. Kiat Lee came into this final table as the overwhelming chip leader.
Ace-10 suited here. Got big confrontation with Danny Tang. He stepped out of line a bit with the 9-10 offsuit. What caused him to slip into second as he opens. 3x plus. Richard Young on the button off of 1.1. An ace-queen awaits his orders.
Richard in the middle of the pack, but again, you know, those guys clustered down there. So Young wants to do.
A jam from Yang.
It's 1 point. Yep, 120K. Yep, 110K.
Kiat Lee. deliberates. And in the end, he's going to call and be dominated. Of course, you see the equities. When you make these calls and you're dominated, you're not, by any stretch, drawing thin, let alone dead.
Richard 5 cards away from moving up to second in chips. If he can just hold here with the ace-queen.
So far, so good on the king 9-8 board.
Good news is he can never be dead on the turn. We're going to see 5 as the 8 of diamonds now presents. Top draw.
Jack, however, prevents that development, and it has been a very poor start to this final table for Kiat Lee. Get used to it, especially during the short deck coverage.
Regular deck?
No.
No?
Just good effort.
You just like saying the word long, don't you? It's long. Long deck. So what's... Oh, go on then, Richard. Let's just go headhunting now.
Look at Tang having a laugh.
Yeah, he knows how up and down it's been for Yong.
Over the top of Watson he goes. And just a 6% difference between these two. Ten 9-8 board. And that's an interesting one. Note, still roughly a coin flip as Watson flops top pair with the gutter redraw, but Yang is open-ended and now has himself a flush draw. Plenty
too many outs
for Mike Watson to fade here, and on the river, he has managed to double through Richard.
Is that 6 consecutive all-ins for the short stack? Is that 6 consecutive?
Now Chidwick taking a pass. Phil Chu, ace queen, 72,500 7th place money, 91,200 for 6th.
Well, Young has been through the ringer so far.
I would have motion sickness if my chip stack bounced around as much as Young's has already here. And the 10s go into the muck.
We're under 9.
Tang asking for a count.
Yeah, I mean, note the equities.
9 something.
19 antes. 47% of the equity.
I think Richard blocked you. Probably good for me. Okay, go.
He's going to make the call. And we are flipping for our first elimination.
Okay.
6 times, believe Ike said. The short stack has survived and doubled.
Will it happen again here? Danny Tang can certainly afford to spin this wheel for Phil Chu. As the two Hong Kongese delegates take the King 10-7 all spade flop. Tang in front with the pair of 10s. Phil pulling for Danny to make 2 pair and give him Broadway. Not happening as yet. Ace or a jack needed for Phil's shoe. And instead he hits the queen, which pairs him, but gives Danny Tang the king high straight.
Yeah, it took me a while to spot that one as well, Ali. Didn't realise that the 9 on the turn actually removed the 3 queen outs. GG's.
So Phil Shu finishes in 7th place, 72,500 richer for the effort, and giving the boys an almost 20K jump as he leaves behind 6, but does pick up his
9 antes. Might sound like a lot, but it's not comparable to big blinds. There's nowhere to hide. The ante is increased to 50K, button ante of 100K. King, queen.
All in.
Does announce himself.
Well, while he turned down the 9-10 suited against an opener, here as the opener, the king-queen will jam and run into Stevie Chidwick's button. Stevie with 37 antes to start the hand. 2 of them were out there on the button, and the Ace-10 is holding on the Jack-7-7 board. Haxton is in need of assistance. Turn renders it, but not out of the woods yet.
You got that too early.
Chidwick pointing out
Feels risky.
he's still got a king, a diamond, or of course an ace as outs instead. The 8 will leave the short stack doubling as it's done a vast majority of the time here.
That given how deep it is.
Reducing the clock as the tournament is nearly over is such a strange approach.
Just bear in mind what's up for grabs when you're 6-handed. 5 other players out there. If you're not on the button, that means there's 6 antes available for collection. It's no small reward if you can get one through. Danny Tang, well aware of that. Unbelievably big chip lead here. Puts it into the muck though. Chidwick jams the hijack, and Haxton picks up kings again. A snap call and a good spot, as you generally don't see disparities like that.
That's a great point, Ali. Note the equities. Ladies and gentlemen, 76%
1.39.
for Ike 19. That is something similar to long deck. Very rare occurrence in short
Haxton
deck.
has Chidwick covered by a nose.
Drop is fair.
Queen Jack 9 on the flop. Both players with the gut shot straight draw. Chidwick hunting a jack. And on the turn, it is chopped.
Chop is first. Imagine playing these stakes. You're in Ike's shoes with the best of it. You just like, you know what? Chop is fair.
Short deck, nosebleed cash, Henry?
Only as a byproduct of viral hand histories from the Triton poker series. Pre-pandemic, I must add as well. You know, there was a lot of high-stakes short deck prior to the pandemic that was being released from Triton, but not recently. No, you?
Like yourself, only snipped, never as like a
full session.
Yeah, exactly. Bystander or.
I know Randy's always in the booth and editing some of those cash games post-production wise. Loves it. Stevie with another annoying spot.
Watson recognizing that activation needs to happen sooner than later. Ace-8 suited. Apparently not that awkward as Stevie jams over the top, giving Watson some protection, but dominating him. And Mike flips up the ace-8 suited. Richard Young wants a sneak peek.
Can't say I blame him.
Yeah.
Implications.
Yeah, he wants to see how much potential ladder is incoming.
Yeah.
Some chop outs and some straight outs for Sir Watts on the 7-6-6.
That's right, 5-8. Ace playing on the bottom end for a straight. Watson doesn't improve on the turn, however, and needs some assistance here. And the river renders it. Running queens. Ace high. Take the deuces through the fives out of a deck. And what do you have? Short deck. What the Triton Tour was made famous for. Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane here with the second of our short deck events. Danny Tang, the champ in the 25K. We doubled the buy-ins to a 50K, and now we're on the backside of the dinner break with 15 players currently in the field of 24 entries and antes of 5K. Henry, this is where we kind of earn our keep a little bit, don't we? Short deck, obviously a much more nuanced game at times, some would argue, than long deck, or maybe it's something that's a little bit more straightforward. Certainly in terms of the number of all-ins that we see, that would suggest it to be the case. But what's your opinion?
Well, the number of all-ins, the number of chops, and also just the overall vibe at the table, a little bit more relaxed. We saw the banterfulness of everyone in the feature table for the first level that we covered of the 50K, and I think that just being a byproduct of the nature of the game where you get a bit more involved, you look down more often than not, you have a playable hand, and I think it makes it for just a more relaxed and entertaining vibe, even though the stakes are still high here.
It's interesting because that relaxed and entertaining vibe sometimes can be a little bit deceiving because there is a lot of brain power that's being deployed, and I think we saw that truly in terms of Jason Kuhn's navigations at the feature table leading up to this dinner break, which is going to be swapped out. A lot of work being put in by a lot of the Western side of the player pool, I know, in terms of getting themselves up to speed on exactly what the math is and all of these spots. And we've certainly seen some evolution in that regard, Henry.
Yeah, I mean, Jason is, you see Forrest asking him for advice at the table. You know, this guy is one of the best, and he's showing up here looking for title number 6.
Well, showing up now at our new feature table is the overall chip leader, young Michael Zhang, who made his way here to Hoiana specifically to participate in the short deck events. And he is performing quite well. Still 2 bullets left, and remarkably, he's got 948K. Good for a decent margin over Ike Haxton, who is second overall in chips.
Yes, this is the right thing to do.
And this is an action
Definitely
bunch
easy
here
one.
as Rob jams it in up front right away. Not sure what his holding is as yet.
Second bullet for Rob. 23 antes.
Seems like Mike might have a close one on his hands.
I'm either going all in or fold.
Yeah, he pitches it. Young
Simple
picking up
decisions.
the antes.
1 pip.
Rob's got the right kind of temperament for short deck, doesn't he?
Very similarly to that of Elton Sang.
Yeah.
So I don't care. Cool.
I mean, listen, I don't care might be a bit rich. I know that they get on in that way. They definitely have competitive spirits and are looking to notch W's, but plenty of gamble, man. And short deck is a game that it feels like was created in the spirit of allowing for more gamble.
For sure, man. I mean, we've already mentioned it before, but removing the deuces through fives, meaning that the average hand strength and distribution is obviously a lot higher compared to long deck. There's someone, once upon a time, just was sick and tired of looking down at Queen 3, Jack Deuce, 8-4, 9-4, King 5.
And was like, I want to start looking at Jack 6.
Some upgrade. Let's just remove the deuces through fives, and here we are. Triton Super High Roller Series in Hoiana, Vietnam. Playing some of the highest stakes, if not the highest stakes, short deck in the world.
Well, when you talk about high stakes, certainly in parts of the world, the name Tan Xuan is at the tip of your tongue, as we find him here at our feature, joining the limp brigade that was started by Kiat Lee's Jack 10 off. Oh, no. The Jack 10 found the way into the muck, so forgive me. He is the party starter. Induced Michael Zhang to limp along with them, and then ace jack on the button. Rob just going to jam, being asked for a count. Flavorful Louis Vuitton on 10, by the way.
No need to know. No need to know the count.
Colour suits him, Ali.
I never thought you'd fold.
That's discipline.
Hey, you gonna play Tony G? When are you gonna play Tony G?
Tony G
I think he don't play.
He don't play, yeah?
I think he.
He won't play, yeah?
He don't will play.
Murmurs of a challenge between Tan Xuan and Tony G being orchestrated, negotiated.
When are we going to enter negotiations of our own as a trio in the booth? Just, you know, really lay down the law. Mixed games, heads up, no limit, PLO, short deck.
We'll be limping now with good hands, right?
Between one another?
Yeah, you know.
Waiting for someone else to jam.
Seeking booth supremacy in poker
That's
streets.
it.
Jam again.
So I'm taking a dinner break, you're stepping in.
Oh, for the double
Such
up.
an easy game, huh? I have the exact same hand as well.
Nobody's trapping me, yeah?
Rob with 3 in a row is more than doubled without even having to sweat.
Doing this, can't
You just doubled up, huh?
Yeah.
30K hand. 下一个就
I'm making 30K.
对，下个全部进，然后再过一个就关，19就关了。
How many of these guys are,
18就全部进。
Who are we taking on in this challenge that you've dreamt up in your mind?
Well, just the 3 of us. We all
Against one another?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We all get to pick a game.
Short deck.
So you pick one game, Randy picks another, I pick another, and then we all pick another game. So 6 games in total.
Just as a sporting bit of advice, we see Kiat Lee limping up front with the ace jack and Rob jamming again. At what point are they going to think he's speeding? I wouldn't pick comebacks
every hand and win the tournament, yeah?
as your game,
It's 4 in a row, huh?
Henry, because you're not allowed to use solvers or Google in your case.
Was it or just this one?
Speaking of comebacks, Ali.
Why is it 60-40?
Go on
Young.
then.
Ace King.
63 or something.
Kiat Lee giving him a spin here. You think it's the product of what, that 4th or 5th consecutive jam, and he's thinking, what's this guy got?
You can't get better.
What a great spot for Rob to go from
I mean, one of the best
a starting stack of
Definitely the best
100k
you can get with Ace King.
Yeah,
to 480,000. If he can hold here, he's going to move up to 5th in chips.
Yep.
Inside of an orbit, and he has held.
7 wins.
No.
479k.
5, 6, 7.
Straight to you, my chips.
4 hands triple up. Not bad.
220.
You just keep going now.
Wow.
It's a good rate.
Oh my. Rob Young
And commission
overtaken
as well.
Ike Caxton and Jason Kuhn.
3單攞。
Good quadruple up for Rob.
You were waiting with that ace jack for me, weren't you? That was dirty.
I mean, I got no options. I can't jam. Too. Not too.
You can. Why don't you jam with ace jack? Oh, I've been jamming with ace 10, ace. So ace jack's a call in this game.
Yep.
What's a raise then?
I mean, you can jam in your position, but in my position, I probably just flat.
Rob getting some coaching from the person
16s?
just took
15?
chips from.
Isn't it remarkable just how willing
50,
a lot of the players are
60, 62.
to kind of have that welcoming,
No more jamming.
62.
teachable moment
I'll be honest with
interaction
you, I think I'm supposed to jam with this hand.
with others from time to time?
I have 62 behind. 64, sorry. 64 is
Helping one another get better.
I think you
Obviously,
would jam with this hand, with this position.
not necessarily good for business or
Huh.
ROI, but
I think that is
He said about
just
the ace jack. I'm thinking,
one of the reasons why Triton has
do I jam with
kind of
this
grown
hand?
to what it is
I should have jammed, obviously, now.
the
Now that you guys
willingness
folded.
some of these pros to entertain and educate other players.
Did you say you have ace jack?
Kiat
So you advised me on this.
entertaining trips here against Rob's aces up.
That's sick, though.
He thought that he was supposed to jam, but by limping, he has allowed Kiat's button to take a peek for free.
11.
Well, it's Makita with the worst of it. Taking a stab.
Okay.
Lee wasting no time. Makita, let's see.
I had an ace.
2 sevens were never going to get it done there. Maybe backdoor diamonds,
Ace
I
of call
suppose,
there,
was
yeah?
the option.
Not really.
Maybe.
Ace 8 of clubs. This is why I don't want to play any flops. I don't,
Make everything easy for you.
yeah, I don't want to play any flops.
All in
I'm
a
not sure
fold.
what I should call with.
Probably a good fold. Makita folds. Yeah,
Why
it says
Makita?
flush
What
draw.
are you betting with? What sort of pussy bet is that? 11k and then you fold. Huh?
Just check the water.
Find out where they are.
Found out where he was at.
Huh?
Found out where he was at.
Yeah.
That's it. 35.
Mike's eyes peeled undoubtedly on the Triton Poker Plus app as he
5.
surveys the landscape and then
35. Is that USDC or dollar bet?
comes with a raise to 35.
Pound.
Yeah, Rob, little needle. Crypto World taking a pounding this morning. Can only guess as to how much the overall net worth of everyone here has dropped by. Apparently, rough day for the crypto world.
He had a front row seat to it, the impact it had on the regular stock market out in the US. As I was incredulously staring at big blood red candles and really unaware of what was going on out there. Trading on your phone
Can
from
he
an
start from
Irish
the
pub
bottom?
in downtown
Can he?
Hoiana, not exactly
You can. Okay.
I
good
mean,
practice.
that part
Do you want the button?
is the part that you could get behind. It's more
Can you? You like
taxi trying to connect to, you know, whatever
yeah,
one bar of cell reception it was that you could get your hands on whilst trading for high
I guess
four-figure,
you're
low
leaving.
five-figure type swings.
Am I leaving?
I respect it.
You got voted off.
I wish that it was
Ah, yeah.
Sounds like we're losing
that modest.
Hit and run.
our chip leader.
Henry, we were swinging a little harder than that, believe it or not.
Dan. You
Looks
may as
like
well
the
put
mic
that
is
stack
being
in,
removed.
Small stack.
My mic saying.
Huh?
Would imagine his
Small-
departure
small
comes
stack. May as well go all in.
as a bit of a relief.
慢慢长大。
Rob Young
Slowly
just
grow.
asking for someone to go all in
Slowly grow.
after
peanut stack.
Did he limp already?
We're
still waiting on him.
Way around here, yeah.
Okay, actions on Rob.
How much you got, Dan?
I just bought in.
Thank you.
That's 1 million.
But I got 2 lammers behind, so be careful.
Good to
So
know.
Boris
Not afraid to use them.
I'm always going to be careful. I don't need to know
joining the
what's
table with a fresh 100k, 20 antes with 2 lammers behind.
Was that Dan Smith's voice?
I
heard?
No, I think it was Daniel Boris's voice.
Okay.
Big hand, big hand.
Oh, maybe. We had another newcomer. Tanchuan, ace-10 suited. Let's go.
Pretty good hand for Omaha though.
That would be a beautiful Omaha hand.
Combined?
Is this a premium in Omaha?
Yeah, Tan
Good
just
Omaha
picked
hand.
all
Come on,
4
Kia,
cards
don't
up,
pretend
put
to
them
be a
together and threw them to the dealer.
No, I really fish in Omaha.
Oh, my 9-10's looking good.
Oh, well, he's going to need
Not yet.
some assistance for the time being.
Suited?
Still on his first bullet
Why you fold 9-10?
and still
That was his
looking
position.
for help. The ace,
The more the merrier with 9-10.
the king would both work instead.
25?
Good fold.
It's a queen on the end, and Divorce
Told you, I'm not playing flops, boys.
You win.
It's all in or nothing.
is going to polish
You
off
win.
the remains
You
of
have a
Tanchuan's
Oh, I do.
first bullet,
I thought you
as
made
he's
it
got his
straight.
lammer in hand and will redeem.
Oh, my eyes
Are
are.
you needling him or what?
No,
Fresh
no,
on.
my.
It's a bad needle.
I just put my contacts in, and my eyes are like kind of dry, so I thought you made it straight.
Yeah, Dvorak's not the type to shoot a man whilst he's down. Can't say the same for my co-commentator.
28?
Did you ever see The Karate Kid,
At least
Henry?
35?
You reckon?
I did, actually. It's one of my favourite movies.
I'm not talking about the Netflix series,
No, you know,
Youngblood, the OG.
Listen, pal.
There will be more
When I'm
rebuys.
talking
Now
with you, I
this
know
level. True. No.
you're a man of culture, as much as I hate to give you
think
credit for
40.
such things. And when you
40s?
mentioned The Karate Kid,
I think the
I'm
over's
not
on 35.
thinking
yeah?
You take
the
the
Netflix
over?
series. I know exactly what
10,000
you're talking about. Go on.
10,000
Tanchuan's
fine.
fresh bullet, by the way.
Straight in.
Straight in indeed after the Watson limp with King 10. This man's ready to gamble.
No bet. No bet for me.
You thought about it, though.
I was like, It's pretty close.
Jack
though,
9
yeah.
not going to be the one.
I think 35 is the line.
I will gamble with you 10.
That means he's got ace queen.
You gamble with Rob?
Uh-oh. Bad gamble.
I mean, I'm planning to put 2 more binds. So
Yeah, me too. That's what I say. I'm like, 35.
How can you plan? You've got more left, yeah?
I have nothing.
You've got
It's 20.
So
20
what's
and
gambling with Tan?
Doesn't help much.
Bad time to be a customer, perhaps. But on the Ace-Jack 8 board, he has picked up a gutter despite being dominated pre. 225 hangs in the balance. King, Queen, high still best.
Some chop outs now.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of them. Short deck.
反个杯这么难吗？
质量好一点嘛，或者差一点就赢了。
Tan, I'll play your heads up, but you have to give me handicap.
那是啥？
他说他跟你打单挑，但是你要给他赔率。
你赢了，你给你打110%。
110，是他赢多点。
他赢少收一点。
I say?
Oh, you just bullshit. He asking you to give handicap.
Yeah, we pay for $1 million, you give me 200k handicap.
For like the whole match or like?
He just pays plus 200k. If I win 100, he pays 300. If I lose 800,
But then, what if you just quit on hand number 2?
If he quits, he pays me 200. Yeah.
Oh, so end of the match, like
You're a
where
smart
we'll,
man, Rob.
where we'll win
Handicap.
200k.
You're a smart man.
Just normal in cash game heads up handicap.
Some euro.
Jam from
Okay.
Badziakuski up front with the Jack-10 off. Rob.
I haven't
Got
got a
a
great
flat.
hand, but I don't think you have either. I think I'm ahead.
Indeed, he is ahead.
Block your straights, right?
That's a great
Rob has
That's a
been
great hand.
loving his time.
Especially with ace being out, king, queen
The
become.
future, the feature
really good
rather.
hand.
Oh, is that an ace expo?
Can hold here. It's going to move up to
Oh, I didn't
third in
realize that.
chips.
Not now.
Ten
Ace,
is not
Jack,
good anymore.
7.
He's got a flush.
Badziakuski with the pair in front.
Oh, okay.
No longer the
So
case,
now
though.
I need a
as
queen.
Rob
Jack.
binks the king
Need a queen or
and a
jack.
queen or a jack
Ace.
It's easy.
needed for Bads. 7 received. And one more
Why
bullet
did you put it all in with 10 jack?
bites the
Gamble,
dust.
gamble.
Pretty good in Bagrat. No, Bagrat. Blackjack.
Rob
One
just
in.
immediately all over Badziakuski for the jam. Honest questions.
I think that's a fair handicap.
Back to the negotiations. Ali.
Gone quiet.
Rob up to
No bet.
fourth in chips.
10万变20，
Not customer.
20变40。
Too good, Rob. You're too good.
No.
You're no customers.
He's very hard to play. Bet, bet, bet.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive. For a small guy, very aggressive.
Small guy.
Okay, I'm going to let this one. I'm going to let this one go in case my friend here wakes up with a hand. I have you beat, but
Well, he
This
has
is a
woken
danger.
up with a hand, and as has Badziakowski
gambling.
哦，triple。
on his final bullet, or lammer, I should say.
你们双胞胎，好兄弟。
It didn't sit on the sidelines, did it?
不容易顶哦，这个。
I
Dominated.
had king jack.
领先挺多嘛，可以，还好。
By Watson's ace-queen suited, and the 10s are actually going to perform
这个少了一
a
张。
bit better
Jack is coming.
with not one but 2 aces
two outs, yeah?
interfering.
10。
That's queen jack.
I really think.
我的名字 TT。
You have ace queen. I had king second diamonds, dude. I don't think you're very live.
裂
Wow.
裂开。
Then I went on the
Ace, queen, jack.
全部都出来，我
Top 2 for Watson,
公平点。
top and bottom for Bads,
不可以偏心啊。
and Tan
Tens
hunts a
don't look
10
good,
or
do
a king.
Very
Turn
good.
card.
Jack. You had the
Doesn't bring
jack?
it in.
No, I don't remember what I had.
I
I have
think
8.
it's
I think I have 8.
Tiny
The
side
Jack
pot
is coming then.
I think I have
hanging in the
8.
balance.
I think 8.
Watson still in front and somehow manages to fade it all. As a 1-2 punch will leave Badziakuski
GG.
with no remaining
那
bullets.
GG rebuy。
No, GG.
Definitely gonna over 35 now.
No GG。
He caused his own demise by
Rebuy
saying he was going to rebuy.
You jinxed
still
it.
an option.
I fold king jack.
Did you?
It's probably not a fold, that is it? Good fold. That.
Good fold.
It's a good fold.
Yeah.
It's a good fold.
I'm worried in this one.
Yeah, that's what
I'm
you
not
would.
behind.
If it's not there, you can call. There's no base stack behind, you can call.
With that, Bads with the re-entry,
It's 100
receiving a fresh 100k and 2 additional lammers. Exchange for 50k. Daniel Dvoris open jamming for 32 antes. He's going to run into the ace-king of Kiat Lee.
Once or twice?
Hmm?
Once or twice? Okay, twice.
There will be no running it twice here.
可以2次？
可以啊。
真假？
Boy, these
现在比赛
stacks are
可以
in
打
motion.
2次的。
你可以
It's
把
that stage of the tournament.
It
He
sure
was like,
is.
can we do twice here? I was like, no, nowadays the tournaments we allow twice.
Chop
差点
actually
差点变道理了。
twice tournament, but they haven't actually done
Paired flop. Chop opportunities. As DeForest can hardly enjoy his meal, but he can enjoy the turn,
King of Diamond.
which gives him so many outs.
And that's one of them. The backdoor
one more
diamonds,
board.
polishing off Kiat's bullet.
Twice.
He's got one left.
I want to get his second bullet.
DeVore is still on his first.
I would do it though, with your ace 10.
Yeah, especially
Something
with
slightly
weapons
menacing,
then.
by the way, about hauling a pot in while holding a fork and knife.
前面不够碎。
I can't believe this is a 50k buy-in. Only. These guys having way too much fun out there.
I can't believe that a fork and a knife are necessary to eat watermelon.
Losing huge pots, getting sucked out on, and just laughing about it.
I suppose one's fingers would get sticky if they were going to the hands, then back to the cards with the melon.
100%. Poker table etiquette.
But maybe we don't need the knife.
True professional.
A sophisticate. Because I might just go fork and then bite my way through it.
It's melon.
欺负我们两个没钱，知道吗？
那没办法，也要让他进步啊。有牌的跟他干了。
Watson going to take it down.
早点过来。妈的没筹码。
Mike currently third in chips overall, but on his last bullet. So it's taking a few swings to get to this spot.
Michael Zhang, who was at this feature table earlier on, has eliminated Danny Tang in a sizable pot. Wow.
Go on.
Well, you know, it started off as a limped pot. Ace-6, Ace-8 for Danny. Wai Kin Yong and Ike Haxton were also involved. Ace-Queen-6, 2 hearts board. Danny Tang opting to check raise, call off with Ace-8-0.
Wow.
For 400k.
Wasn't able to improve against the Ace-6.
Sorry, for 330k. No, wasn't able to improve. Michael Zhang up to 1.3 million. Overwhelming chip leader. Still 2 Lammers as well. Bossman Paul comfortably sat in second.
Mike Watson comfortably dominating Tan Chuan, who calls all in off of 85k.
You had diamonds last time, right?
His last bullet.
That is such a great sport, man.
Does it go?
Just a rebuy for 50k.
Huh?
I suspect not shy on zeros in his
Hey.
roll. King Jack 6, 2 hearts. Tan finds the side card.
Given the timepiece he's rocking. He's doing all right.
Still the case on the turn, as he just needs to fade the 10 or ace non-heart. And he's done it.
不用 rebel.
85.
85, right? Okay.
85.
Fresh stock?
Yep.
What'd you do after the cash game yesterday?
Oh, table.
Oh no.
Someone else has got to bring my stuff. I can't.
Is he leaving us?
Yeah.
Sad to see it.
Yeah, it's sad to see. He's been the most chatty. Highly entertaining. He has spun up a very healthy 117 antes with 1 bullet left.
Mike Watson's not going to mind the departure, of course, as that will leave him to sit on the throne alone. Here at the feature, 134 antes. You see Kiat Lee down to sub 20 on his last bullet.
That's my like.
Chris Brewer, the new arrival, still on his first bullet.
Rob your phone.
Feels like a
Yeah, I mean, it's like
fresh reg.
There's basically like 96k in the pot. It's like the last 2.
These late regs, by the way, just 20 antes, Henry, we can expect, as we saw Tan do, to really just look to spin
Get it in there.
I heard about the
90?
Yeah, with the
what did he think was going to happen?
the re-entry
I mean, dude,
coming
his
in
facial
17 of
reaction.
19 as well, really needs to spin.
It's like he didn't think about any of it. And then after he did it, he was like, oh, shit.
No, that's what it looked like. He's just saying that. He's like, all right, like, I'm going to shove, I'm going to get it through, I'm not going to have to pay. Like, he was just like, I'm not going to have to pay the 84K. And then Nagy's like, I'm calling dog, and he just goes like this.
20, 23.
Yeah, and then Jason and I played like Apto played some like three-handed.
我试试按起来，我不用推了。
Dealer's choice deck.
我要。
With 180.
What do you mean dealer's choice if it's short deck?
So you could
你
choose
过了危险期。
PLO, 5 called PLO, 6 called PLO. You could choose flips. We did pineapple. And then it was, yeah, we did 100 ante, and then we did a 2K stand-up game for that.
Yes.
It was quite fun.
Brewer. Ace of hearts.
I have, yeah, 90.
Limps.
Interesting. Off of 19
Okay.
antes. Just setting the trap here.
Certainly is. No bite from Watson. Maybe also just navigating conservatively. Going to get a sense of what that side card is based on Brewer's decision here. Would imagine it's a Broadway. What do you think?
It feels trappy. Alia could be completely wrong. Hopefully we find out.
You think with the Broadway he's more inclined to jam or more inclined to trap?
He's more inclined to trap. Cut off the button.
And that deep stacked button, mind you.
Wow, it's like a pot-sized bet as well.
Yeah.
I really hope we get to see what this...
Did the pros draw off receipts or what's up?
In the
Not going to happen.
I don't know, Kate just asked me to play. I was like, yeah. And then she said to walk over, and then I ended up getting a seat. So I didn't have to draw anything. I don't know how that will. But I was pretty sure I wanted to play. I felt it was very weird though, because I didn't like. I felt bad for like breaking the other game. I don't know. I definitely didn't want to play it broke.
How much do you have first?
I should have 100.
Or it's just checking itinerary of the players around the table. We're going to get out of the way.
Over 100k?
Just 100. 110.
Some raggy hands with the departure of
Very easy hand to play.
Rob Young.
Ooh, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
Bring back Rob.
Kiat getting a walk there.
I didn't expect that right when I was standing.
To be fair, Rob activated with kind of understandable holdings.
25.
He did. Start off with the 100k, 3 jams in a row that got through, then ace king into ace jack, held. Just been enjoying his time at the feature.
Yeah, I did. I would like to put every one of my chips in the middle.
That's one way to say all in.
110.
More effort required into saying it that way. All in seems to roll off the tongue a lot easier.
Not GTO.
Oh, that is GTO. So what's this jam? From the hijack, running into it. It's dominated.
Jack
yeah,
10
5K missing.
still performing well.
10K missing.
My phone's telling me it's time to wake up to come register, so one sec.
Brewer fresh out of bed?
So it seems that way.
No, it's not a 5K.
It's still not.
Somewhat deep into the festival to still be
5, 10, 20.
jet lagged.
That's all on.
Might have been a late night. Boys did head into town last night.
Good point. Queen 8-6, gut shot straight draw acquired for Watson. Club
I feel like
works.
the club is coming. Did you feel the club?
I do kind of feel the ace of clubs.
3-2 favorite with 2 to come is
I was
Brewer
close.
now.
Double gut shot.
3-1
So
favorite.
Watts.
Like 7 of diamonds.
7 of club.
7 of diamonds. I'll take it.
Jack on the end pairs Watts, but of course Brewer makes the nuts. So we'll count it down, and the chip leader is going to give Brewer an early double here.
How much you end up winning in that game? Fuck. No, I said how much you end up winning in that game?
50. I was up like 4 or something. They cooled the shit out of
I was up 4 something too.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I gave you the 250 that you were up.
It's very charitable people
Huh?
You still ended up winning then.
It's okay.
out there.
Tiny bit.
Yeah. Rhino Knife and
Yeah.
I have too many annies
Mark
now.
Harris.
It was so much easier before.
Remember?
Looking forward to spending that $9.99. Oh, $10 for me, $9.99 for you.
Tell you what, Henry, if you need the penny, keep it.
Oh, I mean, based off of your run last night. Maybe you need it.
Remember, I finished in the green.
No.
No.
Momentarily, you know. There was a window.
Were you there at 4 a.m. when the market closed?
No, exactly.
The bell
this
rang.
This is the thing. It's like, no, I wasn't, and it was a bad day for the market. So
Right,
Yeah.
but you're forgetting.
And then you just see him
You were
into the
sure?
muck.
I'm a villain that knows how to flip and get on the evil
You don't
corp
even
side
have
of the
to
operation.
Throw it at the muck. You could just actually just announce like fold, or just slide. Like you don't even have to.
I forgot.
Yeah. But
Jason
like,
Kuhn
you can
getting
hear
busy
a lot
on the
when you
outer table.
Talk to us.
Winning a 3-way all-in against Santi Jiang and Makita Bantiakowski. Really nice 3-way all-in as well. Somehow had both Santi and Makita crushed. Pocket 10s against 10-9 against 10-8.
Oh, wow. 2 red kings, by the way. Rates to be crushing the opposition. 3x open off of 195. How will Devoris respond with the king-queen suited?
See the flop.
all in.
And with the speech, telling
Sorry, kind
Devoris to
of
see the
flop.
flop. Devoris not interested in listening.
K. Set K.
Dana's king.
I don't know what you were saying, but I have a flush.
Lost in translation, but nothing lost. The banterfulness of this lineup.
8 of spades, false called.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
word.
What?
Yeah.
Flushes are so difficult to make. And yet
Just
somehow...
drawing dead.
Wait a minute.
He's drawing
Yes,
dead
that's
on
right.
the flop.
Fuck, I had quads.
Even I. Forgetting that boats are beaten by flushes, so a true draw dead right away on the flop as Tan Chuan's buy-in is polished off by Devoris, who prophesized the spades.
Flush.
Manifested them.
That whole exchange. I don't know what you have. I don't know what you're saying, rather.
Yeah.
But I have a flush.
Yeah. Don't you know that? Why would you even get it in here? So insane.
It's like, why would he jam with? Why would he call off with kings? But I have a flush. Reminds me of this Feraldo hand.
Oh, good thing I shoved that one.
Let's see Feraldo try and stop.
He might have gotten
Although
away.
might not be to the liking of the players. Can get a bit rowdy.
Flopping a flush and then not getting all of it.
Feraldo, Henry?
Oh no, if you call
For those that don't know.
You had pocket eights?
GG, Ambassador.
Acevedo?
I think that would have been more
Now
frustrating. than
Feraldo,
not getting a whole
Scottish
bit.
poker legend.
Oh.
Dempsey knows all too well about the shenanigans that Feraldo gets up to both at and away from the table.
Suited connector for Kiat Lee. Brewer limps. Button, same sort of kit. Says, let's take a peek at ace queen 6. Complete. Well, not complete.
Oh,
we do have the gut shot.
I know what you were talking about.
For Kiat.
It's going to take a stab. Has the most traps from under the gun. You can see Chris Brewer letting go of whatever his holding was, and this might work. Those Sir Watts bottom pair. Backdoor flush, backdoor straight. Some disguised trips as well. 6 does roll off.
Say this now without being really. That's really.
Blocking the 7 that Kiat Lee hunts for the straight as he is unimproved on the turn.
Much what?
It made it much more uncomfortable. He's like, you're just like, hey man, how'd you know?
No, I don't mind. I mean, it's just like a. I mean, I don't know what it looks like to him, but it's just
20K
like
into 55.
Yeah.
And Watts somewhat predictably done with his holding.
Yeah. But
You see kind of the ability for the upfront limper to represent the richer part of the deck. Credibly.
I did it.
And the richer part of the viewing experience is the one that includes the Triton Poker Plus app. Download it today free of charge and get a glimpse at all of the robust data that we deliver and use right here in the booth. Add to it a like, a follow, a subscribe in any number of our social platforms: Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. And become a part of our family.
Just in case making 2 pair would have been good enough.
Love to have
I
you.
better call one time.
You have 2 pairs?
Just in case I wasn't drawing dead, you know?
How can you
I
fold
didn't
2
have
pairs?
2 pair. I wanted to get 2 pair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, shout out to the socials team.
Your ambitions were 2
behind the
pairs?
scenes.
I mean,
That's
I
some
had
amazing
more
content over on
Those are
Instagram this
dangerous
series.
ambitions in this game.
Yeah.
Could be a date,
Other
though.
ambitions, but like those were like
all of my
a little more lofty than I want to let on right now. 210.
It's 200, I believe.
Yeah, it's 200.
Okay.
Yeah. 40 antes.
Do you want to ask how much I have?
If you wait long enough, it'll be less because the level will go up.
So what's letting go of the King 10?
I have
Chris Brewer getting a jam through.
There's no way that one. You don't want to put that in play.
What do you have?
Good hand.
There we go. So, end of late reg as the blinds go up and the lammers, the remaining lammers of the players, being put into the middle. So they have to trade those in for 100k a pop. And with that, Ali Michael Zhang leading the pack, I believe, as those lammers get tossed in the middle.
Very much so.
I
Jason
wonder-
Kuhn
Go
in
on.
second. You were saying?
Well, I'm looking, late reg will close at the start of level 9. This is level 8. So I think they have to play 1 level without the lammers.
I mean, Jason had like
Confirmed by producer James.
Like level
So now
one or something.
50k gets you 300k.
23 games against.
Well, it was like.
Expect to see the gamble
Kings
slow
or
down a
whatever
little
went
bit,
all in for like
given
really
that you
not
can't
a lot,
just
and
flick
then
in a
he
lammer
jammed,
for an
like,
additional
130
100k.
antes, and I just had Jack. So.
Someone else had ace queen suited or something.
Someone else, something like that. Yeah. No, there was no ace out.
Okay.
Someone else had king jack suited.
King jack off. That's what it was. I thought. Oh, that's what we said in the.
No, it was Carl. Yeah, he had king jack of clubs. I remember.
So I'm trying to figure out how many answers I have.
Just waiting for the app to update, but Michael Zhang is leading the pack. 1.64 million.
Do you have? I do. I think it's
Almost
around
double of what Bossman Paul Poir has in second. Rob Young,
My
by the
ability
way,
to do basic arithmetic
cruising along
horrendous.
out there.
Makes me a wonderful poker player.
Third,
At least half my time cost.
874k in front of him.
How much is in the pot?
Brewer up front, ace-8 off. Limping. Watson set mining with the box cars.
Check.
Dvoris says, let's take a peek. King, queen, queen. Dvoris. King's up, well in front. Position on the field. Two checks in front of him. Will he play pot control or ask a little question? The former. Closing the action with the check. 7 changing nothing. Second check.
See if he takes a little stab here after being checked to twice. Bit of protection, bit of value to be had. Gonna knuckle it back and boat up on the river.
Backdoor clubs getting there don't rate to be of any concern as played.
So what's with a counterfeited pocket bet? See if he wants to take a stab here, knowing he can't win at showdown, of course. And bluff he will. 42,000 in the middle. Stabs for 75%. After check through on the flop and turn.
Playing the board.
Yeah, Forrest's just going to call. So what's hand in the cookie jar?
Tidy pickup there. Watson could afford to make the stab, obviously, off of that deep stack of his. Didn't take long for us to kind of witness the climate change.
Yeah. I think that's where a lot of the playfulness and banter was coming from. The fact that you can just move all in C5 and, you know, if it doesn't go your way, if your 45% equity doesn't convert, just flick in one of those red lammers and receive 100k chips.
Ace-Queen, 9-8, Jack-7 to the King 9-7 board. Dvoris, middle pair, in front. As the chip leaders limp. Is followed up with a check.
Sang getting busy out there as well. Elton chipping up nicely.
18.
Dvoris going to take a stab with the best of it. He's going to take this one down. So one more level of late reg before we confirm the payouts for event number 12, the 50k short deck ante-only.
You have like 500, Mike?
450.
Just a 4-man affair here at the feature table for the time being. Queen 10 for Dvoris. Gonna limp in. Watson. Ace-7 suited on the button. Is he going to look to punish? Queen 10-9, top 2 for Dvoris after the check back from Watson. As the Canadians square off.
Two of the best Canadians to have ever played the game. They stay for the entire series. Not only battling in the long deck streets. So here for the short deck. Checks through as the Ace of Hearts rolls off on the turn, giving Sir Watts top pair and 29% of the equity after pretty slim.
Still behind
10-9
for the time being in this 36K pot. Quite a few players still making their way into the arena.
Yeah.
For some late reg. Spin it up initiatives.
Well, that's one of the most interesting things about this structure. Is that the llamas are removed late level 8. We still have the chance to re-enter until level 9. Wow, disciplined fold by Sir Watts there with the top pair. Took him a bit of time facing the overbet from Dvoris. Interesting to see the overbet there with the flop 2 pair. Be curious to ask Dvoris about that hand later.
It is a strange sort of dichotomy between wanting to protect your hand in short deck against a lot of the troublesome developments that loom in specific textures, and then also sort of acknowledging that that hand could already be in trouble.
Yeah, I think
in a
if I
spot
had
like
to
that.
guess, the purpose for a bet of that size on the turn, given that this is short deck, would be purely for equity denial reasons. Just really... Oh, wow. So Watts just open jamming, cut off the button, running into... Whoa.
This is actually so much better.
As good as it gets for Kiatley. Not often do you have someone with less than 30% equity pre-flop, but that is the situation that Michael Watson has found himself in here.
Yeah, for Philly.
Good news for him is he's got Kiatley well covered here.
Definitely not like just dead.
As he stepped in it. Wait a minute.
Can't see the board though.
Pretty close to dead.
Open ender.
Yeah, and ace and 9.
5 outs twice is not dead at all. 19%.
That's a rough card.
Take the ace off the board now. Just 3 outs once for Mike Watson.
Okay, straightforward.
Not there.
Royal
So
flush.
Royal flush rolls in for Kiatley. Bit of overkill.
Casual royal.
Royal. Big pot.
Kiatley. It came in second in that 25k final table. Staying alive here in the 50k.
150. 156. 256.
Zhang losing a bit back to Stephen Chidwick on the outer tables. Or one of the outer tables, I should say. Quite the outer table it is, by the way. Michael Zhang, Wai Kin Yong, Stephen Chidwick, Ike Haxon, Mikita Badziakowski. We'll keep an eye on that from the Triton Poker Plus app.
I believe AA Jack 10 is the
How
max.
much is it? AA Jack 10.
I believe. I don't know.
Well, it's 5 cards, so it's AA King Jack 10.
And every time
5 cards?
Yeah,
I scan the lobby, there's just so many storylines
AA Jack 10 9 maybe.
that can potentially emerge from
Nope, you're good. You're good.
every single tournament. Wai Kin Yong, of course, looking to win his 4th Triton title.
Card is stupid.
Watson picking that one up, by the way.
You play Omaha?
King Queen
Yeah.
offsuit. Reclaiming
Not a lot.
some of his tokens
And not
as
very well.
Divorce with the Jack 10 suited. Didn't want to take his chances. Go on then.
I mean, just that table alone, you know, Ike Haxton looking for his first
Will you
trophy.
consider yourself a Omaha
Bads
fish?
looking for title number
Will you
5 to
consider
tie
yourself
Jason
an
Kuhn.
Omaha fish?
Chidwick, 2 crossbars already this series.
Well, who am I playing?
This tournament just turns into an Omaha tournament. How do you feel?
If this tournament turned into
We
an
just
Omaha
don't- yeah.
tournament and everyone that's currently playing had to play.
Yes, it just feels.
Oh, I'd feel fucking great.
Yeah, just
Let's do it right now.
As would I, Daniel.
How much is that?
It's 250 exactly.
250. Like 40 antes.
Like
Kiatley. Ace King.
Bottom. Oh, I'm punching.
Ripping it in there.
Wow,
20
Brewer saying
antes.
his bottom.
Ace 9 for Brewer.
40? 40.
40
Oh.
antes, Ali.
Button
Button
Ah,
antes.
yes, yes,
okay.
yes.
Like that table.
Forgive me.
No worries. Easy mistake.
Like it
might play
I'd
Omaha,
be
right?
fine,
You play Omaha?
but I wouldn't like a little bit.
Brewer doesn't feel like
Not
there's
really
anything
anymore.
mistaken about defending the ace 9, despite the fact that he finds himself in a tough spot pre-flop, but now he's got the gut
So
shot
then
straight
crush
draw.
In Omaha.
I don't know about probably.
7 outs at present. Can't count the King of Hearts among them, though.
Played Omaha seriously in
And
a very long time.
Brewer's last bullet at risk until the 9 rolls off and gives him,
No.
forgive me, aces and kings on the turn already for Kiatley.
See, that's why you don't want to go for those. 'Cause
Short deck truly can make your head spin. That wasn't as complicated as I made it out to be, but
Too bad. I'm going for.
the oversight I'm always guilty of is the ace playing as the 5.
Oh man. Why not king queen?
Yeah, doubling through him.
What do you got now?
Not enough.
Well, I can see that.
138.
Lunlun clicking the rebuy button.
No shame in it. As you heard Danny Tang mention during his winner's interview with me, after winning the 25K, he was in for 5 bullets and had to finish 5th or better just to turn profit.
Oh, wow. Did not know that.
Producer James stepping in to advise it was actually 4th or better that he needed. So the task was taller than perhaps even Danny realized as we take ace 10-7 three ways. Kiat was set mining. Coming up empty. Turn, though, gives him the only flush draw and a straight gutter as it pairs Watson's 6s. Brewer with 7s. Is Watson going to seek to activate?
Oh, Brewer. Rivering 2 pair, but 4 diamonds on board. Giving Kiat a flush. Only losing to the king or queen of diamonds.
Not Mike Sam. 2 pale loses again.
Cooler.
That limped pot. Not much to write home about on that one.
I think I'm starting to get what you guys are saying about 2 pair.
Certainly served Kiat Lee's interests, as he's
don't
currently
start
on a
playing
spin
Omaha
up.
again. It'll get you in that game too.
Oh yeah.
Bottom 2 is the tricky one. Pretty sure on 5 tall short deck, bottom 2 is
in
like...
PLO?
Yeah.
There you go.
Bottom 2 in PLO would be okay if it was no limit, because then you could just go all in, kind of like you can here.
Yeah.
But since you can't,
There
it's problem.
Future streets problem.
You have like 300?
Watson limping.
Yeah, just over it.
Thank you.
I mean, what do you mean on GG? You can't just go all in.
Well, in the tournaments you can.
Yeah. That breaks my brain, by the way. 'Cause I'll like, oh, I'll play the Omaha tournament, and someone just goes all in on me on the flop, and then...
It trips
King
me up because
8
I'm
for him.
used to just clicking pot.
Yeah.
So I'll, like,
pocket
in
8s.
those tournaments, like I'll click pot, not realizing that I could have just jammed. And there's obviously like a bunch of spots where you just want to be all in for like 2.5x pot or whatever.
I can never like keep in my head that it's no limit post. I still wonder like who won it.
3 over cards. Kiat finds the muck promptly.
Like someone was like, you know what we really need? The no limit option.
Shout out the No Limit
nobody
PLO
thought
tournaments
that it
over on
just, like,
GG Poker. Sounds like the
kind of
boys have
like
been battling.
evens the playing field a little bit. Like for people that play recreationally, like, I mean, it kind of does, because like instead of, you could just like whatever go all in with a flush draw instead of getting put into blunder over 3 streets.
Yeah.
Currently 35 runners in this 50K, by the way.
Flop straight and just be like, I don't want to deal with this.
Right.
Great
19
size.
active.
Yeah, great turnout so far. 2 events left here. The 100k short deck starting tomorrow, 4 p.m. local time. And obviously be covering the final table of this before jumping into that 100k.
Looking good.
Raise and take it for Kiat. Suddenly really climbing into the upper crust here. Chip's been gravitating in his direction.
How much do you, Chris?
I have 114.
Thank you.
50 antes for Sir Watts under the gun. See how he wants to approach this. We are four-handed.
All in.
Open ship.
Not going to get any customers as he continues.
I saw the flash.
Sitting
I'm not gonna tell. I'm
third out of 4 right now.
You can get one more often because there's less cards.
Makes sense.
Thought you saw both.
No, I only saw one.
I want to hang out with
Maybe Jack 10?
Kiat.
Probably know what.
Seems like a really fun guy.
Strikes me as a one-way affair.
It was on the chart. Wouldn't have learned anything. It was the correct hand.
Oh my god.
Well, you'll remember you and I made our way down to the KTV
Never been seen in public with you.
during Kiat's birthday. Wished him a happy birthday, and then went on our way. Danny
did.
Tang, Webster Lim and company
That group.
down there,
Shout
ringing
out.
in.
Shout out to the boys.
We could have stayed behind, and maybe it looked like they were gambling on something. Maybe they were playing a drinking game. Can't remember. Somehow Ace King finds its way to this flop as not one but 2 Ace Kings were lying in wait.
Yeah, let's see if either one can navigate their Ace King to victory and get the other to fold. Bit of short jong to be played later, Ali. Catley, the initial limper from UTG.
23. 23.
Feels like that's a.
I can still hit 2 bail then.
They just, you know, just laughing every hand. 50k buy-in. But certainly feels like a board texture where he could potentially get Dvoris to fold, although top 2 a big ask. So he does check raise.
Dvoris has him covered. These are the 2 big stacks here at this feature table, and currently running 8th and 7th respectively are Lee and Dvoris in the overall field to start this one.
Has to be some alarm bells ringing, but also has to be aware that this is a board that Kiat would do this with a lot of gut shots, given that he is meant to have the strongest range on this board.
Maybe concerns about a set of 7s for Dvoris as he blocks the aces and the kings that he might expect Kiat to have open raised with some frequency, but some traps can be set as well. Here we are at the turn. Queen doesn't strike me as the kind of card that's going to sound any alarms for Dvoris, but as you mentioned, Henry, sometimes these 10 jacks could be getting frisky.
Yeah, certainly some gut shot check raise bluffs in that. This is actually a really fun hand. I'm looking forward to, you know, we can obviously see that these guys are very likely to chop But just seeing how Kiat navigates this real intricate part of the game tree, limped pot, four-handed, 100 antes effective, or thereabouts at the start of the hand. From under the gun as well, that's what makes this the most exciting part of the hand. And you can see a time bank being thrown in from Dvoris. Not an easy spot, given the line taken so far.
I mean,
Not
he
beating
has to
any
think he's
value.
drawing live, though.
Yeah,
No matter what. I mean,
well, you could just be
aces.
dead. Yeah, you can be dead. It's the same way Kiat Lee has ace-king here, he can also have aces and kings, right?
But the likelihood of that, given we hold ace-king, diminished.
It's the exact same combinatorically, given that Kiat's got ace-king.
Fair.
6 of hearts on the river. 4-2-8 out there. Dvoris doesn't beat value. Maybe a7, but does a7. I mean, a7 can check raise for sure.
Any worlds in which Kiat Lee suspects that ace-king might not be good against Dvoris? Can't imagine it.
8-9 of spades. Bet flop. Call the check raise with the gut shot. Backdoor spades again. Feels like I'm stretching a little bit here.
But it is a combo that
it is
could lurk. Monsters under the bed,
Yeah,
certainly.
picks
if
up
that's where we-
spades on the turn and decides to stick around against the 60% turn barrel. Really fun spot. Likely to result in a chop, but fun nonetheless. And Lee must be wondering, I've got the ace of spades. What can I get value from?
428 in there, 349 back. 190 on request.
Well, he's gone for a non-all-in sizing. And a quick call from Dvoris. And the chaps are going to chop that one up.
He saw Kiat a little sheepish when he looked over at Dvoris, but...
You trapping him? Are you trapping him?
Well...
I'm not. I don't know you.
I was trapping you
I'm not.
via him.
I'm not trapping him, though.
I would have loved to have seen a jam. What a fun hand of poker.
Oh, man, if Dvoris did jam, that would have been really awkward, given that Kiat didn't.
If I made two pair, it would have been a big problem.
But made the kind of bet that one would suspect he would be so infrequently stepping away from on the river.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a byproduct of, like, I block a lot of the value that I'd want my opponent to have. Didn't feel like he could get called by worse for a pot-sized jam. Fun hand.
I mean, you didn't need good cards to win that hand.
You had pretty good calls. They had 9 and 8.
A 9 and an 8, that's all.
No wonder the ace doesn't come.
How about another ace-king?
I mean, I would have been happy with the king.
Me too.
We're going to try and get a limp through.
Are you kidding me? Don't adjust your screen. Kiat Lee is going to be on the button with another ace-king against Dvoris again. And let's see how this one plays out, as the limp brigade is most certainly going to get a smack on the back of the hand. Comes to the tune of 60K from Kiat.
There's 10 antes. These two are 100 effective against each other.
Right.
100 antes effective against each other, I should say.
But not looking to collide.
No.
All in?
Not at all, but all in. The move, the only move.
And
The limp jam.
Was it a sim head?
The snap call.
No, I think I had.
Did you shuffle?
Dealer being dressed down there a touch.
Oh, bless her. That was brilliant.
Shuffle verification sought there.
Free change. I'll take that one.
That was fantastic.
Divorce does cover the clubs. Good.
Chop it up, boys.
Yeah, queen, queen, 7, rainbow. Inconsequential turn. And river, forthcoming.
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
no,
fine. Give him
it's
all
already
that.
gift. Just
I'll
give
give
me
him this.
Yeah, you give
no,
me
just
the
give me,
3.
give me the 15.
You give me the 15.
Yeah,
give me
I
the-
gave him change.
Yeah. We all good. Yeah.
And then also just give me the ace king back. It's fine.
I should have called.
Oh,
Can you
man.
beat ace high?
Love the inverted flipper there from Kiat.
For both of them, man. Boris
He
was
just-
doing it as well.
Just kind of.
It's so good.
Used to play Chinese poker with a guy that did that. Tom Schneider.
Why didn't you call?
World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Multiple occasions.
We did. That's the point.
A lot of long
You call, I
nights
fold.
spent playing Chinese, listening to him croon country music.
Maybe.
And then
If my
every
call,
time
I
he was
definitely
collecting chips from you
I mean,
at Showdown, just a little inverted flipper and a finger flick. And you just knew you were paying, even before any discussion.
Oh, that was the prepay before even showing the cards.
No, but, you know, it takes a second to kind of mull it over
Yeah.
in Chinese. He would just table it, you'd table it, he'd take a quick glance, and then the flipper would come out. Whether you were ready for it or not, he knew what was going on. Meanwhile, Divorce and Kiat collide again. This time, no ace-kings. The kings on the flop, though, along with an 8, which has hit Kiat for the better hand.
I don't think I've ever enjoyed commentating on 2 back-to-back chop pots as much as I just did between Boris and Kiat.
Has been a chop pot rich environment here at the feature, however.
Yes.
A function of short deck. Divorce gonna peel with this 10 jack. Picks up the gutter.
Bit out of line, but backdoors as well as the opportunity to just take it away on the turn.
Weird little spot, though, for Kiat. You see him check it. Knuckle back from Divorce. Oh, my goodness. The queen just slides right in there to give him Broadway. Lee feels pretty done with it after being called on the flop.
Yeah.
Can't imagine that this inbound bet is ever going to leave him looking for a showdown.
Michael Zhang, by the way,
Yeah.
has 20% of the chips in play
The only hand I can put you on
with
now.
18 players left.
So you're slipping them out of your sleeve.
No joke. Just clashed against Ike Caxton.
You're gonna fall down to nothing.
Yeah, this is not.
Won a
this is not
1.7
the
million
ideal way
chip
to play
pot.
poker.
Yeah, no need to ask who got the better of that exchange once you give us that headline.
Let's see. You limped in with the 8-7 off.
Wow.
And then you folded.
Absolutely
There you go.
cruising
Lessons from
along out
Kerry.
there.
Yes.
Towards the end of late reg. Few players still looking to potentially rebuy. Stephen Chidwick, Ike Caxton, Phil Chu, Dennis Schofferin, Seth Davies and Sam Greenwood.
What are you have?
Currently have 20 minutes to re-enter. Also room for new players to jump in.
All in.
Can you beat the worst hand?
What's the worst hand? Sixes?
Brewer concedes to the cutoff jam from Divorce with the ace-10. With what he describes as the worst hand, 6-7 off.
In my head every time besides 8-7. This is a very sad way to go. I would like to be all in within the next 3 minutes. If any of you use a tie big.
Of course. Brewer looking to try and rebuy so that he could get 300k rather than nursing this 66k stack. He's got 3 minutes to do so.
Well, that certainly suggests that his ranges are going to open up nicely.
Well, I think he's still going to make just profitable plays. Just wants to be able to do it.
12 antes or something?
7-6. Not going to cut it. Don't think Queen 6 will either.
It's 11.
Yeah, emphatic jam from Brewer, but is the Queen 6 ever enough against some perceived wide
Sure, I gotta pitch that one.
range from Chris?
9-7 off.
8-7.
Snap.
Huh?
Snap. 9-7 off.
It had a 6 in it. Not too expensive. No, it's not necessarily a snap. He might just want to fold it, just make him miss the late reg period. That's like,
Oh, the spike fold. Guilty.
Oh man.
I've done that.
I'm begging people to fold after I shove. I'm folding.
The spite
I'm
fold,
gonna have a fountain of Diet Coke behind me soon.
where you take your time so as to prevent Chris from being able to.
There are several spike folds. My spike fold not as cruel as making Chris Brewer miss the late reg. Potentially saving him 50k though, you never know.
Remember, Brewer has to polish his chips off in order to
He does,
rebuy.
yeah. Hence the spike fold.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that he stays
Stuck on that
90K.
short nub, yeah.
You have a good news.
I got this one easy.
what? You folded Queen Jack?
All right.
No spite here.
You're the same hand.
Watson, double fist pumping.
It's not even that good news.
But the ace-9 is
You're
actually
just more likely to make
underperforming.
it straight.
You have another good news.
Against Jack-10, with 5 to come. Ace-10-8, and that is no longer the case as top
do you mean?
pair
I got the queen
and
and the
middle
king
pair
still.
develop.
And the 10.
It's concerning.
There you go.
10 Jack or Queen would do it here for Brewer.
The prepay from Brewer doesn't work.
Yeah, the pre-countdown. But mercifully, that last bullet is showered what would seem like in time for Brewer to throw down another 50k and get himself a 300k stack off of which to operate.
As have Seth Davies, Sam Greenwood, Phil Chu, KCG and Stephen Chidwick all within the last 60 seconds. Field size up to 40 now.
So we can't play a hand until we get somebody, right?
So
20
play-
active.
Yeah, play
of
going to be
those 40.
paused as we get Sam Greenwood and Stephen Chidwick.
Beginning of level 9. Antes up to 8k as you look at the counts brought to you by GG Poker. And indeed, Kiat Lee finds himself in Western waters, second in chips, as the fresh stacks of Greenwood and Chidwick do join the party. 38 antes deep.
Ike Haxton, Phil Chu also re-entering.
When we look at things like 38 in terms of big blinds, we think depth. But here in short deck, Henry, 38 antes. When you consider that every single hand you have to ante on the button, you're double anteing in a 5-handed affair. That's 7 antes per orbit. Suddenly, things don't look quite as comfortable.
Yeah, you know, an orbit doesn't go your way, you call a C-bet in one hand or whatever. All of a sudden you're playing 25 antes and you're in shove fold territory. So So just waiting for players to rebuy. Number up to 43 runners now. Only player opting to not rebuy is Denis Chofarin, Ukrainian. KCG, Chris Brewer, Phil Chu, Ike Haxon, Yake Wu, new player Yake Wu, might I add.
Max Late Reg?
Yeah. Has played 6 events here, 0 for 6. First and only Triton cash coming from Roswadov 2019, a second place finish in the 25k short deck.
Fresh. Full call.
Prompt activations here from Chidwick. And another ace queen.
Yeah, well, if I knew that.
Will be calling. Watson
Flush draws versus 1.
limped in, ready for it.
10 is suited.
I'm just trying to make 2 pairs still. It's very impressive if we make 2 pair at this point. You got to admit that much.
Reminds me a bit of Galfond.
Who's that?
Michael Watson.
Fair fight.
Free roll? No, I do apologize. Fair fight announced.
Both players 3 suited. 6 of hearts.
That's 10
ends it.
of hearts.
Pretty good form for Jack 7 of diamonds.
Monster.
So Michael Zhang leading the field. 24 players left as I spy Mr. Tony G. Also max late regging.
Brought a little entourage with him too into the arena. Nice to BYO fan club, if I'm being honest.
A BYO fan club.
Bring your own. Well-established acronym over in my hemisphere.
BYO, that's cool. We'll use that.
Don't. Do it.
Don't bring my own, or don't use the acronym?
Both. No. You're licensed.
Given that late reg has closed, Ali,
we'll have our
Yeah,
payouts.
fresh stack mine. That's the first thing I
Go
do, right?
ahead.
Correct.
7 places paid.
Gonna have to make a final table to see any cash, and that min payout of 116K may not cover the investment for some.
Yeah, I don't want to shower anyone directly, but I was scanning through the app, and there are a few people in for more than 2 bullets, let's say.
Well, it took 5 for Danny Tang to win our first short deck title.
Oh my. Set v set. Forrest with a set of 10s, Greenwood. This is cutoff v button. What a brutal development for Greenwood. Really not been his series so far.
An unraised pot. DeVoris chose to just limp in there. And will this texture develop in a manner that would ever allow Greenwood to get away? 52K. Does it go in here and now?
Yeah, that's a great point, Ali. It might just get sent in the middle, unblocking, you know, some of the ace-king, ace-queen traps. A million gut shots out there. Just going to call. Looked up at the clock. Looked like a mixed spot. Only one straight getting there. Lun Lun taking a seat. 160,000 in the middle. Greenwood the effective stack.
Lun Lun sitting right down in what might amount to the blast radius in this explosive collision. between DeForest and Greenwood. Dan trying to chart a course to acquire all of Greenwood's stack. That's 105K. How much ace, ace, 10, 10, and 8, 9 can Greenwood assign to Dan's cutoff limp here becomes the question.
I think he can assign more ace, ace, and 10, 10 than 8, 9, given the flop sizing. Just a grim spot all around for Greenwood. Maybe some alarm bells ringing. That Forrest is barreling so heavily. The limping from the cutoff. Oh boy, set of sevens. Not able to get away from it.
Yeah.
Forrest with the quick call and Greenwood drawing to just one out.
You hear Sam say that doesn't seem right.
You need a heart.
Certainly tend to agree.
I need a heart.
You need a heart.
I do need a heart.
One outer.
You need a heart.
One sympathizes with Greenwood, who needs a 7, and the one outer doesn't come in. Directly on the backside of the late reg.
It's time. It's time.
DeForest.
What?
Oh, it's got the crab claw.
What's that? What's that for? For my money? Yes. Oh no, please.
Doesn't appear to be all too concerned with
Daniel
Greenwood's fate.
I just
Just a gleeful acquisition of chips.
You can't do that. It has to.
Okay. Sneaky, huh?
Yes.
Oh, GG's Greenwood, that is, you know, we've all been there.
Never had an opportunity to get away from it, did he?
No, even he said that doesn't seem right.
So showers for Greenwood, the first casualty
It's like first hand then go just buy in.
after the close of registration.
You get to play the same as long that you like max leverage, one hand you pass, you live.
Yeah.
Same.
Might.
So the fallen soldier, Sam Greenwood, leaves behind a group of 5 to fight on here at the feature.
Move me.
Kiat limping in. 10-9 off. DeForest content to do the same. Watson. Also checks. Three-way affair to the Queen 10-7 board. Kiat out in front. Middle pair. Checks it.
A couple of departures straight after Greenwood, Ali.
Yeah.
Tony G and Seth Davies re-entered, max late regged, or max late re-entered, if you will. Both eliminated down to the final 20 players now.
Well, the locker room is busy.
Yeah, Rob Young getting busy, by the way, as is Jason Kuhn.
Top 3 stacks for both, as a round of checks yields the jack on the turn, which does bring open-enders to all players.
Not often you get to utter those words, Ali. Everyone with an open-ender.
$42.
Dvoris speaks up here. Obviously, that boss stack at the table is one that players will be showing some respect to, especially now with registration closed, not looking to get into altercations. Watson putting his open-ender and pair into the muck. Kjot doing the same. In the worst hand, able to take it down.
No lah. Jack 10 lah.
Jack 10.
Check raise all in. He fold. He have to fold.
He would have folded.
Kjot limping up front. Lun Lun, ace queen. Might he be content to do the same?
He's on the shorter side.
All in?
Sub 35 antes.
Got our answer.
Sorry. Nice catch.
Background to Kia. Ace 10 for 35.
300? 382, I think. 282.
3 24
是
84 84 32 84
Just loves the game, doesn't he? Loves the game. Both of them do.
It's not good. That is very not good.
Ace Queen apparently no good against Ace 10. Ali, rules have changed.
Trolling his man Lun Lun.
Ah, I got fold.
The two Malaysians square off. Advantage Lun. Kjot has him covered, and they'll play for 596. A smile on Lun's face for the time being, given that he is dominating. Keep an eye on that 31%, though. Kjot Lee looking to wipe smiles off of faces.
Would be a brutal way to do it.
Chidwick making change there.
okay.
Flop will bring things into focus, and it is very clear focus. Trip queens for Lun Lun, and on the turn, the ace 10 draws dead.
Oh, GG's, Lun Lun. Final table bubble of the main event. Held a sizable double. Final 20 of this 50k short deck.
Pay some bills, Henry. Let them know.
You throw me that curveball all the time. You can qualify into future Triton events as well as play along in the Triton free rolls over on GG Poker. Sign up today. $100 in rewards or 100% deposit bonus up to $600, as well as that $50 Global Millions ticket, which I think first prize in that on a weekly basis is typically between 80 and 110,000, depending on runners. Pretty decent ROI.
Yeah,
on
I was
50
just
bucks.
thinking the same thing.
You sign up, you get $50 ticket. Maybe convert it into a 6-figure cash. Someone's got to win it, right?
Obviously.
So it's obviously a flip. You either win the tournament or you don't.
Delivering the best in value to the players is our title sponsor, GG Poker. Delivering nightmare fuel anytime he is at a feature or final table, of course, is Stephen Chidwick. Just a surgeon out there. Kiatley throwing himself a party as he gets a walk on the button with far fewer chips than he had before he met Lun Lun's ace-queen a pot ago.
In an incredibly good mood. Kiatley.
Where would he rather be?
Oh, right. Short deck started.
10, queen 10, king 10, so many.
Main event tomorrow.
You want ace queen?
Play set. Type player, type player.
Sato.
I shove minimum ace queen.
1, 2, 230, 240.
Lun Lun declaring range qualifications there. Minimum shove ace-queen, he advised the field.
Image building, Ali.
Well, we know about this image here. No need to let you know that watch isn't one you can purchase. Comes from winning a Triton main event. As Kiat serves up a buffet with King Jack. Lun Lun.
Is it? Oh, you can.
Not hungry for it.
全下。嚟，識拍死。呼怕呼。喂，阿威教我的，呼怕呼。
呼怕呼。
阿威教我，呼怕呼。
谢谢你。
呼怕呼。谢谢你。
Kiatley has good reason to be in a good mood. Henry, the man, is 5 for 6 here in Vietnam. Failed to cash the 100K main.
He's 5 for 6.
Yeah.
That's 2 final tables as well, right?
3.
3. Wow.
15K 8 max, 30K 8 max, 25K short deck.
Now it makes a lot of sense. Danny Tang also just won his first trophy. Those two obviously really good friends.
Mike Watson not being friendly here.
240. So this is 30.
Limping the ace-king with naughty thoughts on his mind.
30 empties.
Lun Lun content to limp the 7s.
31. 32. 33.
Divorce on the button.
34. 35.
We'll take a free look.
I'll take the extra one.
Huh?
I'll take the extra one.
Okay.
Uh-oh. King in the window.
Problems for Daniel Divorce. Top pair out-kicked as it stands against Mike Watson. 64K in the middle.
Yeah, note the size of the pot, Ali. With the ante increase, everyone having to put in that 8K. All of a sudden, you know, these 300, 400K stacks find themselves heading to flops at SPRs of around 5 or 6. Could very quickly turn into an all-in situation. Nature of the beast.
谢谢你。
40? 45.
你 book 咗酒店咩？
嗯
book 咗酒店咩？
咩？
嗰邊咯。
邊度？睇下唔使啦，你到嘅時候佢幫佢哋捧咪有咯，一定有捧噶嗰度。
唉，我唔好翻埋啦。
睇下聽日。
翻埋打機。
啊？
翻埋打機。
睇下聽日飲唔飲到 D2 先講啦，飲到 D2 就走啦。
Board pairs on the turn, which improves Divorce's kicker. After he called the 45K from Watson on the flop.
Yeah, Divorce also unblocking every straight draw possible. Maybe going to get himself in trouble here on this turn. So Watts seems to know just exactly where he's at and what situation he's found himself in. Sizable turn barrel, 110,000 into 154. Setting up a very natural river SPR of around 0.5.
all of that on Dvoris's mind here. Has Watson well covered, but also has some concerns about how well this King 8 is performing against that up front limp and barrel.
It's really grim. And it feels like a complete guessing game. Like you can flip a coin as to whether
How much?
Sir Watts has
A lot.
traps, aces, kings, ace king,
Yeah.
pocket jacks,
Okay, quite good.
or the million straight draw possibilities
How
out
much
there.
point you have now? Like 3,000?
Ace queen, ace 10, queen
Do you have
10.
3,000 now?
All on the table.
I'm not sure how
All
much
in?
I got.
Yeah, he's got a jam.
26.
Ali, action back on Sir Watts, who Sai calls it off, and Dvoris just trying to deny some equity there, deny, you know, the guessing game potential on pretty much any river card. 3 outs once, 11% for Didi.
To the river we go. And the 7 is not going to be the card that would leave Dvoris taking back his investment.
Yeah, I really can't fault him for deciding to jam there. Really just felt like a flip on the turn.
like
Whether you run into value or just a natural double barrel.
Well, Canadian cannibalism there. As Watson
Not something they're known for.
takes a bite. I don't think that there's a famine of that sort of proportions transpiring north of the American border that would cause Epicurean taste to shift that drastically. Of course, plane crash in the Andes with your rugby team, different proposition. Familiar with that story?
I am. I am, actually. I am indeed. 80s, I want to say.
Who would we eat first on the team if we went down? You do want to balance resistance levels from the person on the menu
Well, you
versus
know,
also caloric value.
Let's not get the story twisted. It wasn't as if there was, you know, choice as to who they went after, as Chidwick
260.
chooses to rip in his pocket tens for 33 antes. Maybe a chance for Dvoris to win some chips back.
Mm-hmm.
All in?
Queen's ripping and going to be performing well against Chidwick's pocket tens. 552K pot.
Chidwick crossbar earlier on today in that 25K short deck. Gonna need some serious help from this deck, and well, King Jack 9, they both flip each other's outs.
Turn pairs the board and switch back indeed, as Chidwick no longer in search of a queen, in search of a 10 rather, and being dealt a 9. That'll spell the end of the road for the clear frontrunner on the Ivan Liao Player of the Year Award, who will not be adding points on this occasion.
Yeah, it's like, 谢谢你. The knee is like, knee. Yeah.
谢谢你. You know what is it?
Yeah, surely you
thank
know. He's right from China, right?
Yes.
Chinese.
Yep.
Russian.
Born in China.
It's
Chinese
Russian.
mother,
I have a
Chinese
problem.
Yeah. 谢谢你. 再见. And you know 再见, right?
再见, isn't that right now? Or
再见 is
goodbye.
goodbye.
Oh, it's
yeah, 再见.
So you should say 再见.
Oh,
再见 to Chewy. 再见.
再见.
Oh, Xianzai is right now.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
You're good in all the language though.
Huh?
How many languages you speak?
Russian, English, French.
You speak Spanish, do you say?
No. I mean, like.
The basic one.
Yeah, I could kind of make out what people are saying sometimes, but I wouldn't be able to have a conversation.
Divorce, a Renaissance man of sorts. Russian, English, French.
This is 200. This
Also
is
speaks
240,
short deck.
And this, I have 32 antis.
That's easy.
That help?
Yes.
It's a good 3 languages
50,000.
to have under your belt. Maybe
that doesn't help me.
Trade the French for Spanish, but
If the poker thing doesn't work out, I'm sure CIA, NSA wouldn't mind having a man that can listen in on Kremlin conversations on staff.
Producer James just ruining the party.
We do hire Canadians south of the border when they're of use. Exhibit A, National Hockey League. Not a government institution, but nevertheless.
You always have a chips.
Exhibit B, third on the poker all-time money list.
2.
As Sir Watts flops the joint.
Dean Eggs, of course, the man you're referencing.
Okay, a lot of money.
The joint, Broadway.
呢個全5萬蚊，5萬定3萬？5萬。
Watson really has divorce in jail.
Somewhere that you might find yourself one day. Wouldn't surprise me if I get a call from an unknown number and just hear the tone of the person that's trying to reach you is looking to reverse the call charges. Name, Ali Najad. Prison, Philippines. Or Manila. We'll send you a boat.
I don't know how to tell you this, Henry, but when I'm looking for bail, the sort of amounts that I would anticipate would be required to get me out of prison, you are not at the top of the call log. Meanwhile, not at the top of Divorce's desires was a Queen of Hearts on this turn. Watson sharing the sentiment as the hearts show up inconveniently, and now any jack would allow the opposition to share the Broadway.
係啦，subject 打 set 孖女，咁樣都 hold 住。
幾長啊佢？
重過馬蘭。
222 in the middle. Dan checks it.
哦，係佢好似都仲係好多馬咁。
Check back there from Watson. Henry, nodding in affirmation or understanding there?
Yeah, 222 out there. Closing the action in position. Be a disaster to get check raised. 2 of the bigger stacks at the table. Let's give Forrest some room, never folding river. This block, I think, just designed to fold out 2 pairs.
Well, it's currently on fire as Watson mulls over his response. Would a raise here to try to fold out a shared pot type of holding be absurd with hearts on board?
I think it would be, because you open the door to get bet 3 bet. which I think is possible with this blockish sizing on the river.
爸爸都在打牌。爸爸都有一个奖。
It's reaching for raising chips. $230,000 back
Yeah.
on Didi.
Watson disagrees with the assessment and didn't really matter what he did. Dvoris was never going to be pulling that one in. Barring some ridiculous jam there.
You have the Jack of Hearts?
I have the Jack of Hearts there.
Oh, it was a raise pot 3.
Jacks, no heart. Maybe.
Yeah. It doesn't matter then. Doesn't matter too much.
Post-mortem between Kiatley, Didi and Sir Watts.
Kiat briefly bringing the KTV vibes to the feature table.
He loves it. It's so entertaining. Currently one of the shortest stacks in the tournament. In fact, he is the shortest stack with the departure of Stephen Chibok, but you wouldn't think it. Having a lot of fun out there.
Well, when we talk about entertaining, we cannot leave out the name of Carl Chapegatien, who has arrived here at the feature table, and his presence announced courtesy of a limp behind Dvoris' open. Watson and Lee both join the party. Lun Lun says, let's run it, and we've got ourselves a family affair. 5 players. To the flop. 80K in the middle. Ace, King, 10.
Wow.
Dvoris flops the joint up front.
Queen Jack running well. 58% of the equity, 5 ways.
So you wake up early? No. No. Cool.
Oh, KCG. Multitasking.
That was quite random though.
I'm into it.
Yeah, me too. A little chat with the dealer. How's your morning been? Did you manage to wake up early? Cool. 50K buy-in tournament. 7 places paid, 695 up top. Love the guy. Big fan. Ever since he burst onto the scene.
What did you say?
What did you ask? What did you ask?
Have you had dinner yet?
I don't know.
I think the boy's taking note as well.
Bit of needling going
I
on.
thought we're doing this white though.
Okay.
Clearly some contacts there. Appreciate the dealer
Good strategy.
not letting KCG hang himself.
Well, there is a noose around this ace-9 of clubs here as KCG drawing dead, facing a 90K turn barrel.
Not easy to let go of top pair on a board texture like this in their short deck. So many draws, gut shots. KCG with the disciplined fold, and Dvoris, after running into top of range against Michael Watson just a few hands ago, has managed to redeem himself.
Oh yeah.
Win a lot of it back.
Aces.
It's the Jason Kuhn,
10-9 suited.
fresh off that 50K turbo victory,
999.
cruising along on the outer tables. Nursing a very healthy 1.47 million chip stack, second only to Michael Zhang. Rob Young getting busy out there as well. Only 3 players with more than $1 million.
Fold it around to Queen Jack for Kiat Lee, the hand that's performed so well. And full steam ahead on the SS Kiat Lee. His stack creatively finds its way into the middle.
Punish him. Punish him?
I wish. I can't.
Oh, I have one of this.
Lun Lun reaching over.
Who needs enemies when you got friends like Lun Lun rooting for your demise in a 50k?
I'm a joker.
Can tell.
Calling for Dvoris to punish him.
Yeah! Yeah, no more.
All
no
good-natured
more TV
fun.
table. Oh, I don't like TV table.
They must be sick of us.
They will see me fold kings and queens.
When?
Too tight. High player.
What?
He's really trying to sell
Fold kings and queens.
this image.
What?
No one's buying it, Lun Lun.
Nope.
Did?
No shame.
我不明白。我不明白。I don't understand.
Down to the final 17. 7 will make the money. Sizable min cash, by the way. 2.3x.
This is 2. This is 40. So this is 30. See what?
That's all.
32. Can I change mine?
Yeah.
Thank you. 33. 34.
34 inches. You're right.
I have 34. So we do?
You want to see? I put like this.
34, right?
So limited pot cut off the button.
回到原点.
Dvoris flopping
forward.
best on the Queen Jack 9. Carl with the underpair. Spade in hand.
3件4啊，全部人知道你在耍嗨。
什么
？3件4的全部人知道你在耍嗨。
什么？
Turn puts a 4-liner out there. I'm back. Was just having a malfunction with my pen. That truly captured
It looked like
all
you
of
were
my
having
mental
a,
capacity.
Just a bit of brain fog, bit of a glitch. Had to switch it off and back on again. Here he is, Ahlinejad, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best who've ever done it. 10 of spades on the river, changes nothing.
裂开.
Sevens, far from the best. KCG
Jack.
never showed any interest in putting chips into the middle, and Dvoris content to put the ace-jack on its back and haul a small one in here.
One more hand, one more hand, one more hand. No more, no more, no more. Shinny.
We're racing.
Break, yeah, break time.
We're not racing. Because there's going to be like 12:24, right?
12:24, yeah, I think.
I don't think so.
So 15-minute break, Ali. Coffee time, perhaps, for some of the players.
Sounds like a plan.
3 more levels before wrapping it up for today. Michael Zhang leading the final 17. Daniel Dvoris leading this feature table.
Mike Watson in the conversation as well as a top 5 stack, as the two Canadians run 1-2 at the feature table, which will be swapped out on the backside of this break. Welcoming you back inside the broadcast booth, Ahlinejad, alongside Henry Kilbane. Let's not make a meal of it. Let's send everyone to that break, and then when we come back, it will be continuing coverage with 17 runners of 45 entries and just 7 paid in this event 12, the 50K short deck. Don't go anywhere.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
Still waiting on him.
Way around here, yeah?
Okay, actions on Rob.
How much you got, Dan?
I just bought in.
Thank you.
That's 1 million.
But I got 2 lammers behind, so be careful.
Good to
So
know.
Boris
Not afraid to use them.
I'm always going to be careful. I don't need to know
joining the
mine.
table with a fresh 100k, 20 antes with 2 lammers behind.
Was that Dan Smith's voice?
I
heard?
No, I think it was Daniel Boris's voice.
Okay.
Big hand, big hand.
Thought maybe. We had another newcomer. Tanchuan, ace-10 suited. Let's go.
Pretty good hand for Omaha, though.
That would be a beautiful Omaha hand.
Combined?
Is this a premium in Omaha?
Yeah, Tan
Good
just
Omaha.
picked
Come
all
on,
4
Kia,
cards
don't
up,
pretend
put
to
them
be a
together and threw them to the dealer.
No, I really fish it in Omaha.
Oh, my 9-10's looking good.
Oh, well, he's going to need
Not yet.
some assistance for the time being.
Suited?
Still on his first bullet
Why you fold 9-10?
and still
That was an
looking
inspiration.
for help. The ace,
The more the merrier with 9-10.
the king would both work instead.
Good fold.
It's a queen on the end and divorce.
I told you, I'm not playing flops, boys. You win. It's all in or nothing.
Is going to polish
You
off
win.
the remains
You
of
have a check.
Tantrum's
Oh, I do.
first bullet,
I thought you
as
made
he's
it
got his
free.
lammer in hand and will
Why are you
redeem.
asking for my eyes
Are you
are,
needling him or what? You reckon?
I did, actually. It's one of my favorite movies.
I'm not talking about the Netflix series,
No, you know,
Youngblood, the OG.
Listen, pal.
There will be more
When I'm
rebuys.
talking
Now
with you, I
this
know
level.
True.
Go.
you're a man of culture, as much as I hate to give you credit for such things. And when you
40s?
mentioned The Karate Kid,
I think the
I'm
overs
not
on 35.
thinking
You take
the
the
Netflix
old?
series. I know exactly what
10,000
you're talking about. Go on.
10,000
Tantrum's
fine.
fresh bullet, by the way.
Straight in.
Straight in indeed after the Watson limp with King 10. This man's ready to gamble.
No bet. No bet for me.
You thought about it though.
I was like, It's pretty close.
Jack 9 not going to be the one.
I think 35 is the line.
I will gamble with you 10.
That means he's got ace queen.
You gamble with Rob?
Uh-oh. Bad gamble.
I mean, I'm planning to put 2 more binds. So
Yeah, me too. That's what I say. I'm like, 35.
How can you plan? You've got more left, yeah?
I have nothing.
You've got
It's 20.
So
20
what's
ended
gambling
this.
with Tan?
Doesn't have much.
Bad time to be a customer, perhaps. But on the Ace-Jack 8 board, he has picked up a gutter despite being dominated pre. 225, hangs in the balance. King, Queen, high still best.
Some chop outs now.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of them. Short deck.
反个杯这么难吗？ 110%，
110，是他赢多点。
他赢少收一点。
They say?
Oh, you just bullshit. He asking you to give handicap.
Yeah, we pay for $1 million. You give me 200k handicap.
For like the whole match or like?
He just pays plus 200k. If I win 100, he pays 300. If I lose 800,
But then what if you just quit on hand number 2?
if he quits, he pays me 200. Yeah.
Oh, so end of the match, like
You're a
where
smart
we'll,
man, Rob.
where we'll win
Handicap.
200k.
You're a smart man.
Just normally in cash game heads up handicap.
It's on Europe.
Jam from Badziakuski up front with the Jack 10 off. Rob.
I haven't
Got
got
a
a great
flat.
hand, but I don't think you have either. I think I'm ahead.
Indeed, he is ahead.
Block your straights, right?
That's a great
Rob has
a
been
great hand.
loving his time.
Especially with Ace being out, King, Queen
The
become
future, the feature
really good
rather.
hand.
Oh, is that an ace expo?
Can hold here. It's going to move up to
Oh, I didn't
third in
realize that.
chips.
Not now.
10
Ace
is not
Jack
good anymore.
7.
He's got a flush.
Badziakuski with the pair in front.
Oh, okay.
No longer the
So
case,
now
though.
I need a
as
queen.
Rob
Jack.
binks the king
You need a queen or
and a
jack.
queen or a jack
Ace.
It's easy.
needed for Bads. 7 received. And one more
Why'd you
bullet
put it all in with 10 jack?
bites the
Gamble,
dust.
gamble.
Pretty good in Bagrat.
Rob up to
No bet.
fourth in chips.
10万变20，
No customer.
20变40。
Too good, Rob. You're too good.
No.
You're no customers.
He's very hard to play. Bet.
Aggressive.
Very aggressive. For a small guy, very aggressive.
Small guy.
Okay, I'm gonna let this one. I'm gonna let this one go in case my friend here wakes up with a hand. I have you beat, but
Well, he
This
has
is a
woken
danger.
up with a hand, and as has Badziakowski
Keeps gambling.
哦，Triple，
on his final bullet, or lammer, I should say.
你们双胞胎，好兄弟。
It didn't sit on the sidelines, did it?
不容易顶哦，这个。
I
Dominated.
had King Jack.
领先挺多嘛，可以，还好。
By Watson's ace queen suited, and the 10s are actually going to perform
这个少了一
a
张。
bit better
Jack is coming.
with not one but 2 aces
two outs, yeah?
interfering.
10。
I have Queen Jack.
I really think.
我的名字 TT。
Yeah, basically, I had king second diamonds, dude. I don't think you're very live.
Wow.
Ace, queen, jack.
全部都出来，我
Top 2 for Watson. Top and bottom for Bats.
不可以偏心啊。
And Tan hunts a 10 or a king.
Very good.
Card.
Jack.
Doesn't bring it in.
No, I don't remember what I had. I have 8. I think I have 8.
Tiny side
Jack
pot
is coming then.
I think I have
hanging in the balance. Watson still in front and somehow manages to fade it all. As a 1-2 punch will leave Badziakuski
GG.
with no remaining bullets.
No, GG rebuy.
Definitely gonna over 35 now.
With that, Bats with the re-entry, receiving a fresh 100k and 2 additional lammers. Exchange for 50k. Daniel Dvoris open jamming for 32 antes. He's going to run into the ace king of Kiat Lee.
Once or twice? Once or twice? Okay, twice.
There will be no running it twice here.
可以2次？
可以啊。
真假？
Boy, these stacks are in motion. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the 50K short deck event as tides have turned from long deck to short. Second bit of coverage that we've had today, of course, Danny Tang, the champ in the 25K, and now 50K short deck feature table swapped out. Ali Najad, Henry Kilbane, and Henry, the new feature table. Producer James, have you shed some light on who we're going to have on our hands here? We got a little peek at them before we came back from the break. Maybe still hanging in the balance right now. Not a mystery, however. The big stack of Michael Zhang currently presiding at the top of the leaderboard. 232 antes. The man laid low during long deck and then worked his way to Vietnam just to show up and dominate.
I believe it is Mr. Zhang that we're about to witness in action with the chip lead over on table 3 with the likes of Wu, Kin, Badziakowski, Elton Sang, and Wai Kin Yong. So let's see exactly why he's come here just for the short deck part of the series, because, I mean, short sample, but if there's anything to go by his stack, clearly been in the lab, Arlie, and putting that into the ring here.
I mean, he's going to have some tough customers, obviously, in that lineup that you just described. We can take a peek at it on the Triton Poker Plus app. Waikin right there. Zhang has a man to his left, 65. But just look at the remainder of the stacks. Can truly not afford to tussle with Michael in any sort of meaningful way for risk of being eliminated here. Registration already closed.
Right.
And just 17 runners of 45 with 7 places paid. Just going to be a tall task. 116,000 going to 7th place, 695K going to the champ, and we are going out to that feature table where we find, as promised, Mr. Zhang, the mayor here in event 12. Badziakuski, the shortest of stacks with the antes at 10K. That peak brought to you by Poker Stake.
Shout out to the Poker Stake investors, by the way. Would have been thrilled with that main event run of Michael Soizer and Daniel Smilkovic. Go on, Ali, cut you off.
That's exactly what I was going to say. They had 2 out of the 3 top 3 finishers in the 100K main. Massive returns.
Huge.
On investment.
Soizer was selling all of his action. I say all of his action. Parts of every tournament over on Poker Stake were up for grabs. And final table 3 events, if I'm not mistaken.
I certainly was hoping that Soizer didn't have 0% of himself in the main. It would have been quite a big ask from the Poker Stake community to pony up the 100K.
Just here, lads, going to Vietnam to play some poker. Selling some action. So here we go. Ante up to 10K, button ante of 20K. 80,000 up for grabs every hand. It's now going to cost you 60,000, 70,000 in orbit. I do apologize.
First look, by the way, at China's Yake Wu. As mentioned earlier, did join us in Rosvadov for a short deck, finished second. Knows how to work his way in the hunt for a title into the heads up. Yet to cash here in Vietnam, though, at his second ever festival. As we see the overall chip leader limping in and inviting others to join him. Ace-Jack and Ace-10 suited. Neither looking to raise it up. As Yake flops, trip jacks. Got a hold on this one. Michael just barreling the 10K.
Really peculiar bet. For me here in the booth, obviously different story for these pros out there. But I assume this is designed to just fold out like king eights, ace highs. Yake gonna flick in the call. Look at this, Makita, underpair. Pocket sixes.
Hunting that 6. Deeming the price right.
Elton. Give it
So
Zhang
good.
a little stare down. Intimidating, I must say. The Elton Zhang stare down.
The stack of Michael Zhang, perhaps even more intimidating as he turns the 9, is somewhat relevant in terms of opportunities for him to fill up, but after being called in 2 spots, that's the kind of card that you don't want to see completing King, Queen.
Jack.
Checking now.
Check.
Yake checking as well.
Spicy. Bads with some equity. Is the camera frozen or? F's in the chat. Stream down.
Believe respiration is evident, and certainly Bads does come to life briefly to check back. Now a 4-liner on board. What a gross run out for Yake Wu's purposes. Don't tell me. Young Zhang isn't going to... Okay, the check. Thought perhaps heroism was upon us.
A lot of heroes out there in the field.
2 streets of checking in front of Bads. Can you imagine? If there were a queen or a 7 out there, does he suspect he would have heard from them? And if they aren't, does he suspect that a bet could take this one down? As we see him barreling 50K into 140, and this is going to be quite credible.
It really is. I guess 2 folds from Zhang and Yu.
Nifty pickup there for the Belarusian.
That's another reason for peeling with the 6s.
Well, what?
Just creating opportunity.
Yeah, that's fine. Here, give me
As
that
Batsy Akuski
bill.
has not cashed
Okay,
here
you're
in
the
Vietnam.
boss. Don't worry, I got a couple million here.
Last time we could say that about
I could probably short $1 billion dog.
Makita at a Triton festival. We had to go all the way back to London 2019, the only
keep the
other
change,
time
thank you.
that happened.
Thank you.
She has been such a fixture. on the Triton Tour.
Wu, straight back in action.
This time it's ace-10. From 6s to 7s for Makita, who has several short deck cashes among his 14 total. The 4-time Triton title winner, just shy of 15 million in career Triton earnings. Elton coming along with the ace-8, and look at Michael Zhang jamming. He's got the best of the ace-X's.
Only on this table. Outside of this table, you're the boss. I get my 2 hours of boss.
Zhang knows his place. Ali.
Yeah, I get a 4-day period every year.
4-day period.
Can I have a change, please?
I'd rather have YOLO.
Nice.
It's okay, you hit him once, I hit him once, you hit him once, it's fun.
I know you mentioned that.
I see the strategy now.
Mike also calls Phuket home.
Group chat. I'm like, oh shit.
We've had a chance to go to lunch with him a few times. I actually had a really lovely chat with him at our last festival in North Cyprus, and just struck me as an incredibly composed, well-rounded, balanced young man, far more so than the early stages of my poker career at his age.
Yeah, a
I had ever
byproduct
found myself.
of efforts put in recently, Ali. You know, I think he'd be the first to admit wasn't the case for him maybe a few years ago, but he's just really been self-aware of some of the spoils that poker can draw you to, as we look at a spoiled situation for Tsang potentially. This one as spoiled milk. Queens into aces for 40 antes.
Slice of rancid pastrami.
Ooh, you really went there.
Spot's bad, but it's better than it would be in its long deck counterpart. As
Not good. Not much.
Oh,
Elton knows it's not good.
Is there a world in which Tsang gets away from it? No, there's not. Queens, make the call.
Saying behind. Just 62K more than Leo Chin in front of him. Would be vapors. If he doesn't get lucky here.
Not bad.
Yeah,
Spades.
not bad.
Jack 10, 7.
Nine of spades is my favorite card right now.
People have said it so much that you feel like it's going to go.
Queen of spades, working hard. The turn
No, you don't want that.
takes that out of the equation.
I
Just
have the 9 of spades, though.
2 outs once. And
More than
Leo Chin makes
No, you have
aces full on the river. And that really is a poor way to be welcomed back from the break for Elton. Has yet to cash here in Vietnam. Six of his career 9 cashes at Triton coming in short deck events to a total of 2.2 million plus.
Don't even want to look at the clock. It's like blinding.
But his 10th cash chances dwindled heavily just there.
Yeah, expect to see a lot more
Felt like he had aces.
track records
Yeah, when you went all in, it
like
felt
that coming into 2023 with field sizes as big as they have been in Vietnam, the variance obviously increasing. So the likelihood of going 0 for 7, 0 for 8 increases significantly. Tsang down to 6 antes after being on the receiving end of, oh, nothing short of a cooler Queen's the aces for 40 antes. It's Leo Chin edges forward.
First ever Triton Festival for Chin. Second event under his belt.
Yeah, short deck is.
No, I need one more card, I think.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, one off the top.
Ready?
I
don't think.
yeah,
the
it's
card
a
is
mistake.
Miss
Yeah.
Huh?
The card is belong to.
Miss Deal, are you serious?
It's okay lah.
All in hand.
You have lots of all in hand, but second one.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a good one. That was a very good all in hand. I don't want a bad all in hand, you know?
Yeah. I will give you a spin even now. 19 is okay.
Hard to fold. Hard to have to
How
fold
about
there.
Wykin wasting no time to point out that Elton needn't be upset about the misdeal. Wide range of hands that
There's still a lot of chips.
he could be going all in with.
Yeah, just cover your stack with your hand. How much?
5 antes.
Oh, here comes the trap. Okay, you got it.
Elton
For another all in hand.
picking King Jack to jam with. Yake Wu wants a count with two nines on the button.
A lot. A lot.
Look like a lot.
He's going to say the number in a second.
It does, because he's got all the 1K chips out
Right.
there.
Huh?
It does look like a lot.
High volume.
Yeah, leave him to you.
See?
Trap.
I knew it.
I knew it.
The nines.
I knew it. At least I got the same hand. So it was like
Happy to look at tens.
Good deal, yeah.
I got poker 9.
Let's see if it's a favourable deal
I got 9.
for Tang. Flipping.
Yeah, with him, but I can no.
The slam the chips down call has become part of the short deck culture here on tour, it would seem, as Badziakuski delivered it on that occasion. And the deck delivering him a favorable ace 9-7 for Elton.
Whoa!
Sure you're fucking 9?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it now. Back to the TV.
He's on the hunt
No need to lie.
for a king or a jack.
Good fold.
I love Elton, man.
Oh,
And the river is the wrong kind of
It's a
paint
4, right?
It looks like
for Mr. Tsang.
picture. You're like,
它可以 re-raise 吗？
Such an easy
它
guy
可以
to root
re-raise
for,
如果它是可以
unfortunately.
re-raise 就可以 call 了。
Not going to be able to continue rooting for Tsang as he bows out.
Dinner to go,
对啊对啊。
by the way.
Sharp 更差。
对啊，在洗
Start.
澡，对啊。
所以不太好。我今天把那样子
So
敲
with
也不太
that,
好，敲洗个澡也很。
如果它不可以
16 players
不能 re-raise
remain.
就可以 call 了。
啊，对。
Nice pickup there for Bads. 12th of those 16 remaining runners. Henry, short stack in the room, belonging to Tan Chuan.
Jason Kuhn still grinding out there.
Oh, listen. Grinding out there makes it seem like he's sitting on some
You
sort
know-
of
you know what I
chiselly
meant.
nub. We're looking at second place overall for Jay Kuhn right now in chips.
JK getting busy. The same table as Yong, Haxton, Pourpoint, Chu, and Tan Chuan. Looking for title number 6. I mean, that would be quite the statement, wouldn't it, Ali?
No doubt. Wykin, keeping an eye on the USDC situation, perhaps. Silicon Valley Bank. We woke up to the news. shuttered out there. Second largest financial institution collapse in U.S. history. Bad news for the markets. Collapse not imminent for Michael Zhang, certainly, and one would imagine hands like ace-queen suited will keep his coffers stuffed with tokens.
That's so wild.
It's a basic fold there from Yake. Henry, is that not what you're referring to?
No, the USDC. I mean, you're the one that brought it to my attention. I knew that Bitcoin and ETH were down when you mentioned it to me.
It was all down yesterday. Lee Chin down with the King 10 suited.
Yeah,
Nikita
that's good.
down with a check back from the button. 3 players. Ace 9 6. Couple of diamonds. Top pair for Mike.
A snap check from under the gun.
$25K.
Small tickle.
Coochie-coo.
Test the waters.
Test is going to come back positive perhaps here, but Zhang may not be looking to inflate. Yeah. Flick the call in. Lee Chin no longer a participant, and Jack 6 no longer behind as the turn rolls off and gives Bads trips. Not sure how much credit Mike's going to be giving Nikita for that sort of kit as played. But again, the check back from the button contains the widest range.
Does indeed. Have to be somewhat concerned. The 7-8s. He's going to be checking back A6, 9-6 as well. So even though this looks like a lot of kit for Michael Zhang, he is playing against the 100% range, as Ali alluded to, and is now facing a double barrel the size of the pot from the Bads, who also lives in the same village as us in Phuket, by the way. Forgot to mention that.
When I think about the three of you, Henry...
Don't ever think about the three of us, Ali.
The term
Big River.
villager isn't the one that comes to mind.
390 out there.
260 more, working its way into the pot as the little tickle on the flop grew sizably on the turn. Now the 9 pairs. Feels doubtful that Bads is going to be concerned about 9X having called this turn. He might be able to target specifically an ace here. Don't think 7-8 rates to be in Mike's hand as played. Value to be pursued for the Belarusian?
Yeah, the ace kings, ace queens. Don't want to try and keep him honest. Interesting spot. Pot size bet on the turn. Double paired board. What size would ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, ace king call?
That's what's on Bads' mind. After a third check from Zhang, he's deciding to check back.
Ace queen.
Immediately regretting that decision after being shown the ace queen, I would imagine.
I don't think Bads is the type to be results oriented. There must have been a lot of thought process going behind, you know, what can I extract value from? Zhang can have ace 9, ace 6, aces. Some traps out there. Just so happens that he had one of the value hands.
Well, I suppose against a shallower stack, maybe Mikita feels a little more comfortable. And on the topic of comfort, that's what Henry and I get to experience along with Randy Lou from the booth, courtesy of the good folks over at Secret Lab, who bring us the best in seating, game-winning comfort, courtesy of the Titan Evo 2022 chair. Is the 2023 Titan Evo not yet been released?
Believe they're in the lab, the secret lab. Ali, working on it.
That's probably why we don't know about it.
It's a secret. But I'm sure we will be some of the first to find out.
Are we going to decommission our 2022 chairs once the 23 models arrive?
I hope not. I'll take them. If there's any going. Over 2 million users today have a secret lab chair in their own homes.
Most of whom paid for it, unlike your intentions, Henry, which is to simply take one home free of charge from our employer.
Hey, listen, all right?
Sort of the resident vulture of the operation.
You can take the kid out of Italy and Ireland, but you can't take the Irish and the Italian out of him. All right? There's a free chair going. I'm going to put my hand up and be first in line.
Fair enough.
Thanks. Back to the action. There's poker being played, Ali.
Bads might be raising his hand, asking for added chips from Wykin on the Queen-Queen Jack board where he has connected.
45.
Wykin promptly into the muck. Obviously, self-deprecation is fair play from here in the booth comedically, Henry, although I do want to note that you had a real indictment of two robust cultures in the Italians and the Irish there. Not sure fans would take kindly to that.
Which part exactly?
Suggesting that they'll be first in line for freebies.
I'm saying I'd be first in line.
Yeah,
as an
but then you
Irish Italian.
said it was on account of your DNA, which is both Italian
Where are you going with this, Ali?
and Irish, that may be others out there. You know, I don't see any free Ferraris floating around.
Free Ferraris?
Right? Italians, they like La Dolce Vita. Things are expensive.
True that.
Out of that country. Things are going to get more expensive here from the button. Aces for Wykin.
60.
The Amalfi Coast.
Ooh,
also
yeah. Delightful.
pricey. So Zhang with the limp call. Cut off the button.
It's got the chips to do this sort of stuff. Not the flop, though, to pose a problem to aces for the time being.
How is the 8 of hearts the window card and then the queen run out? Needed another heart back there for max entertainment.
No, Yang, the check back up against the big stack of Zhang. More of the sort of deference that perhaps we bore witness to from Makita.
Zhang not interested in nibbling on the 6 of diamonds turn. If Wykin, double check. Ace of diamonds in hand.
Zhang showing some real discipline, by the way, Henry. Those turn spots, but here on the river, holding the jack.
Trying to fold out ace, king, king, jack, ace, jack. Doesn't work, obviously. Wykin extracting max value from those holdings by checking behind twice.
Jack 7?
Offsuited.
Mikita immediately trying to figure out what that cutoff limp was about from Zhang.
Bossman Paul having a bit of a rough spell on the outer tables. Was cruising along. It's up to 900k and it's just been ante after ante after ante. Losing a small pot to Tan Xuan, followed by another small one to Phil Chu. Down to 40 antes, bottom of the pack, 16 remain.
Brief pause on Badziakuski with the 10-9 offsuit. Choosing to limp. Mike content to do the same. Wykin joins the fun, and now how will the two jacks of Yake Wu respond on the button? We know that trappers lurk in these sorts of spots.
$42 antes, 90 out there. Gotta check.
Surprised?
I am kind of surprised, to be fair, yeah.
Well, a pleasant surprise awaiting Yake on the back end of the check as it comes Queen Jack 6.
How is that the flop, Ali? Top two for Wykin, middle set for Yake Wu, and open-enders for Bads and Michael Zhang.
Strap in.
This 90k pot, potential to be one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
Well, the fuse is lit by Mike Zhang. With the better of the straight draws. Wykin just flats with top two. Sopping wet board texture. How will this set react?
150,000 dead money in the middle for Yake to go after.
And he is going after it as 140,000 of his 427 is delivered to the middle. Things becoming less attractive for Badziakuski's 9-10.
That gets Bads out the way. Zhang gonna ask for a count.
300 more.
309? 310? Okay.
312, I think.
Okay.
No, less than that, sorry.
Mike asking for a count before making his decision to call. Could this be a spot where Wykin would seek to jam?
It would make a ton of sense. Try and thin the field by at least half. Fold out one of the players.
Yeah, there it is. Rip City.
Run it against the dead money. This limped pot out of nowhere has quickly become one of the biggest pots of the tournament.
And look at the annoyed look on Mike Zhang's face. He knows he's got equity.
Yeah, we're just waiting. for the pot size to get updated. I mean, might be getting the right price. If he could see the two hands, he would beat them both to the pot.
How much?
You could see that he had 36%. I think he's worried about being up against a hand like
625.
Queen 10 of hearts, Queen 9 of hearts. Maybe some nut flush draw. $140 out there. The deepest stack is that of Wykin.
Mike moves the time banks forward. This one's going to take a minute.
Back of the envelope math.
500 to home.
Math is right there, isn't it?
Certainly is. And we are playing a chip lead pot with 2 to come.
Checks there. 2 value hands is good.
Loves to see that.
Yeah.
I had
this
9,
before.
10.
I had this before. Similar to last time.
I had 9, 10. I could have been drawing as well.
I think I have same hand with you. 10K.
One of those 9s listed has been mucked by Makita, as you heard him mention. But 7 outs twice. Turn is the ace, no waiting. Mike Zhang now can shower not one, but 2 players. As long as the board doesn't pair. Which it doesn't. And the chip leader
We need a player.
absorbing 1.35 from that pot. And now
Let's see if you
vaulting
could
up
manage
to a
bust it
staggering
before the money
total.
this time.
Yeah, this
It's
that
gonna
was
be really hard.
That was difficult. That was difficult.
Well, how about 25% of the chips in play with 14 players left?
2 eliminated just like that.
Sorry, 25%. What am I talking about? 10% of the chips in play.
Heaps.
Piles.
A mountain.
Producer James looking up at the clock. Oh, I was right. Okay, thanks. Yeah, 25% of the chips in play. Wow.
13.2 million total spread amongst the field.
Michael Zhang.
Bow down. Do you remember the movie 300?
I do.
Perhaps we found our Xerxes. Kneel before me.
No, you.
I am Zhang.
You strike me more as a Xerxes-esque type of guy.
I am Persian, as was Xerxes, is my understanding.
This is true. We're waiting on a few players here, only due to the fact that Zhang just eliminated Wai Kin Yong and Eik Wu. Ace on the turn, nut straight. 315 antes with 13 players.
Who's going to stop this guy?
I mean, it's a tough ask.
Math was right on the call, by the way.
It was indeed. I don't think anyone's going to stop him anytime soon. This may be get down to the bubble and see how it plays out.
Well, just when Jason Kuhn thought that 136 antes was an impressive feat for second place, you look up at the app and you realize that Mike Zhang is the Undertaker. Just grim reaping his way through top 2 and the set there, courtesy of the ace on the turn. How about it? Really is a performance for the history books thus far. As you heard Mikita Badziakuski say, try not making the money this time. Apparently there has been some line item on Zhang's resume which involved a big chip lead. that didn't make it into the money at a stage similar to this one, but it would take such a special combination of cold decks.
Yeah, only 2 cashes on Michael Zhang's Triton track record. I'm sure a few of the shortcomings have involved big chip stacks at some point that have fallen short of the money. We've all been there.
Well, the 2 stacks that are still seated with them are 92 annies for Badziakuski, 83 for Chin, respectively. The type that couldn't even double through him into the lead. We will see as the rebalancing effort is underway.
That's pretty ludicrous, you know, because Bads is sat in 5th and Chin is in 7th. It's not like they're down the bottom half of the leaderboard. You know, these are healthy stacks compared to the rest of the field. Here we are. 14 left. Second short deck event of the series, event number 12. 50k short deck tomorrow. Be bringing you guys coverage of the 100k main once we crown ourselves a champion. In this one, Rob Young looking for a first title. Cat Lee still in the hunt. Ike Haxton also out there as well. Bossman Paul at the bottom of the chip counts.
What's the breakdown with 14 left in terms of West-East?
Good question. Let's have a quick look. Looks pretty evenly split.
8 and 6?
I think you're right. 8 and 6. It looks like a lot of chips in front of Ike Haxton. He met with a fold from Jason Kuhn.
Back to the salmon. Each morning I look off my balcony, Henry, at the shoreline. And since the tournament began, I have noticed more and more fishing vessels off the coast. I think word has come in. Salmon demand has increased.
It's a great dish. By the way, with that 19.99 that came through earlier on, as well as the $5 now, the 2,000 kimchi Hold'em donation coming through as well. You know, maybe we can order ourselves a salmon dish or two tomorrow.
Clearly you've not looked at the poker menu prices. Inadequate for the salmon dish would be your $12.50 portion, as Jason and Salmon will be joining us here at the feature. By the way,
go on.
The symbol to the left of the 2000, which eluded you, Korean won.
Always knew you were a man of culture, Ali. I've been saying it from the start.
Really more a function of my
incredibly well-traveled
brief Forex debacles.
Yesterday was a
How
funny
did that
read
work
as
out
well.
for
Oh my
you?
God, that
I was
first
being
play was-
facetious. I felt like it was good for a laugh.
20 seconds every hand, like.
Was good for a laugh. You got one.
I don't even know if it
Maybe
was,
a few
if I should play more hands.
sniffs.
It's weird when there's 13 because I want to make some. I want to still play chip EV when there's 13 left.
I'm done with that.
Kind of chip EV.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot more than 10.
Done with the coconut too. Thank you.
Okay.
Perhaps losing that pot to Ike? Some appetite diminishment there. Not sure that Jason got max value out of the coconut. Looked like maybe there was still some liquid, perhaps even a good amount of meat.
Ah, the meat's going to get you a bit of a belly. Maybe some love handles.
I'm already
Jason.
there, Henry, so bring it on.
Jason, the fitness type. You're not looking to put on additional pounds whilst out here.
Bad's looking to trim a few chips off the competition with this ace-king under the gun limp. Zhang accepts the invite. Leo Chin says run it, 7-8. Bottom pair on the ace-10-7 board, bats. Top pair up against the gutty of Mike Zhang.
So a very similar setup not too long ago where Zhang limped the ace-queen in the flop game. Well, ace-9-6, but you can see here, Bad's top pair, top kicker Zhang with the gut shot. May peel one off here, Ali. Drawing live to the nuts. Out the way.
Huh. Bit surprised. Was a draw to the nuts, but Bads' barrel ends things. Earlier I was talking about the increase in fishing vessel activity off the coast, and then it dawned on me, Henry. Not that I'm a marine biologist, but I don't think off the coast of Hoiana is where one would find salmon.
Oh man, yeah, I'm very guilty of that, by the way. I've done that before. Made that mistake.
Do you have another gig at an aquarium?
No, not at all. Please, come on, don't make me laugh. It's late in the day, all right? We're 11 days in.
It's precisely the time to laugh.
No, come on.
It's the night shift, Henry. Day shift in North America, afternoon shift in Europe, but very much locally here, the night shift as we close in on midnight. Jason Kuhn closing in on 2 black tens, limping in. Ace-king might wag a finger. $137K. The raise.
You have any chips behind the whites? Perfect, thank you. Call.
JK gonna make the call with the tens. Sizable pot developing here.
Not afraid off of that second place stack to lock horns here. Out of position. Queen 9, 9-2 clubs.
Jason opting to lead on the paired board. Maybe it feels like this is the type of board texture that is very unlikely to be attacked in the form of a raise. Setting himself the price to see a turn.
Sub 20%. Kind of awkward though, you know, the under the gun limps can contain strong kit. Didn't limp jam though.
No, you'd expect to hear from Queens. Disciplined fold there from Leo.
Look at Kuhn just willing to find the opportunity there. Granted, he had the best hand, but when you check and face perhaps follow through from the pre-flop raiser there, those tens get a little less comfortable.
Jason widely regarded as one of the best short deck players in the world. So much so that you hear people like Dvoris, Daniel Dvoris, turning to him at the table asking for his insights into some of the more nuanced spots that flash back to that Jack's hand at the start of the day. Jason knows his spots. Does have the chip leader on his direct left though, which is going to likely prove annoying for JK.
On the button, facing the limp up front from Zhang. Kuhn content to take a flop. King 8 turns into a two-way straight draw. Pair and an open-ender for Zhang, though, first to act. Goes to work.
Half-pot C-bet from Zhang. Kuhn with a two-way straight draw, as Ali alluded to. Does he want to go hunting for a queen or a 7? Does indeed. Helps out the dealer in the process.
Pot up to 108. Turn renders no assistance to either holding.
Awkward spot for Zhang. Bottom pair and an open-ender. Wants to see a river. Is up against the 100% range of Jason on the button. He can have queen 8, 8, 7. Maybe even king queen this deep at some frequency. See how Zhang navigates this one. 13 players left. Looks like an overbet.
Nope. 180 into the 164, and Kuhn promptly puts his hand into the muck. And so easy when you can see the cards at home to think, yeah, naturally, queen 9. Rifle the overbet out there, but far more difficult when you're out of position against the likes of Jason Kuhn without knowing his whole cards to make moves like that. Not so, though, for the fearless Mike Zhang, as we have lost bossman Paul Phua.
Oh, have we really?
In 13th place, is it?
14th.
Okay.
KCG out in 13th. And we're down to the final two tables.
Wow, just like that, eliminations abound in outer table action.
Zhang still with 25% of the chips in play. Second in the entire tournament, Jason Kuhn. Would like to say that he's on his heels, but a mountain to climb for JK if he's to win title number 6.
No question about it. And I would imagine that he would seek to be on a different mountain than the one that includes having the overall chip leader Mike Zhang on his left. Could be available courtesy of the redraw, which is upon us now, as we welcome you back inside the broadcast booth, Ali Najad and Henry Kilbane. And Henry, Mike Zhang has definitely been putting on a clinic. You know, not to harp on the affair, but certainly seems like this one could very well be his to lose, or a premature declaration there.
It feels a bit premature, you know, has 25% of the chips in play, but still 12 left and some world-class talent in the field. But for now, foot on the gas and, you know, really going to exploit that ICM bubble, you know, the bubble implications, the ICM implications coming into heavy effect here. 12 left, 7 paid.
Yeah, 2.2 million in the overall prize pool, and 116K is going to be going to 7th. But we are still quite a ways away from setting our final table. We do still have plenty more coverage to come, however. As we send you to the break, we'll be back in just a few minutes' time to Hoiana with more coverage of event number 12, the 50K short deck. Stay close.
Knowing where to start when learning to play poker can be incredibly confusing. Well, we have the solution for you. Our free 5-day course will teach you everything you need to know in 5 days to start making your first winnings at micro to mid stakes. No excuses, for free, check it out.
And welcome back inside the broadcast booth, continuing coverage from the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series here in Hoi An, Vietnam. Ali Nejad and Henry Kilbane burning the midnight oil local time. Pleased to have you with us from whatever corner of the globe you might be streaming on Twitch, YouTube, or of course the Triton Poker Plus app. We do have the table redraw in progress right now, and it does look like we are complete
with that redraw, if I'm to believe what I'm looking at right now. And Michael Zhang is going to be joined by the likes of, drumroll please, Mike Watson, Daniel DeVoris, Jason Kuhn, Lun Lun, and Rob Yong. That is an action-packed amalgamation of short deck talent right there. In particular, love to see Rob Yong out in that mix, of course. And we're going to send it out to that feature table with really no ado as we are hunting the money. Not going to play down to the final table tonight, I'm being told. We're going to put another level and change into the books and then call it quits and come back tomorrow, of course, to crown the champion. And of course, right now, one might imagine the odds-on favorite has to be Mike Zhang. 267 antes. As you look at the chip counts at the new feature table, brought to you by Poker Steak.
How about it, Ali? Jason, not much run good at the start of the series. Managed to grab title number 5 in the 50k turbo. Now, a real threat here. Second in chips, 12 remain in the hunt for title number 6.
Few work as hard as he does
you got, bro?
on the craft.
Amen to that.
Results speak for themselves. Taking nothing away, by the way. It's a real statement considering virtually all of these guys are in their own labs, small groups within the community.
Very ominous the way you said it.
Jason jamming over the open from Zhang. Nice little pickup there, uncontested.
You want that as well?
Sure, I'll take it. I'll take all I can get.
Oh man, Rob's got to be one of the most entertaining people to have at a feature table.
I am a sheep amongst wolves.
I'm a sheep too.
Oh.
I'm a sheep too.
I'm a sheep.
Was that Lun Lun that claimed to also be a sheep? What a sense of humor on him.
Sometimes ships run good.
What a legend.
I'd love for him to rip it in and then just deliver a bah whilst doing so. King 10 suited, not the one. Certainly not at the depth of 78 antes to start this one.
I'm going to use that one. Sometimes sheeps run good, aren't they?
Short deck can be quite forgiving in that way.
Yeah, I mean, you get it in bad.
Respect.
More often than not, you still have, 40% equity. Very easy to just win 10 of those on the trot.
Limp folding the King 10 suited.
That's tight.
His Loon struck me as tight as well.
Yeah. 4-4-4.
Confuses people.
Yeah.
Wait for someone to burn a time bank.
Looking sharp in the Prada.
Ship lift again.
So these chairs you guys are sitting on, how comfy? I'm looking for some stream chairs for my stream just adored. I think
Medium?
Very
Yeah,
comfy.
the medium.
Yeah,
They're not like.
I give him a 5.5.
They can
5.5.
6. Okay.
6. Yeah, they can be much better.
So anyone tell me where to buy a 10?
Herman Miller Aerons.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, just
get Herman Millers.
Herman Miller. What are
Yeah.
they?
They're
Good chairs.
It's a brand of
really
yeah,
good,
very
comfortable chairs.
And they're good. They're really good for you as well.
Everyone shut their
you'll probably
mouths.
save
Like an
people's
office
lives
chair, but
with
you
the
can
amount of
make
time
them
people.
Come off it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's gonna have
Secret lab.
some sort of overall impact on their life.
Obviously,
If the chairs have been sat on for like 60 or 50 years, it's going to help.
where Rob should be sourcing his stream chairs. They've done right by us.
They have indeed. They've done right by the champions and the runner-up finishers.
Oh, Herman Miller Aerons. That's going to be...
That would be the dopest. Leave it to Triton.
Hopefully
They'll
Rob
probably have one soon.
can get heads up and
They're like 800 a pop or something, right?
the chairs will speak for themselves.
Yeah. If you get
Well, it depends if which one.
cheap.
Yeah, depends which. Yeah.
Herman
No,
Miller.
maybe more even.
Get it then.
The embody is like 1,700.
Yeah.
I really like that one.
Cost no option. Chairs.
Oh yeah, then get the Herman Miller embody chairs. Those are sweet. But you might have to get like some fat person ones because they come in 3 different sizes. There's a lot of big fat poker players. Maybe just get Aerons. Aerons, like large Aerons, can fit everybody.
Love the honesty on display here from JK. Not one to shy away from speaking the truth.
You have a nice hand.
Ali.
Good hand. Yes.
Zhang not one to shy away from the two-way straight draw on the ace-queen-10 board as King X finds the muck.
Get some
Jason,
songs.
aware that most poker players are not
Okay, I'm not gonna give you loads of
cut
red.
from his template.
No, give it to me in all reds.
If I had to give you 0 reds, I would.
The
What is
recall at
Jason?
9?
8% body fat?
No. Well, 7.
He's in a
Final
very
table is 7.
small
700
demographic
final, yeah.
in the United States. More millionaires than people with six-packs.
I need the
9.
I believe
There are
30,000.
enough cards in the deck?
It's a statistic that I heard recently. He's one of them.
There's definitely enough cards in the deck. It's been played.
Yeah,
and
I've played it.
It really
That
sucks.
sounds like
No,
something
I
you
played
saw
it
on
too.
TikTok.
But
It sucks,
I
but
would
the game's
prefer
usually
not
good.
to.
And the look on your face suggests that there's
No,
a good
I'm
chance.
thinking that is a solid read. It's likely to be TikTok.
Yeah. Well vetted journalistic integrity happening there in the TikTok streets as Watson
Do you want to
limps in.
check those stats?
I mean, did the guy go out and count everyone? Pretty ambiguous.
This wasn't just some random guy going around and say, "Hey guys,
I've never heard of it.
I've counted all the six-packs in America."
They're great, man.
Actually, I think it was Andrew Huberman and Chris
yeah, they
Willis.
make a
So
lot of different furniture, and all their stuff's super high end.
bit
They're
more
more really good office chairs, but they're like,
validity.
really good. Anything
A lot of
raw, they're
validity.
really good.
Stream table
Aces
like that.
against queens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
they
thing
look
is, it is
cool,
quite
too.
small. It's
Oh, one for the dealer.
yeah,
For Rob Young.
for sure.
These dealer chairs look good.
Wait till he peeks down
I
at
mean,
these
they
two
look good, but
cards.
they're not very comfortable. Those
Rob, by the way, has
Actually
somehow
good.
now converted everyone's attention away from the matter at hand
chairs always look good.
to helping pre-produce his upcoming streams at dusk till dawn. We can have that meeting later, Rob. In the meantime, let's focus up. 2 aces on the button. Upstairs, 124, another 100K if you do.
So what's with the hand that actually has the most equity against aces? 10-9 suited into the muck. Voris laying the trap with the queen's pre. Does have fold equity, of course. See how he wants to proceed. 12 left, 7 paid. Queen's a lot of hand. Especially given he's just north of 40 antes effective. And the limp jam going to be met with the snap call
Aces.
from Rob Young.
Queens.
Dvoris shaking his head. Dire straights for him here. 3-1 dog, roughly. Heading to the flop. In a 1.15 million chip pot where the writing was on the wall pre. King 9-6. Help still needed for the Canadian, whose run here hangs in the balance with 1 to come, just 2 outs, not where one wants to find themselves in any form of poker. Can Dvoris find a queen? No.
All right, Danny. GG, bro.
Not this time, as he will not make the money, and the disappointment.
Feeling good for you, Rob. I had ace-8.
Tough to conceal.
I thought he was just gonna bink it on you.
On Dvoris. Henry.
Happens a lot to me.
16 cashes. 6.4 million plus in career Triton earnings. Still, a title eludes him.
Yeah, 2 final tables this series. Just running into
Maybe make fold.
top of range. Rob Young, by the way. Okay, let's go. 1.5 million.
Still a far cry from chip leader Mike Zhang.
as another one bites the dust. 11 left. 4 away from the money. And nary a beat to stop and eulogize the departure of Dan Dvoris. Show must go on.
The show must go on indeed. Over half the chips in the tournament at this table. 11 left.
Good talking
3
hand.
chip leaders, Zhang, Yong, Kuhn. All out here swinging for the fences. Option on Kuhn with a very playable Queen 10 of diamonds.
Check.
Opts to check 4 ways. These hands, you know, could collide on certain board textures.
9-10 king rates to be among them, as 3 players have a gutter. Top pair. For 2 of them, advantage Lun Lun in terms of kicker.
Let's go, Lun Lun. Big fan of his presence at the table. A lot of fun to be around.
Oh.
It's going to make the call. Discipline fold from JK. Middle pair, gut shot into the mark. 162,000 in the middle. 7 of hearts on the turn, giving Zhang an additional 4 outs. Double gutter rolling off. And he's reaching for the double barrel, just pure exploit here. 82,000. Flush rolling off, giving Lun Lun a lot of 1 pairs with gut shots. Doesn't give him many flush draws or suited hands from the hijack.
Is giving him a reasonable price, though. One that Lun Lun chooses not to take.
That's what I think too, with the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, well, ace of hearts. Maybe.
I don't think anyone's ever put me on a hand ever. It just puts me on a bluff.
You ever get that feeling, Ali? You're like, you know, guys, I can sometimes have value. You know, I know this face looks like a face that belongs to someone that's always at it, but believe it or not, sometimes I have a value hand.
There are those players, though, that have the kind of VPIP that supports the notion that a good bit of the time,
yeah,
we're a little out of line.
Personality, table demeanor. You strike me as the type of person that I would always think is just at it.
Mischievous?
Yeah, Zhang as well. Very, you know, kind of cheeky-ish character. Rob Young, second in chips. Ace King, hijack v cutoff v button. So what's with a very playable hand on the button, but now 11 players left. See some heavy ICM implications coming into effect as we close into the later stage of event number 12, the 50k short deck ante-only. Main event time tomorrow, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Short deck main is Sir Watts flops the joint on the Queen Jack 9.
Indeed he does. Quite fortunate against that Ace King to have done so, as he defended against the 87k open from the hijack. Ace of Hearts works. Of course, Rob, Outs to Broadway. 2-10 in the middle. Taking it all under advisement. As Watson covered, chooses to check.
So what's deferring to B25 with the nut straight. Wants to just keep in those medium strength hands, those one pair type holdings, as well as a hand like this, ace king, drawing to 3 outs, running hearts also an opportunity for Rob. As the 10 of diamonds gives Rob the stone cold nuts on the turn. 680 behind for Michael Watson.
And that is not the card that he had in mind on the back end of this 53K flop bet, which was called by Rob, who is checking and hoping that Watson will do his bidding. Clean check back from Mike. And now the board pairs. Unwelcome sight for both players. As played, I would suspect less welcome maybe for Rob?
Honestly feels less welcome.
For Mike?
Yeah, you know, you flop the nuts and all of a sudden ace-king gets there and 2 pairs and sets now get there. And we have the pre-flop aggressor leading into us on the river, fortunately a smallish sizing, which makes sense from Rob because Michael can still have queen jack, queen 10 sets. Let's see what Michael does.
The sizing certainly isn't such that it removes the opportunity for Watson to turn this hand into a bluff with 680 back. Not certain whether or not that is ever in his mind as he
first straight
calls 115, and that smirk is the product of being shown. The ace king.
Thin value bet.
Very thin value bet announced from Rob.
I'm the only sheep. It looks like.
Flat caller from the button though, Watson there. Henry,
You're not sheep. You're
willing to
wolf.
bet the queen jack 9 board, then checking back.
You keep saying this, but
Once
all
it
I've seen you is raking chips.
straightens out.
Michael, do you remember when you challenged me heads?
You
up
not
with my
worried
club
about the
and
boat
wiped
when the
floor
queen
with
pairs on the river?
I think so. I think
you
that's
remind
the
me every
reason
time.
why.
I forget about it, but you remind me every time.
I was playing
Rob bet that size and even said that it was going for thin value.
Yeah, the 5,000 is mine. I put the 5,000.
What's your problem?
I need change. Yeah.
You want more?
No. Full.
Yeah, DCD time.
Did Young scoop up Lun Lun's change there?
He did, and then he followed up with, "What's your problem?"
It's good practice. Chips in my general vicinity. Engage the flipper, haul it in. Engaging pocket queens now is Rob on the heels of that pickup, which puts him second in chips overall in front of Jason Kuhn. Might he have been there prior to the conclusion of that pot? Hadn't been keeping an eye. But nevertheless, Mike Watson, perhaps with an opportunity to exact revenge with an ace-king of his own.
Ugh. Difficult decision. Have a count, please. I don't like calling with these queens.
565.
I'll fold it here.
Oh, Rob, asking for a count. Doesn't like the spot, even said doesn't like calling with these queens.
Okay, I call. Whatever.
But he is going to make the call, and
Flippy, flippy, flippy.
we are flipping
That cool?
for Michael Watson's tournament life.
Definitely.
After you put in money, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what a demise this would be for Watson if he were to fail to improve here, as Rob Young would finish what he started. 1.2 roughly in the middle, a king in the window, and 2 aces behind it. So it's going to take some real filth for Watson to not haul this one in. 10 makes it official.
Note how Rob immediately turned to Jason again there, looking for advice from JK. Well, it was plain sailing for Rob up until that point. Losing a pretty significant flip would have closed the gap between himself and Zhang by quite some margin. Now drops down into third. Jason Kuhn has him covered on his direct left. So what's up to fifth? 11 left.
After you've raised.
Always make mistakes. It's not a mistake. It's close either way. Even if it went really close.
Rob has a dirty stack. The good kind. King Queen under the gun.
Also the good kind. Ace 10 for Kuhn.
Dan Schwan has scooped a pretty sizable pot on the outer table to take the chip lead over there against Phil Chu. Haxton on 58 antes, Badziakowski on 70, Chen on 58, Kiatley on 90. Dan Schwan sitting comfortably on 100 antes as jump back into this. Zhang with an open-ender, Lun 2 overs and a gut shot.
With a check to him.
32.
Mike fires 32.
Here comes Lun. 160 in the middle. Jack of hearts on the turn, giving Lun top pair to go along with his flopped gut shot. Zhang looking for an ace, 10 or a king. Also has the betting lead. We've seen Lun call a couple of these spots, and Zhang has just gone from an X point of view for the sizable turn barrel. We've seen Lun let go of top pair before. Very easily be up against 10-9, ace-9, 2 pair. Yeah, this was a limped pot.
Note the pressure that Mike exerts. Remember, Lun folded a better hand to him. On one occasion already. On this one, though, he is going to take a peek at the river. That river now giving him top 2 in the worst way because Zhang has the jack high straight.
$390 in the middle. Michael bet flop. Bet turn. What does he come with here?
Can't remove 9-10 from his range despite having a 10. And despite a 10 being on the board, I would imagine.
No, I agree. I mean, that's what I was saying on the turn, you know. Michael can have value. Especially on this ball texture, limping from the cutoff, or completing rather.
And at that sizing too, it does feel like this is a man who wants me to call.
Lun not really beating much now. Miss spades. Worst 2 pair. Does Zhang value bet those flop, turn, and river? Feels unlikely. Being laid an insane price on a call. Needs to be good, sub 20% of the time. It's not easy up against Zhang. Does make the call, and Michael Zhang is up to 3.5 million chips with 11 players remaining in event number 12, this 50k short deck. Ali Zhang with more than 25% of the chips in play.
Can hardly fault Lun Lun for making the call there, given the price that he was laid, a product of Zhang so surgically dialing up the right number.
Jason Kuhn just eyeing up the competition there.
Almost palpable envy.
He knows what he's up against. He's taken on Goliath before. Come out victorious.
He is far from David.
Here you go, wolf.
There's the wolf.
Hey,
yeah.
Yeah, Jack 6. You had me dominate.
Rob giving everyone a look at that Jack 7, which was available.
It's a good walk, that, yeah? Thank you.
Bit deflated
Dude,
after
crazy
losing that
for
big
showing
flip.
that. You're crazy for showing that. I would have told him I had aces.
Why?
'Cause next time, there's no way they're going to give you a walk.
Next time I might have it, though.
Yeah, maybe.
It's funny how that works.
Seems a nice fella. Yep. 12-12, yeah?
I need 3 bet, right?
Huh?
I put 15.
Huh?
I put 15.
Ace 8 suited now.
Oh, that's good. Also, I owe
Watson.
more.
Limps. Zhang's got him covered.
It's on me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Limps behind. Dominant ace jack.
Rob going to get out of the way. Jason Kuhn on the button. Very playable. Queen 9 of hearts, multi-weight. See what he wants to do. Deep against Michael Zhang and Michael Watson.
Four-way affair to the 6-6-7 board, where Loon has an open ender. Gut shot for Watson.
JK might take a little stab here on the button, widest range. Perceived to have more 6x, can turn equity and doesn't hate, you know, just folding to any resistance. Turns equity on any ace, 8, 10, heart. Also 2 overs to the board.
Yeah, we don't expect sixes to be in the realm of any of these 3 holdings.
No, not at all.
Watson is going to take a crack as we see the open ender bowing out. Double paired board and an unattractive development for Watson, who checks. And if we remove the 6x, 7x from Watson's kit here, Jason certainly could be barreling and ending this one.
see that it would work. Jason just really aware of the situation. 172,000 out there. Comes for close to pot. There you
And
have it.
Yeah. Jason Kuhn showing his chops there.
Executed to perfection.
That's a shirt that looks like one could certainly find it on the shores of Phuket.
The night market for 300 baht.
Convert it for us.
Well, you know, the negotiations have to come in before you accept the tag price, but 300 baht is around $10. In fact, it's bang on $10, I think.
Plain?
Now, I don't really want to take issue necessarily with it, but I do find the contrast between sitting in a 50K and wearing a $10 shirt to be stark.
Pass.
I see where you're coming from, but not everyone feels the need to flash the cash.
It's those of us who can afford to get into the 50K that I think are maybe more incentivized to try to pretend that we can by going out and spending it on shirts. As Lun Lun gets his ace-queen going, hauls one in. He looks good out there.
Did you say it's those of us that can or can't enter?
Can't.
Okay.
Yeah. Did the antes just slip up to
They did.
1530 quietly and mercilessly for the shorties in the building? Lun Lun, shortest of all stacks right now.
Keeping an eye over on table one as Ike is limp jammed against an ISO of Tan Xuan. Two of the larger stacks over on the table one. So what's going to jam from the cutoff against the hijack limp?
That's over $1 million, right?
It is indeed. 70 antes. Schwan still in the tank over on table one. So what's scoops in a pot?
Yeah, no tanking needed at that sizing by Kuhn.
Schwan has folded.
Good chip sweep party.
Ike up to fourth in chips. Closing the gap on Rob Young and Jason Kuhn.
He's a threat with a stack. Ike Caxton in the short deck streets.
Another one of those that you wouldn't expect to be titleless at the Triton series.
Yeah.
Him, Michael Watson, just to name a few.
Kiat Lee, of course,
Of course.
as well. Still out there in the field. So many final tables. $70K open up front from Rob Young and Jason.
240.
Deliberating with the ace jack before coming with 240.
A swift fold from Rob. How are you feeling about that night shift? Ali, long old day. Today's been a good day. Morale's high. Event number 12.
Was morale lacking at some point, Henry? Is that the inference that you've just made? Did we have a bad day that I'm unaware of?
You know, you strike me as the type of guy that when someone compliments someone else, you think that because they haven't complimented with you that they've taken issue up with you by complimenting someone else.
Wrong.
Just saying morale's high doesn't mean that the prior 10 days leading up to today morale was necessarily low. Just today, morale's been high.
Fair enough.
Keep digging.
I have had a shovel in hand on multiple occasions here today, have I not?
Today, there's a couple of times you've taken me up the creek without a paddle, but here we are. We're still above water. Trying.
Not paddleless.
Well,
is this Jack 9 for Jason Kuhn against 2 7s? 15K. Tickle and take it, sir.
Too good.
Jason say too good. Just like to positively reinforce the folds in these spots, don't we? I never feel right when a man folds to me if I have dust or I'm bluffing, saying, ooh, really botched that one. I thought we had a haunting or a seance on our hands here at the outer table. What was that all about?
Well, it looks like Kiat Lee all in against Ike Caxton, and these two
howling away.
A pot for second in chips. Ike just covering Kiat Lee.
Holdings. TBD. Looks like ace-jack suited for Ike.
Queen's getting cracked. And Ike Caxton is suddenly second in chips with over 2 million. And has eliminated
rocket ship there.
Kiat Lee in the process. 2 tables of 5.
Kiat was 7th out of 11 runners in chips going into that one. Not going to pick up a title in this event either. Kiat Lee, as we return to the feature table where Young Zhang,
easy money,
with the ace-9 4x'd it.
He thinks you'll make a different decision based on doing that to you.
Rob says
I think
more.
He was actually thinking.
I don't know.
He's never fake. I mean, maybe he's fake thinking sometimes. He's thinking about some next level shit.
Yeah, well, every single hand.
Yeah.
I just
I get it. I play fast. I'm in your camp.
Just like, you know, these pros when they moan they don't get in games, don't get invited to anything, behave like that.
Yeah.
Ike's a good guy, but I just think some people are thick-skinned, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Very thick-skinned.
You get many invites
It also affects the game because the other table's getting more hands in. So it's affecting
to games, Ollie.
dynamics of the game.
Believe it or not, I do. Most of which I can't afford to play in.
There's a lot of difference getting hands in. The hands are so high.
All in.
Never know whether or not to be offended when I get invited.
100. I know exactly how you feel. I'm the same. I'm like, hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute. Might be what's on Mike Watson's mind here is Kuhn has jammed the queen 10 suited, but
I actually, for chips, I limp call your shove. I trap you with that one.
Mike puts it into the muck.
We're even.
Can see.
I definitely had the prettiest hand this time.
Jason with the adjustment in strategy, saying for chips he would limp trap and call off the jam, but now ICM effects coming into play, just opting to jam the queen 10 action on Watson. folding, of course. There's so much to learn from these Triton streams, man. Just the different shifts in the pace of play, the strategies, and how they adjust based on, you know, where we're at, what we're doing, how many chips we've got. Notepads at the ready.
Jason Kuhn at the ready, behind the ace-8 offsuit. Open from Rob Young. Couldn't agree with you more, Henry. Truly a educational clinic.
135.
Every time you flick one of these streams on, as we see the technician on this occasion off of the big stack and the button. Mike Zhang making it 135, disposing the ace-8 of Rob Young.
Did you start with 1.6?
1.7.
1.7.
Kuhn ready to take a flop, and he's in front of ace-9 on the Jack-Jack-9 board with a 10 of diamonds hard at work. Checks over to Mike. And as fearless as Zhang is, he knows how dangerous Jason Kuhn can be. Checks back despite the improvement. Now an open ender for Jason.
Love to see two of the best short deck players out there squaring off against each other in this 50K. A lot of respect for each other's game. Jason with the turn probe after flop went check check. It was Zhang that squeezed on the button with the ace-9.
Wants to see the river for 115K as this one swells to 560 and the board double pairs.
The 8-8 run out. 10s are good at showdown.
Would they prefer to block bet or check and pick off?
I mean, check and pick off feels like a dicey proposition, but that's the one Jason's gone for. Checks through.
You see a nose wrinkle
Next
for
best
Zhang,
man.
who gets pipped.
It's like, oh shit, this is 10s, isn't it?
JK up to 2 million.
Quads.
Really?
Pocket tens.
With a pair of 10s.
$15,000 ante. 30,000 button ante. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Michael Zhang, by the way, has action still available over on PokerStake.com for the 100K short deck main. If this run here in the 50K is anything to go by, grab a piece, snag a little sweat.
Gone soft.
The guy clearly knows what he's doing.
Yeah, one hell of an audition.
Yeah, so depends.
Announce it.
Depends what your strategy is. If you want to win or you want to cash.
I want to win.
Looking
So
for
yeah, there's only one you can answer
people to buy a piece out on PokerStake.
but that's
His
answered your
reputation
question.
precedes him.
If we've got aces, so I might go all in, right? Can happen, can't it?
King 7 suited wants to limp. Jack 10 does not, as Kuhn puts it into the muck, and well served to do so, as Sir Watts has the aces.
It's funny because Rob just said, I'm going to limp because if I had aces, I'm not just going to go all in, am I? So Watts looking down at aces.
Jan can be a bit cheeky out there. I'm not sure Mike's making anything of it as he shoots it up to 165. Clears the field promptly.
He folded, he folded.
Limping with all hands.
Watson, by the way,
Wasn't a good one.
has an air of
Not bad.
sadness about him so often when I look up at the screen, Henry. I mean, he had aces there. Looked like someone told him his cat had feline leukemia.
Where do you come up with these? Honestly, do you practice in front of the mirror? Do you
promise
write down these jokes?
I've never written anything down coming into a booth in my career. I
Feline
promise you.
leukemia. That just came in flow off the top of your head.
Yes.
I mean, I tip my hat to you, sir. Bravo.
Don't think about the type of mind that rests within my skull that's
get that
capable of
part.
doing that.
Listen,
it's
I
a
get
terrifying place to be.
It is. But from a broadcasting point of view, it's perfect for the rest of us.
I'm good for a laugh late at night.
The night shift in full effect, closing in on 1 a.m. local time.
Limp shift in full effect. 8s, 10-8, 10-9.
A shift that you're all too familiar with.
All in?
What's that?
I mean, Lun, one of my favourite players from the series so far. A lot of fun to have at the feature table. Always incredibly chatty and
Oh my God.
gets the jam through.
Yeah, don't hide behind that
Yeah,
A7 jam.
No, let's hide behind it.
Henry.
Ali, limp shift, you know.
Huh?
Luckily, no one called
At
me.
your age, it's
Yeah,
fine.
Are you inferring
A7.
Yeah.
that here in the booth we suffer from impotence?
So sad.
Henry? Is that where you were going with that?
We suffer from what?
One guy gets me off ace, 10 of spades.
I took my
Oh,
headset
yeah.
off. I do apologise.
Another guy gets me off that.
I'm really torn between leaving it alone and
I think you should just, leave it, but it is closing in on 1 a.m. So if there's ever a time to poke the bear, which is something that you seem to enjoy doing, go ahead.
might be more than a poke, Henry, as I'm happy to report that the phallus is operational.
I think it might work again.
Probably not what people who are watching this pot play out thought they would be listening in on.
No, especially for those stateside. It's like 10, 11 a.m. out there. People enjoying breakfast, maybe a cup of coffee in hand, watching the stream. But here we are, night shift, Southeast Asia.
Limp shift, actually, yet again.
Bad hand.
No, Lun, A7 suited this time. Opting for a different course. Kuhn says run it. 3 players to the Jack 9-8 board. Top pair, gut shot for Watson. Bottom 2 for Mike Zhang.
Double gut shot for Lunlin, backdoor clubs. Though we can see the 10 not working for him.
6 would be sneaky. Round of knuckles in front of Jason. He'll close it out. Let's take a turn.
Yeah, 4 ways to a turn. Not something you see that often as the ace of diamonds presents a nut flush draw for Jason. Top pair for Lunlin. Michael Zhang still in front with the 9-8, but note the equities, by the way. Needs a 9 or an 8. Every other river would be a bad one for Zhang as he bets into the field. Gets the A7 to fold. See what Jason decides. Third pair. Nut flush draw.
No PLO, Alan? Aaron? You're not playing?
Watson out of the way as well. Now, Jason makes kings up on the river to leap in front of Mike's bottom 2. 315K in the pot as we await direction. from Young Zhang.
Check.
Super.
Me too.
Snap check back from Jason, by the way. Anytime you hear me too, 8s and 9s don't perform well. After
Don't
you
wanna
say
hear
two
me
pair. Just not the texture he felt like was going to be well suited to pursue value on the end.
Yeah, 100%.
King 9 would be a pretty crazy shot.
King 9, incredibly thin. Not even top and bottom. That's a couple of middle cards. 2 straights on board.
But it is enough against the 8s and 9s of Mike. He passes chips over to dangerous opposition. Jae-Koon back into second. A click in front of Haxton.
Haxton getting busy on the outer table. Really leaning into those middling stacks.
Rob Young doing some leaning of his own with 10-9. Looks like the diagnosis on the cat just got a little worse here. Watson defends. We're going to miss Fluffy. King, Queen 8. Gutter for Rob. As to be expected with regularity. The 3 overs facing Watson's holding. Look how far behind the 6s are, by the way. As Rob barrels. Takes it down. Been a long day of poker here at the Hoiana Golf Resort and Casino. Long day of streaming as well. Certainly happy to have had you with us for any quotient of it.
It's been a great day. Really has been high morale. 50K. Main event tomorrow. Obviously going to crown our champion first in this 50K short deck event number 12. Jason Kuhn in the hunt for title number 6. Badziakowski looking to tie at the top with 5. Alongside Jason, Ike Haxton looking for his first, as is Michael Watson. Ket Lee bowing out in 11th, losing that flip to Ike. And Zhang just looking to close this out with the overwhelming chip lead. 10 left.
Got 2 good-looking hands limping in front of him. With the 2 jacks, though, he wants to take it upstairs from the button. This proposition isn't one that's lost on the limpers. As Rob prepared to do battle for the extra 100. And Mike, of course, pictured here just having received news that Fluffy has passed. Not in the mood to play this one. Understandable. Anyone that's had a pet can relate. 9-10 suited, a lot of hand though.
It's a lot of hand. Fluffy was a good cat.
What a flop bottom pair and an open ender up against top pair of gutter and middle set. Rob checking. Soaking wet texture.
Rob might get himself in trouble here.
Well, Mike's going to try to dehydrate the affair with a bet of 160. Half pot, laying 3-1.
It's a spot as well where Zhang's just going to be really leaning into those middling stacks. 3 off the money. Sizable min cash. 2.3 buy-ins. End of the night as well, closing in. It's been running over the table for the most part. Sizable pot brewing here, late in the night.
1 10 of hearts is in the muck. 3 remain, though, unavailable on this turn, which would have given Watson the queen high straight.
Four-liner on board, 2 flush draws. See what Zhang comes with.
Is there any merit to barreling in this spot? The flush draws aren't of that much concern generally in short deck, given how elusive the flushes are, and we do see indeed Mike checking back. Backdoor diamonds do arrive.
Zhang blocking some of the 10x as well. I think it's worth mentioning.
Oh my. Rob's going to rep this one. Just shy of half pot, 300K. Isn't going to be enough.
King, queen.
Wow. Zeroing in directly on Rob's holding out loud. Not a settling
Ace, queen.
thing to hear. As Young has turned this king-queen into a bluff.
I mean, how do you feel in Rob's shoes? You're 300K out there in the middle, can't return it unless Zhang folds, and the first thing you hear is, what can I beat? King, queen.
9, 10. Queen, 10. Ace, 9 of clubs, maybe.
Mike is unblocking clubs.
I'm blocking top pairs as well. The ace queens, king queens.
Unleashing his time banks, which are being deducted.
Ace, queen, and king, queen, then I guess. I think I have to call.
Oh my.
Too good.
Makes the call, and Rob Young tells him he's too good. Michael Zhang. Little glimpse into his mind there, Ali.
Too good.
Sniffing that one out. And now extends his lead. 3.5 million of the 13.2 million in play. 10 left.
Do you suspect that Rob comes with a bigger number and that call doesn't happen?
I mean, yeah, but what size would you go for? You know, you make it 400, 450. After the turn goes check, check.
Is the size even relevant?
Feels like when you're coming up against Zhang that the answer to that question is
Impossible
no, it's
call.
just...
How'd you do that?
Felt like it.
You hear Rob
Had a good,
saying
had
it's
the
too
best
good.
hand that's not a 10 to call, so.
Because I should have Jack 10, right?
Yeah. And I don't have a queen, so you have more ace queen or king queen.
Well, you mentioned
I fold
it,
every
Henry.
other 2 pair. I fold queens.
Having the 2 jacks was very relevant in terms of blocking the 10x combo. It rated to be the one Rob would be in there with.
Yeah, you hear Zhang just say he would have folded top set. Queens blocking ace queen and king queen. Opting to call the jacks for the blocker value that they come with. And unblocking top pair.
Tens and sixes. Bet and take it, sir.
$15 on the clock. 10 left, 7 paid.
Jason Kuhn limping up front with the ace-jack suited. King-jack suited, awaiting orders from Lun Lun.
All in?
Yeah,
He's
Lun
going
Lun
to
fearless. 30 antes.
Count your 99% getting called. I just want to make
400 something, I think.
450?
JK just getting a count.
By the way, I love the sporting kind of, don't really sweat it. I just want to count, but 99% I'm going to give you a call so it doesn't seem like
Queens?
some sort of nit roll.
Ace-jack suited.
Ace jack suited. Dominate me.
That is not good news, obviously.
King 9? Oh, that's not good for me.
For Lun.
Extra needle.
It's okay. I need a club.
You need a straight. You get a straight more.
Five
Yeah.
cards to
This one
come.
it doesn't matter as much. You see? Oh.
Oh, this is not a good blow.
Queen, Queen 8.
And on the
Lun
turn?
Lun.
Good news is, Lun Lun,
Always
you can't be dead on the turn.
Ah, that's not bad.
On
Four
the
outs.
river?
Queen or an 8? We've been chopping all day, me and you.
Hopefully.
You said you're bad against him and all ins, right?
Yeah.
4 outs to a chop, 3 outs to a win, and the win comes
There it is.
through.
Oh.
King of Hearts.
That's number 3 in a row today. So sick.
It changed
Maybe
me.
you should dodge me.
Change the needle from it.
I mean, I obviously knew I was dead when Rob said he followed a king.
Yeah.
You're 100% to lose.
In this winning series, I think you, lose the flip to miss a lot.
4, 6.
I would
4,
say it's
6,
time for a
8.
Shesheni
Nice hand, brother.
from Lun Lun there
Does that look like 468?
to the poker gods. That king.
Short
Bailing
deck.
him out,
3 short deck.
and allowing him to double
Rolling against me. Stick.
through Jason Kuhn.
Okay.
Sorry, what do you say?
Short deck,
You're gonna play
giveth.
down to what?
Short deck, taketh away.
Oh, okay. Oh, is this the last level? Oh, what the hell? That's quick.
Colder the king. I'm dead.
Already. What time is it? Oh, it's midnight. Oh.
King Jack offsuit edition, this time in the hands of Mike Zhang. His limp drawing Rob Young's in turn. Rob perhaps still shell-shocked by Mike Zhang there. Ace 8-6 does produce a gut shot and a flush draw for Rob. Beautiful board.
Zhang the earliest limper. Gonna take a stab on the ace high flop. King of clubs in hand. Jason mulling things over, bottom pair. Maybe feels like this is a board it's going to have a range advantage on. Given that it's a limped pot, can have more 7-9.
Yeah, the 6s rate to be quite available That's another consideration for Jason here as he calls, closes the action, another 45. Slides in. Now any 7X, which also rates to be more Jason's kind of kit.
Yeah, and he's got equity, you know, that 10 of diamonds in hand. Certainly try and set something up if he does face the 2 checks on the turn, which we can see Rob Young with the decision. Second pair and a flush draw. 4-liner on board. Going to check it on over to Jason, and now let's see.
He is measuring out a bet here. And it's not bashful in size. 155K, repping that straight as Rob doesn't even want to call with a pair and a flush draw. Right into the muck.
Yeah, great awareness. Again, we've seen a couple of spots like that for Jason where it's just operated it perfectly. Long old day for the boys.
And it's not going to be long enough to get him down to a final table.
No, unless we somehow have 3 bust outs in the next 10 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
Be unlikely. Update from the outer table. Paxton, 1.7 million. Badziakowski still in the hunt. 650,000. Chin sat on 600K. Chu sat on 1.1 and Tanjuan sat on 1.2.
Watson shutting things down from the button with a check back. Ace 10, Queen 10, 8, 9. To the King Jack 7 board. Shane with the gutter. Young with the open ender. And Watson with a gutter of his own. The 10s he hunts. Busy in 2 spaces. Like fires. Half pot. Look at Rob. Raising it up with the open ender to 250. Saying not this time. You think that raise comes in if he hadn't been called by the set of jacks? Honest?
Honestly, I don't think it does, no. There's
some clawback.
There's
reparations.
Something there, you know.
I've been guilty of it.
Oh, me too. It's never nice, the feeling that someone just has your number. It's not often that you hear Rob tell someone that they're too good.
I actually appreciated it.
No, so did I. I
It
mean, just the sign of respect that,
Yeah.
hey, listen, kid, I'm impressed with your game, Rob.
He wasn't being condescending and he wasn't mocking whatsoever.
No, not
it was
at
just
all.
a genuine moment of awe.
Even called it an impossible call, I believe.
Well, for what it's worth, it wasn't an easy one. But it's being able to successfully make decisions in the tough spots that separates good from great, as we see Jason Koon's limp, inviting Watson's 10s to follow suit, and now with the 8-6 suited, abusive behavior from Mike Zhang.
How much are you behind? Like 750? Oh, yeah.
Mike choosing to dig in with a couple of 10s here. Vulnerable kid, but perhaps the type that is able to get past flops unimproved without further consequence.
Right.
This, however, not among the unimproved variety as he picks up middle set up against bottom pair. That's the kind of 10 jackishness that I would imagine Mike expects, Zhang that is, to have interacted well with the limp defend range of Watson.
Yeah, the limp defend range going to be performing pretty well on the Jack 10-6 board. Obviously, easy for us to say, seeing that we can see the middle set, but some king queens, some open enders, some top two. See how Jack Zhang proceeds. A hand like bottom pair, backdoor hearts. It's going to check. Peel one off as the 9 of hearts, would you believe, somehow found its way to the turn.
And just look what it does for Michael Zhang. 39% with the open ender and flush draw.
Any 7, queen or heart, give him the best hand. Oh my.
Such a tilting turn. How much?
Mike asking for a count, describing that turn as tilting,
turn that.
thanks to the equity it provides. Only needs to be laid 3-2 by the pot.
You just got Jack 10 suited. How much? 759? I think I might even have the right odds of this as well. Actually, you're less likely to have a queen now.
Yeah, and getting to hear some of the numbers being crunched.
Fold.
And Michael Zhang letting it go.
Boy, I want to rabbit hunt that one.
Dealer one time.
Yeah. What do you have? I'll see it on the stream after. Is it Jack 10?
Set.
Huh? Set. Okay.
Jesus, you and I would have been.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. 8-6 of hearts. I had open ended and a flush draw.
I had king of hearts, queen.
Well, what a pot to end on.
That was fantastic.
As we get a look at the final tally at our feature table, where Michael Zhang decides he doesn't want to take a high variance end to his evening. 3.2 million plus, though, resting firmly atop the leaderboard. As we bring you back in for one final breakdown at the break desk, Ali Nejad, Henry Kilbane, ready to head off to bed along with the players and bring us back for the conclusion of this event 12. Just a couple of events left, the 100K short deck main, and of course a turbo, I believe, on the back end of that. But Henry, Michael Zhang, that pot against Rob Yong, if he hadn't already solidified in your minds the idea that a man who shows up specifically for the short deck events is a man who is comfortable in the short deck streets, certainly that spot with the set on the 4 to a straight board against Rob, who barreled what looked like a milky value sizing, was the moment that you could no longer deny that reality.
Yeah, and the fact that we also just had like a little bit of a glimpse into his mind with the in-hand thought process analysis, you know, and following that up with the genuine reaction from Rob as well, just saying, listen, kid, you're too good, finding what Rob deemed to be an impossible call. Worth saying, by the way, Michael Zhang still has action for the main event over on pokerstake.com. So, you know, we've been plugging it, and the guys here have been delivering those that have been selling on PokerStake. Michael Zhang displaying that he really knows what he's doing in the short deck street. So maybe some value to be had.
Grab yourself a piece. Yeah, and grab an alarm clock. Set it for 2 o'clock local time in Vietnam, whatever time zone you are in. That is when we will resume coverage, coming back with 10 left, 7 being paid. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew out here in Hoi An, I'm Ali Nejad. That's Henry Kilbane. We'll say goodnight, and we'll see you tomorrow. Peace.